Chapter 1. Transdimensional Marketing. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was the year 2020. The wave of becoming a content creator had already died down, but Chen Yu, who was a slow-witted oddball, only thought of becoming one now. After doing some simple research online, Chen Yu decided to start his journey of being a technology content creator on Bilibili. He dreamt that many large organizations would come to him, begging for collaboration and gifting him many technological products. He would be able to earn money too. However, reality gave him a smack in the face. After spending all his savings on a camera and notebook that cost more than 3,000 yuan in total to do 2 unboxing videos, and all he got in return was a measly 56 views and 0 comments. This made Chen Yu go ballistic. Other apps had at least 100,000 or even millions of views. Why did he have only 56? Note: in China, content creators are known as up, short for uploader. This was so unfair. Chen Yu's impotent rage lasted for 2 days before he decided to give up on being a content creator. He deleted both videos, which he found too painful to look back on, and listed both the camera and laptop on Xianyu to break even. Note: Xianyu is a Chinese platform that second-hand items are listed on. He was already 18. He should just focus on his studies like an honest person. However, just when Chen Yu had contacted the buyer and was ready to sell the items away, a WeChat notification popped up on his mobile phone screen. Transdimensional Marketing sent you a friend request. Slightly shocked, Chen Yu accepted the request subconsciously and sent a message over. Who are you? Transdimensional Marketing. Take a guess. Guess your grandma. Chen Yu removed the user from his contacts without hesitation. After the failed entrepreneurship attempt, he was currently emotionally unstable. Thus, the burning fire in Chen Yu was easily fueled. Transdimensional Marketing sent you a friend request. Transdimensional Marketing sent you a friend request. Transdimensional Marketing sent you. And a bunch of friend requests started popping up on Chen Yu's WeChat right afterwards. It got on Chen Yu's nerves. He was ready to block and report the other party, but an idea crossed his mind. Why don't I take out my anger on him? Thus, Chen Yu accepted the request and typed his friendly message out furiously. However, before he could send it, Chen Yu was struck dumb by the new message from the other party. Transdimensional Marketing. Hello, are you the app who does unboxing videos on technological products on Bilibili? Chen Yu reread the message repeatedly, making sure that he had read it correctly, and Chen Yu proved himself right. With trembling hands, he deleted the friendly message in the text input bar and typed another reply. Chen Yu, are you a subscriber that watches my videos? Transdimensional Marketing. Yes, I saw your video on Bilibili and contacted you through the WeChat ID you left on your bio. Chen Yu, my pleasure. Transdimensional Marketing. Are you interested in advertising my company's products? What? Is money coming to me right now? An advertising agency? Exclamation mark. Those 3 words echoed in Chen Yu's head. Excitement caused his breathing to become heavy and rapid. As the Chinese saying goes, good wine needs no bush, and real gold will shine one day. So what if I'm not on the recommendation page or there are no likes? There's someone who discovered my talents at the end of the day. Huff. In high spirits, Chen Yu took a deep breath and shut his eyes, calming himself down. 30 seconds later, he looked up, eyes glowing with excitement as he typed a reply. Chen Yu, I'm interested. Transdimensional Marketing. That's great. Chen Yu, so, what are the products that you would like me to advertise? Mobile phone, tablet, educational technology device? Transdimensional Marketing. Those are just the basics. Chen Yu, there are better products. Transdimensional Marketing. Yes, we mainly advertise high-tech products, and we hope to work with you for a long period of time. Chen Yu gulped and sent a reply. Chen Yu, are you serious? Transdimensional Marketing. Yes. But we would firstly have a 1-month probation period. If the results are good, we will extend the term. Once again, Chen Yu lost his calm that he had regained with much difficulty. Grabbing his mobile phone tightly, he pounced onto his bed, rolling all over it repeatedly as if he were insane. He sat upright after, pondering for some time before sending a question over. Chen Yu, why choose a newbie like myself when there are so many well-known apps around? Transdimensional marketing, I've tried, but to no avail. Everyone blocked me after receiving the list of products that we want to advertise. Thus, I'm trying my luck on newbies, hoping that they would be easy to negotiate with. Blocked? Gradually, Chen Yu calmed down. Don't tell me they are adult products. Chen Yu, are they adult products? Transdimensional marketing, there are some, but not mainly. We advertise high-tech products mainly. It may have been because of the price we offer. It might be too low compared to what they want. Chen Yu was relieved to see the message. He started typing on his mobile phone speedily. Chen Yu, that's fine, I'm new, so I'll accept any decent price. May I know the price that your company offers? Transdimensional marketing, our company does not pay for collaborations. Chen Yu, transdimensional marketing, we only gift our partners the products for advertising. No wonder. Chen Yu suddenly understood. No wonder you're being blocked by famous apps. Which famous app would advertise for you when they would not be getting a single cent and the product is all they get in return? Upon knowing the reason, the excitement in Chen Yu had largely died down. He thought long and hard before deciding to accept the offer. I might not earn anything, but I am getting my hands on technological products for free. It wouldn't be a loss either. I could sell them off after I'm done with them. In that way, I would be earning too. Chen Yu, I get it. I'm willing to work with your company. Transdimensional marketing, thank you so much. Let's sign the contract now. Chen Yu, hold on. Transdimensional marketing, yes. Chen Yu, I want to take a look at the company's products. I'll only sign when I'm sure that everything's alright. Transdimensional marketing, no problem. I'll send it over right now. Please take note. You can ask me if you have any doubts. Chen Yu, okay. Chen Yu lay down on the bed, holding onto his mobile phone as he patiently waited for the list to be sent over. 2 minutes later, a Word document was sent to him. Here it is. Chen Yu opened the document in a hurry, but the first product had him jumping out of his bed in utter disbelief. Transdimensional Marketing's product list, LVV8 Model Quantum Notebook, made in 2084, product of Pear Technology Co., Limited. Mini Nuclear Fusion Reactor, made in 2114, product of KGQ Technology Co., Limited. Smart Information Processing Contact Lenses, made in 2149, product of Bright Windows Medical Research. Magnetic Levitation Vactron, made in 2150, product of Huaxia Taijian Corporation. Romantic Partner Simulation Robot, made in 2177, product of Daisy Ray's Daily Products Co., Limited. Soaring Anti-Gravitational Flying Car, made in 2305, product of Soaring Technology Corporation. Continental Particle Oscillator, made in 2463, product of the Hakiu Arms Company. Dual Vector Foil, made in. Holding his mobile phone, Chen Yu's hands trembled. What on earth are all these? Chapter 2, Contract Arrives. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Chen Yu was flabbergasted. After a long pause, he closed the Word document and sat down on his bed. The joy in him was instantly replaced with anger. Chen Yu, are you playing tricks on me? Transdimensional marketing, what do you mean? Chen Yu, I may be a newbie, but there's no need for you to humiliate me. Do you have a grudge against me? Transdimensional marketing, I'm sorry, but I do not understand your words. Are you not satisfied with my company's products? Chen Yu, oh no, I'm extremely satisfied with the products. Extremely satisfied. Transdimensional marketing, that's great. Shall we sign the contract right now? Chen Yu, of course. Where are you? Let's have it signed in person. Transdimensional marketing, I'm sorry, but we aren't in the same space-time. Thus I'm afraid it's impossible for us to meet up and discuss it. But my company will mail the contract to you through express delivery, and once you've signed on the designated page, it will come into effect immediately. Chen Yu. Transdimensional marketing, sir, are you still there? Chen Yu, yes. Send it over then. I'll wait for it. Transdimensional marketing, I'll send the contract over now. One moment please. Chen Yu, sure. After sending the message over, Chen Yu exited WeChat and went on Baidu to search a series of questions. How do I track a sender's address for express delivery? How much does it cost to hire a hacker to track down a WeChat IP? Is it legal to slash a person when I have just turned 18? After a round of fruitless searches, Chen Yu blocked the user on WeChat and threw his mobile phone to the side, lying straight on his bed. He needed to calm down. This was a dangerous society. The journey to becoming famous was tough. He was a new, unknown up who only had 2 videos uploaded, and yet he was being harassed by a madman already. How hard must the famous content creators' lives be, brother? Just when Chen Yu was sulking, the door to his room swung open suddenly. A cute little girl who was about 5 to 6 years old walked in. Mommy said it's time to eat, she said in a cute manner. Chen Yu hummed softly as an agreement. He wasn't in the mood to talk. Bang! The little girl left, shutting the door with a bang. So not cute. Chen Yu sighed. Your brother is upset, yet you did not even comfort him. Shortly, his door swung open again, revealing the head of a girl who was about 8 to 9 years old. Brother, time to eat. Time to eat. Ah! Chen Yu furrowed his eyebrows and waved his hand. I heard you. Bang! The girl left, shutting the door with a bang too. Chen Yu sat up and turned on his mobile phone. He went on to Xianyu, selling his items away. Just as he got off his bed, the door to his room swung open once again. This time, a teenage girl in a sailor dress and black stockings walked in. She was about 14 to 15 years old. Brother, time to eat. Mom is angry. Chen Yu, did you hear me? I'm very angry too. Chen Yu pulled his hair. Why did she give birth to so many siblings? Are you talking about me? The teenager asked, looking displeased. I meant second eldest. As soon as Chen Yu finished his words, a small head peeked through the door, wearing a poker face. I meant third eldest. Chen Yu changed his words immediately. Huh? A smaller head popped through the door. She wore a poker face too. It's all my fault. Let's go have lunch. Chen Yu facepalmed. Hanging his head low, Chen Yu followed his younger sisters to the kitchen obediently with a complicated expression on his face. Yes, he had 3 younger sisters. Chen Yike, 14 years old. The eldest of the 3. Chen Erk, 9 years old. The middle of the 3. Chen Sank, 5 years old. The youngest of the 3. Having 3 lovely younger sisters made Chen Yu once suspect that he was the luckiest guy on earth. However, his family addressed Chen Yike as eldest, Chen Erk as second eldest, and Chen Sank as third eldest. As for Chen Yu, the eldest child of the family, he was just known as Chen Yu. The obvious difference in treatment proved that he might be adopted. Chen Yu entered the narrow kitchen and sat down at the dining table. Watching his family members squeeze in at the dining table, he picked up his bowl silently and reached for his plate with his pair of chopsticks. We have too many members in this family. After grabbing a few pieces of vegetable, Chen Yu frowned upon noticing that his younger sister's plates were brimming with meat, while all he had on his plate were vegetables with a few shreds of meat sitting on top. Bang! This is too much. How could you be this biased? Chen Yu slammed his chopsticks on the table. Your younger sisters are growing. They need more food. Mother Chen explained. Can you come up with something else? How many years have you been using that excuse? Eat and eat and eat. Young lad, are you that hungry? Father Chen said unhappily and gave Chen Yu a few pieces of meat from his plate. Eat up. You can't study well but you can eat well. Chen Yu. Brother Chen Sank scooped up a spoon of meat from her plate clumsily and gave it to Chen Yu. I can't finish them, little sis. Seeing this, Chen Erk gave Chen Yu a few pieces of meat too. Brother, I can't finish it either. It's too greasy. Good sister. Chen Yu was so moved. He then turned to Chen Yike subconsciously. Chen Yike sighed and took Chen Yu's plate, transferring all the meat on Chen Yu's plate onto hers. Big brother is the best after all. Chen Yu. After having a simple yet extraordinary lunch with his family, Chen Yu returned to his room. He immediately saw a folder lying on the floor. It was white in color, striking in contrast to the brown floor. What's that? Chen Yu stared blankly for a moment before picking up the folder. He opened it and took out a thick stack of documents. Product advertisement contract. These striking words were printed on the first page. He flipped open the second page immediately. Indeed, The signature of Transdimensional Marketing Company could be seen on Party A's signature column. What the heck? How did this get delivered here? Chen Yu was dumbfounded. When he regained his senses after a short pause, he hurried to his window, doing a thorough check on it. It was locked from the inside. It was impossible for anyone to enter from the windows. Furthermore, he lived on the 19th floor. Somebody has been hiding in my room? Chills ran down Chen Yu's spine. He threw the contract away immediately and grabbed the arm grip bar on his side. He searched all around the room, but there was nobody to be found. Could it be that one of my younger sisters found out that I am secretly a content creator and played a prank on me? Placing the arm grip bar down, Chen Yu rubbed his chin and started to think hard. During lunchtime, all three of his younger sisters were at the dining table, and he finished the food first. So if it was a prank by one of his sisters, they must have left it here secretly when they came to call him out for lunch. Chen Yike was the biggest suspect. She had a mobile phone, and she loved pranking others with lame pranks. She was extremely violent too. Chen Erk might know how to type using a mobile phone and was a wolf in sheep's clothing. But she was bad with technology and it was impossible for her to come up with such a complicated contract. It definitely wasn't Chen Sang either. How could it be her when she's an idiot who thinks 2 plus 3 was equal to 6? However, he couldn't eliminate the possibility that second eldest might work hand in hand with the eldest to prank him. After coming to the conclusion, Chen Yu picked up the contract that was lying on the floor and left his room for Chen Yike's room. Creak. He pushed the door open, ready to question Chen Yike with the contract, but he nearly bit his tongue. Without giving any regard to her image, Chen Yike was picking and sniffing her feet ferociously. Chen Yike picked up the scissors on the table. Brother, come here. Calm down. I saw nothing. Chapter 3, Advertising Agency from the Future. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It's not her. Chen Yu left Chen Yike's room covering his bruised left eye. He turned around, and he could see the couch in the living room. It was Chen Erk's bed. The Chen family lived in a flat that consisted of only 2 bedrooms. Chen Yu's parents and Chen Sang shared the master bedroom while Chen Yu got the guest room to himself, leaving Chen Erk with no choice but to sleep on the couch in the living room. Even Chen Yike's room was just a separate part of the living room. Chen Erk was currently lying on the couch on her stomach, doodling on a piece of torn cardboard with a small piece of crayon while swinging her legs back and forth. It obviously wasn't Chen Erk. She was already so poor, how could she possibly have the money to print anything? Dad and Mom aren't that childish either. Chen Yu made his way back to his room and shut the door. Staring at the contract in his hand, Chen Yu hesitated for quite some time before picking up the mobile phone that was on his bed to unblock Transdimensional Marketing on WeChat. Chen Yu, you're the one that placed the contract in my room, right? Transdimensional Marketing, sir, you're finally back. Why did you block me just now? Chen Yu, don't try to change the subject. I'm asking you, how did you manage to get the contract in my room? Transdimensional Marketing, through express delivery. Chen Yu, do you think I'm uneducated? I'll report you to the police. Transdimensional Marketing, why? Chen Yu, trespassing. It's an offense. Transdimensional Marketing, our company always abides by the law. Chen Yu, don't bullshit me. How did you leave the document in my room? Tell me or I'll make a police report right now. Transdimensional Marketing, sir, I have told you, through express delivery. Chen Yu, which express delivery is that? It's so powerful that it can even pass through walls. Transdimensional Marketing, Transdimensional Express Delivery. Chen Yu, great. Stubborn. You just wait. He exited WeChat, ignoring the other party's explanation, and picked up the document to look for his father. Such a terrifying matter had just taken place at home. This was a serious matter. He had to make this clear to the adults. Buzz. Just when he was about to pull open the door, a metallic buzz rang from behind him. Chen Yu turned around in an instant and his jaws gradually dropped. A spatial distortion could be seen taking place in the middle of his room slowly. Suddenly, a white spiraling hole appeared, and a white folder dropped out of it. It was the same as the folder that Chen Yu found in his room previously. Buzz. After a minute, the hole disappeared into thin air, and everything went back to normal. It was as if nothing had taken place. except that there was a folder lying nicely on the floor. Do I have a fever? Sluggishly, Chen Yu felt his forehead. Like a walking zombie, Chen Yu walked to the folder, bending down stiffly to pick it up. He opened it and took out a document. Product advertisement contract. The same words were printed on the first page. I really have a fever. Outside the window, white, fluffy clouds drifted past the clear blue sky. Like the clouds, Chen Yu's body felt lighter and lighter. It was unknown how long it had been, but Chen Yu eventually came back to his senses. With trembling hands, he unlocked his mobile phone and entered WeChat. He opened up the chat room with Transdimensional Marketing and typed a message in the text input bar with much difficulty. Chen Yu, you sent over another contract. Transdimensional Marketing, sir. Yu finally replied. Yes, my company thought that you might be unhappy with the previous contract, so we have redrafted another one for you. Are you happy with this? This is the best I can offer you within my ability. Thud. Losing his grip, Chen Yu's mobile phone slipped from his trembling hand and fell to the ground. 6 hours later, the light of day drained away gradually, giving way to darkness. The door to Chen Yu's room swung open, revealing Chen Sank. Brother. She called with her cute voice, waving her hands. Mommy said it's dinner time. Okay, I'm coming. Bang. Chen Sank left, slamming the door hard. Despite being so young, her arm strength was so terrifying. Chen Yu sat on his bed cross-legged. He put a pause to the conversation between him and Transdimensional Marketing. Chen Yu, I get it. Give me an hour to think through this. Transdimensional Marketing. Okay, Mr. Chen. Chen Yu turned off his mobile phone and picked up the document that was placed on the side of his bed. He read through every page thoroughly, not missing out on any words. He had already lost count of the number of times he had reread the contract through the entire afternoon. After conversing with Transdimensional Marketing on WeChat for 6 long hours, Chen Yu finally understood what was going on in general and how bizarre it was. In short, Transdimensional Marketing was an advertising agency established in the future that advertised products to audiences of different space-times. For example, the Coca-Cola Company in 2020 would be advertised in 1820 so as to allow those of the 1820 timeline to learn about it. When Coca-Cola was finally established in 1886, it would already have a customer base because of those who knew about it since 1820. This was the aim of different space-time advertising. Due to time paradoxes, even if people found out about Coca-Cola since 1820, it was impossible for them to create or find a substitution for Coca-Cola. They could only wait until 1886, when the founder of Coca-Cola established the brand. Anyone who tried to create the Coca-Cola brand before 1886 would fail without a doubt. As a famous researcher once said, it was impossible to go back in time and kill one's grandfather because one's existence proved that his or her grandfather was alive. This was the idea of a time paradox. Not only that though, it also included the parallel universes theory, many worlds theory, and plenty of other confusing knowledge. It was extremely professional. Even if the other party tried his best to explain it in detail to Chen Yu numerous times, he was still unable to understand what was going on. But that technical knowledge wasn't important to Chen Yu. All he needed to know was that the person who contacted him on WeChat was a salesperson of an advertising agency that was set up in the future. This specific salesperson was in charge of the space-time Chen Yu was in. In summary, this was a new, epoch-making, impactful, and beyond-time advertising method that sent chills running down one's spine. If golden opportunities were to be described as a free lunch falling down from the sky, then Chen Yu might have gotten a banquet. Moreover, it was a banquet that many content creators on Bilibili had rejected. However, being a banquet, there were bound to be inedible dishes that were hidden amongst the good ones. He might die from them if he wasn't careful. Brother. Time to eat. The door to his room swung open again. Chen Erk knocked on the doorframe unhappily. Hurry up. Why do I have to invite you out every single day? Alright, All right. I'm coming. Chen Yu placed the document aside and jumped off his bed. He followed Chen Erk to the kitchen while weighing the pros and cons of the cooperation. According to the transdimensional advertising law from the future, the contract was exclusive to him. Thus, he would be the only person who could advertise and give reviews of technological products from the future within his timeline if he chose to take up the offer. The benefits of taking up this job were evident. He would become an instant hit worldwide due to the futuristic products that he would be reviewing. However, huge troubles would come with it. If he were to do a review on a spaceship or something, there might be a chance that, as soon as he woke up the next morning, his house would be mobbed by an ocean of fully armed fellow countrymen asking for it. Chapter 4, Signing the Contract. 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Chen Yu walked into the kitchen and sat on his seat. He ate his dinner silently, appearing to be absent-minded. Noticing that Chen Yu was acting weirdly, Chen Sank pondered with her head tilted. She then took the drumstick that she had taken a bite from and placed it in Chen Yu's bowl. Ah? Dumbfounded, Chen Yu looked up at Chen Sank. Brother, big brother wants to have meat. Chen Sank waved her oily hands. Looking down, Chen Yu took a glance at the drumstick in his bowl and then the dinner on the table. Today's dinner did not consist of any meat except for the drumstick in his bowl. Not a single slice of meat could be seen on his parents, Chen Yikes, or Chen Erk's plate. Chen Yu felt bad instantly. He picked up the drumstick and placed it back in Chen Sank's bowl. You can have it. I do not like drumsticks. Do not like drumsticks. Chen Sank repeated dazedly. She turned to Chen Erk on her side, who had her eyes glued onto the drumstick while licking her lips. Second sis, you can have it. I don't want what you have taken a bite of. Chen Erk frowned. Nobody likes to eat. But I like to eat. Chen Sank mumbled and took a bite of the drumstick, munching on it happily. Mrs. Chen watched the whole scene, not feeling any emotion. This was her family. She was long used to, or rather, numbed to leading a non-affluent life. After taking a few mouthfuls of her food and a sip of her vegetable soup, Mrs. Chen muttered, breadwinner, we need to pay the rental bills next month, on the 1st. So soon? Mr. Chen asked, slightly startled. We have always paid the rent every 3 months. Mrs. Chen wiped the oil stain off the corner of her mouth clean with her hands. Second eldest's mental abacus lessons fees are due next month too. School's going to start soon, so we also need money for the children's books and new clothes for the changing season. Mr. Chen placed his chopsticks down. I also heard that heating supplies will come in early this year too. It's not cheap, we need to prepare it early. Mrs. Chen went on. Earlier on, you said that your classmates are going to pay you a visit. It's going to be another expenditure. Try to cancel it. Not wanting to hear more about his family's trivial problems, Chen Yu finished his bowl of rice in a hurry and stood up to leave the dining room. You're not having another bowl? Mrs. Chen furrowed her brows. Nope, I'm not hungry. Waving his hands, Chen Yu left the kitchen for his room. He sprawled out all across his bed, staring at the dry paint flakes scattered across the ceiling. He shut his eyes, allowing his brain to take a break. Creak. The door to his room opened up slowly, bringing along a creaking noise that gave him goosebumps. Chen Yu looked up to see Chen Sank walking into his room, holding onto the half-eaten drumstick. Brother, have meat. Chen Yu, eat. Chen Sank said and took a small bite of the drumstick and passed it to Chen Yu unwillingly while munching the meat. I said that I don't want it. Chen Yu pointed to the door. Get out. You're not going to have it. Out. Out. Chen Sank stood on the spot. She blinked her eyes and left the room. Bang. She banged the door shut, causing a piece of flaky paint to fall to the floor. Chen Yu sighed and sat up. He pulled out his mobile phone and opened up WeChat, typing on his screen furiously. Chen Yu, are you there? Transdimensional marketing. Yes. Have you made up your mind, Mr. Chen? Chen Yu, yes. I am willing to work with you. Transdimensional marketing. That's great. Please sign using a black pen on the second page of the document. Chen Yu, but I do have a small request. Transdimensional marketing. Please, Chen Yu, I need your help to keep my identity hidden during the advertising process. Is that possible? Transdimensional marketing. Certainly. Some content creators from other spacetimes have a similar request too. But let me remind you that revealing your identity will boost your societal status and popularity and also helps you to advertise better. Are you sure you wish to conceal your identity? Nonsense. What's the use of having such a high status and popularity if I'm just a puppet? Chen Yu curled his mouth. He stared at the screen, typing quickly. Chen Yu, I'm sure I do not want to get my private life involved in this. Transdimensional marketing. Okay, I'll rewrite a contract for you. Chen Yu, okay. As soon as he sent the message over, a white spiraling hole formed in the middle of his room instantly. A white folder dropped out of the hole. Thud. The folder touched the ground. In the quiet room, the thud was particularly clear. After being in a daze for 2 seconds, Chen Yu immediately sent his inquiry over. Chen Yu, did you send another document over? Transdimensional marketing. Yes. Chen Yu, but you said you're going to make a new one. How could it be that fast? Transdimensional marketing. Yes, we spent 3 hours doing so. However, I'm able to send it to any time in your space-time according to my preference, which is a second after our conversation. It suddenly dawned on Chen Yu. Chen Yu, I see. Transdimensional travel truly is magical. But it took you a while when you sent the first set of documents over though. Transdimensional marketing. I was unclear on your location the first time, so to play it safe, it took me a few minutes more. Chen Yu, I get it. I'll take a look at the contract first. If it's all fine, I'll sign. Transdimensional marketing. Okay, Mr. Chen. Feel free to consult me if you have any queries. Chen Yu jumped off his bed to pick up the folder. He opened it, took out the contract, and started reading thoroughly. When he came across a condition on page 7 that had him rereading for a number of times, Chen Yu pulled out his phone and contacted Transdimensional Marketing. Chen Yu, page 7, clause 4. What do you mean by all profits made will be donated to charity anonymously if the other party chooses to not reveal his or her identity? Transdimensional marketing. Exactly what it looks like. Since you want to remain anonymous, your bank account cannot be bound to any of your accounts on the different platforms. So, the views, shares, and donations, and other profits earned for your videos would be unrelated to you. We will donate it to a charity in your space-time. Chen Yu, can't you just transfer the profits to me if I choose to be anonymous? I bet it's easy for you guys to do that. Transdimensional marketing. We could, Mr. Chen, but we won't. Chen Yu, why? Transdimensional marketing. Because it would be legal to do so. We would be going against the Earth Alliance's criminal law of Article 127 on money laundering. Thus, you will have to give up all the profit if you choose to remain anonymous. Chen Yu held his phone tightly. He turned around, scanning the document before sending over a reply. Chen Yu, you're trying to make me reveal my identity, right? Transdimensional marketing. Mr. Chen, revealing your identity would help you advertise better. It's for your own good. Chen Yu, to boost your sales. Transdimensional marketing. It doesn't clash with your interests. Chen Yu, okay. Transdimensional marketing. So you have changed your mind? Chen Yu, I'm even more certain of my decision now. Transdimensional marketing. Chen Yu, I will keep my identity a secret. A total secret. Transdimensional marketing. Chapter 5. Signing the contract. 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Chen Yu, I will keep my identity a secret. A total secret. Transdimensional marketing. Alright, we respect the decision of our partners. But Mr. Chen, do take a look at page 9, clause 7. With his mobile phone in his left hand, Chen Yu flipped to page 9 quickly with his right hand and did as told. Chen Yu, I'm not allowed to sell the products gifted to me. Transdimensional marketing. Yes, the products you receive from our company are only for private use. Selling, auctioning, exchanging, and any other forms of transaction are not allowed. However, if you receive any earnings while making use of it yourself, it's allowed. Chen Yu frowned immediately. Chen Yu, can't I give them to my friends and family as a present? Transdimensional marketing. Just gifting is fine, but if giving a gift results in monetary gain, status, or anything of that nature, it will be considered a beneficial exchange. You will be blacklisted by our company and the contract would be terminated immediately. If it is a serious matter, you would be deemed to have gone against the law. Chen Yu. Transdimensional marketing. Mr. Chen, do you still wish to keep your identity hidden? Chen Yu. Damn it. Transdimensional marketing. We have already made another contract for you. If you decide to change your mind, please reconsider your decisions. Chen Yu. That won't be necessary. My identity will remain a secret. Transdimensional marketing. Very well. _carrot. Bang. Chen Yu smacked his mobile phone onto the study table. He sat at the study table, studying the contract. A few moments later, Chen Yu finished reading the contract, and he had also made sure that he had no other questions. He then reached out for the pen holder, taking out a black ball pen, and signed his name on the second page. Chen Yu, I signed it. What do I do next? Transdimensional marketing. Place the contract in the folder and seal it. Put it in the wormhole after you're done. Buzz. Right after Chen Yu received the message, a white spiraling hole appeared in Chen Yu's room out of nowhere, hanging midair. Chen Yu, is it dangerous? Transdimensional marketing. Number. A low-grade wormhole can't transport living things. You're safe for sure. Seeing the explanation, Chen Yu slid the contract in the given folder and tried swinging it into the spiraling hole while standing half a meter away from it. Whoosh! The folder dropped into the spiraling hole accurately and disappeared without a trace. The wormhole shrank rapidly, and space within the room returned to its original state. Chen Yu immediately pulled out his mobile phone and sent a message over. Chen Yu, have you received the contract? Transdimensional marketing. Yes. There's no problem with it. Mr. Chen, we welcome you as our company, Transdimensional Marketing's partner. Chen Yu, what product do you need me to review first? Those on the list that you sent over? Transdimensional marketing. The products listed there are epoch-making products, so it's too soon for you to deal with them now. You can only start from the lower grade products. When you have met the target, your authority will increase, and we can get you better products. Chen Yu, understood. Transdimensional marketing. I might not have much authority in the company, but I will try my best to get you a good product for you to have a good start. Chen Yu, will you deliver it through the wormhole too? And when will you do so? Transdimensional marketing. We will deliver the products every Sunday at 9 AM. You will need to upload your video on every Monday at 9 AM, and the results of your advertising efficiency will be tabulated every Friday. Chen Yu, what if I fail to meet the target? Transdimensional marketing. You're currently on probation for a month and you will be given 4 chances. You will review one product every week. If you fail to meet the target twice, then the contract will be terminated. Chen Yu, what happens after I pass the probation period? Transdimensional marketing. We will officially increase your grade and you will have more authority. You would then move forward to doing an international live stream mainly instead of uploading a video on the various platforms. Then you would get actual technological products, like the invisible cloak, mini nuclear bomb, weather remote control, Howl's moving castle, and many more. If you reach grade A, you might be able to get a Dyson sphere, spaceship, transformer, and many more top-notch products. Chen Yu shuddered at the thought of the terror-inducing products. Not even mentioning a Dyson sphere, a flying car was good enough to throw the world off its feet. Chen Yu, I get it. It's Saturday today, so it starts tomorrow, right? Transdimensional marketing. Okay, I'll send over an application now. Edit and upload your videos through this application, and your IP and video codec will be totally hidden. The next moment, the other party sent over an application called Transdimensional Marketing Terminal, hidden version. Maximum efficiency. Chen Yu sent the application to his newly bought laptop immediately and installed the application. Yes, he had decided to not sell the laptop or camera since it would be coming into use now. Within 30 seconds, the application was installed. The laptop screen flickered, and a grey interface appeared on his screen instantly. 3 huge blocks could be seen across the screen. From top to bottom: Profile, which recorded Chen Yu's basic information; Video Editing, which was a video editing tool; and Accounts, which was an admin zone for the different accounts on different platforms. On the side, There were 2 columns of small icons for different purposes. Chen Yu spotted a special-looking icon on the top left-hand corner that was grey in color. There were 3 words beneath it: Worldwide Live Stream. This was obviously the main advertising method he would use in the future after his probation period. Navigating the mouse, Chen Yu clicked there. Profile, block. The image on the screen changed immediately, and Chen Yu's details showed up on the screen. Name, Chen Yu. Grade, E, prohibited from worldwide live streaming. Subscribers, 0. Main target, complete at least 2 of 4 missions. Mission 1. Reach 500 viewers and 50 subscribers on the first advertisement. Subscribers? Chen Yu rubbed his chin, pondering. There's some difficulty in that. I might not be able to reach the desired number of subscribers, but views should be fine. Exiting there. Profile, page, Chen Yu skipped there. Video editing, block, and opened up there. Accounts, block. He caught the instruction written on the top of the page immediately. Please select the website that you are going to use. In order to measure your impactfulness, you are only allowed to choose one during the probation period. Just one. Chen Yu furrowed his brows and navigated through the densely packed icons of different websites. He clicked on Bilibili's icon. Do you wish to register a Bilibili account? You can't reverse this action. Registration is done. Please choose your username. Username Transdimensional Review chosen. Confirm. Confirmed. Registration complete. After Chen Yu finished setting up a new Bilibili account, he closed his laptop and plopped down onto his bed, taking out his mobile phone to go onto Bilibili and binge-watch review videos of famous content creators, studying their videos. Being a newbie, Chen Yu lacked the experience and skills to create an eye-catching video and also didn't have the loyal fans that other well-known content creators had, making him fall way behind. But there was something that would make him stand out from the rest of them, which was the futuristic products that he would be reviewing. Thus, outstanding eloquence, graceful scripts, and professional video editing skills were unimportant now. As long as he could bring out the uniqueness of his product, he would be victorious. There were no other review media that possessed the capital he currently had. He would capture the world's eyes with his futuristic technological products. If he still failed despite having such an advantage, then he was nothing more than trash. The only difficulty he would face would be the live streams that came after his probation period. The live streams were going to be a huge test for his eloquence and ability. Tomorrow, 9 AM. After watching a review video, Chen Yu's thoughts were all over the place. He was feeling extremely conflicted too. He was excited about tomorrow, yet nervous about what was in store for him. His life was going to be thoroughly different from tomorrow onward. Chapter 6. Delivery arrives. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The next day, at 6:30 in the morning, Chen Yu's eyes rolled open. He picked up his phone, took a glance at the time, and sat up, rubbing his stiff cheeks. 2.5 more hours to go. I can't wait anymore. It had been a restless night for Chen Yu. He had been consumed by excitement and nervousness the entire night. Chen Yu tossed and turned around his bed for about 8 hours. But sleep never found him despite doing so. Not wanting to stay on his bed, Chen Yu changed into a new set of clothes and went out of his room to wash up. He walked to the living room and sat down in front of the couch next to Chen Erk, who was deep asleep. He stared out of the window at the scenery blankly. It was Sunday today, thus Chen Yu's younger sisters didn't need to wake up for school, and Mrs. Chen didn't need to make breakfast in the early morning either. Other than Chen Erk's even breathing, the living room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. In the stillness, Chen Yu was at a loss about what to do for a short moment. Creak. About 10 minutes later, the door to the master bedroom opened up. Mrs. Chen walked out of the room, yawning. She looked slightly shocked when she saw Chen Yu. Why are you up so early? Because I woke up. Did you game overnight? Mrs. Chen questioned doubtfully, taking a look at Chen Yu's haggard face. Chen Yu, I'll go and make breakfast. Go wake eldest and second eldest up and have them wash up. Okay. Nodding, Chen Yu turned to Chen Erk next to him, giving her a few pushes. Wake up, pig. Huh? Chen Erk looked up in a daze and stared at Chen Yu with bleary eyes. She then pulled the blanket over her head, hiding herself under it. Hey, get up. Chen Yu shook her harder. There was no response from Chen Erk. Then you have no rights to blame me. Lifting up a corner of the blanket, Chen Yu took off one of his socks and threw it in. He then covered the blanket tightly. 3, 2, 1. All of a sudden, the blanket was kicked off from the inside. Chen Erk struggled off the couch, catching her breath. Within no time, she was fully awake. Time for breakfast. Calmly, Chen Yu took his sock and put it on. Go wash up, he said, ruffling Chen Erk's hair. Chen Yu, you're disgusting. So. Chen Erk pinched her nose, shouting for Mrs. Chen unhappily. Mommy, my brother is bullying me. Quiet. Your younger sister is still sleeping. Go and wash up, Mrs. Chen chided, coming out of the kitchen with a spatula. Chen Erk pouted, feeling wronged. Go and wash up. Chen Yu stood up and pulled Chen Erk into the washroom. He turned on the tap, splashing water onto her face. Wash your face. Seeing that Chen Erk was doing as told, Chen Yu walked out of the washroom and stopped right outside Chen Yike's room. He was about to push the door open when he remembered the painful consequences of doing that, so he chose to knock on her door instead. Bang, bang, bang. Eldest, wake up. It's breakfast time, Chen Yu yelled. No responses came from the room. Wake up for breakfast. Little sister. Breakfast time. Hurry you. Shut up. Chen Yike's furious shout suddenly came from inside the room. Jumping in fright, Chen Yu quickly retreated a meter backward. 30 seconds later, a half-awake Chen Yike came out of the room. Thud. She kicked Chen Yu in his calf before making her way to the washroom, leaving a pale Chen Yu crouching down slowly, holding his calf in extreme pain. 20 minutes later, the entire Chen family sat around the dining table orderly to have breakfast. Chen Sang had just woken up. She ate her porridge sleepily, forgetting to swallow it down, before falling asleep while having her food. Mr. Chen had not washed up. There was still dry stuff on the corner of his eyes. Mrs. Chen looked exhausted. Chen Yu looked sleepy as if he had too much fun with R18 stuff the night before. As for Chen Yike and Chen Erk, they were the most energetic pair in the Chen family. At lightning speed, they emptied their plates. Chen Yu, Mrs. Chen yawned and turned to him. Send second eldest to her tuition class later. I'm going to pay the electricity bills later in the afternoon. Chen Yu was slightly taken aback. But I have something going on in the afternoon too, he answered immediately. He had to wait for the arrival of his first review product. I'm going to pay the electricity bills. Which is more important? Mrs. Chen replied, unhappy with Chen Yu's answer. Can't you do that in the afternoon? I have work. Work? Yes. Part-time job, to earn money for the household. Hearing this, Mr. Chen, who had been eating silently, suddenly placed down his utensils and stood up. I'm full, he said moodily. You still have porridge left in your bowl, Mrs. Chen said with a frown. You can have it. I'm leaving for work. After a simple wash-up, Mr. Chen put on his jacket and left the house with his blue toolbox. Chen Yike and Chen Erk exchanged glances silently in the living room. There was nothing Mrs. Chen and Chen Yu could say either. Chen Sang was still deep in sleep. The Chen family fell into silence once again, just like it was during dawn. A few minutes later, send second eldest to class later. After finishing Mr. Chen's leftover food, Mrs. Chen said in monotone. Okay. After breakfast, Mrs. Chen cleared the table and left the house with her purse. Chen Yu pulled out his mobile phone, taking a glance at the time. Eldest, I'll bring second eldest to her class now. Take care of third eldest, he instructed Chen Yike, who was studying in the living room. All right. Chen Yike nodded. She put her book down, opening her mouth slightly, hesitating to speak her mind. What is it? Chen Yu asked. Brother. Chen Yike bit her lips. My class has an autumn trip 2 weeks later to Erlong Mountain. It's compulsory, and it will cost 320 RMB in total. I don't know how to tell mom about it. At Chen Yike's side, Chen Erk perked up her ears. Never mind, I'll pay for it. After a moment of silence, Chen Yu spoke, plastering a smile on his face. Brother, you have the money? Of course. Don't I receive the most red packets every year? Take care of third eldest. I'm sending second eldest now. With that, Chen Yu took Chen Erk's hand and left the house together after putting on their shoes. 20 minutes later, he was standing outside the Mental Abacus Learning Center while holding on to Chen Erk. Seeing that the other kids were holding their drinks, realization dawned on Chen Yu. He gave himself a smack on the head. Oh no. Second eldest, I forgot your water bottle. Chen Erk took a glance at the drinks in her classmates' hands secretly. I'm not thirsty, she said, clutching the corner of her shirt with her left hand. I'll buy you something. Brother, I'm not thirsty. Ignoring Chen Erk's words, Chen Yu held on to Chen Erk and went into the mini-market that was next to her Abacus Learning Center. He shoved a bottle of iced black tea into her hands. Brother, I'm really not thirsty. Chen Erk put the iced lemon tea back onto the shelves, blinking at Chen Yu with her shiny bright eyes. Big sis still needs money for her school trip. There's not enough to go around. TSK. Chen Yu took the bottle of lemon tea once again and ruffled her hair. That's not something for you to worry about. After paying, they left the mini-market. Chen Yu stood at the door and watched Chen Erk enter the class with the bottle of black tea in her hands. The smile plastered on his face faded, and he sighed before walking in the direction of the mall. It was past 9 a.m. already. The Transdimensional Marketing Company's delivery should have long since arrived in his room. However, since he was out, he might as well buy some things he needed. For instance, a mask to hide his face. By the time Chen arrived back home, it was already 9:30. After greeting Chen Yike, he dashed into his room like a cat on hot bricks. As soon as he entered his room, he was welcomed by the sight of a huge box sitting on the floor. It's here. Chen Yu rubbed his hands excitedly and went to lock his door. He then tore off the exquisite wrapper of the box and opened the box. Chapter 7. How is this a toy? This chapter is updated by novels.pl. As soon as Chen Yu opened the box, a thick manual came into his view. Taking away the manual revealed a metallic box that resembled a toolbox. Through the transparent glass cover, Chen Yu spotted a few fun-sized but of unknown purpose tools lying in it. What's this? Puzzled, Chen Yu tore off the plastic wrapper around the manual and flipped open the first page. Thank you for purchasing the company's children's educational toy series. Children's toy. Chen Yu was in a daze. After a short pause, he pulled out his mobile phone to send a WeChat message. Chen Yu, you're telling me to review a child's toy? Transdimensional marketing. Yes. It might be of the lowest class, but I only managed to get it for you after going through many troubles. Chen Yu, are you being serious? Transdimensional marketing. I am. Is there something wrong, Mr. Chen? Chen Yu had the urge to curse, but he decided not to in the end. He took the manual and focused on it. Even if it was a toy, it was an item from the future, after all. There might be a big surprise, like a universe hidden in it. Indeed, just 3 pages into the manual, the universe hidden in the toy gave Chen Yu a fright, sending chills running down his spine. Gulp. Chen Yu gulped. He picked up his mobile phone and entered the WeChat chat room, shaking while typing down his message. Chen Yu, are you sure this is a toy? Transdimensional marketing. Yes, Mr. Chen. Chen Yu, that's designed for children? Transdimensional marketing. Yes. Is there any problem with it? Chen Yu, so children in the future make nuclear bombs at home for fun? Huh? Transdimensional marketing. Chen Yu, uranium-235 nuclear energy laboratory. What kind of name is this for a children's toy? Transdimensional marketing. Calm down, Mr. Chen. The purpose of this is to teach children about the elements and physics. This is made with the purpose of broadening children's knowledge and developing their motor skills. It comes with equipment for protection and it won't bring about any health impacts or explode randomly. You can be at ease. Chen Yu. Transdimensional marketing. Please believe my words. It's really just a toy. Chen Yu, can I exchange it for something else? Transdimensional marketing. My dear, other than quality problems, you can't return the purchase. Chen Yu sighed and threw his mobile phone to the side. He then picked up the manual, browsing through it. However, the more he read, the more his head hurt. Just look at what was in here. 1 Geiger Muller counter used to detect radioactive emissions. 1 electroscope used to detect the presence of electric charge. 2 spinthariscopes used for observing individual nuclear disintegrations. 2 Wilson cloud chambers that consisted of an indicator, used for visualizing the passage of ionizing radiation. 1 set of large protective gear. 1 alpha radioactive source made out of lead-210 and polonium-210. 1 beta radioactive source made of ruthenium-106. 1 gamma radioactive source made of zinc-65. 1 coil of aluminium foil. 1 coil of uranium-238. 1 polonium-beryllium neutron initiator. 8 uranium ore samples. Heavens! This thing even came with a case that was about the size of a finger and a spherical detonator. How thoughtful of the manufacturer. It would seem that the future civilization was way ahead when it came to population control. They were already teaching it since infancy. The tough, brain-straining fight with the huge manual came to an end. Chen sat down on the floor, sinking deep in thought. He was so grateful to himself for making the choice to remain anonymous. It was the best decision he had ever made. He highly suspected that he would drag Bilibili down to hell after doing a few reviews of such frenzied products. Whatever, let me get my script out and finish filming as soon as possible. Electronic devices would always leave behind traces. In order to eliminate all possibility of his identity being leaked, Chen Yu chose to pen his script down on a piece of paper so he could burn it after he was done with the filming. Knowing his strengths and weaknesses well, Chen Yu kept his script short, simple, and straight to the point, since he had no idea how to host or sweet talk. After half an hour, it was all done. The script consisted of 4 different sections. Firstly, the unboxing of the product. Secondly, introducing the product. Thirdly, demonstration of product use. Lastly, ending with a conclusion. He reread the script twice. After being certain that everything was alright, that there weren't any wrong words and that it flowed nicely, it was time to arrange the setup. Chen Yu first pushed his bed to the window, freeing up a huge space in the room. He then took 2 bed sheets to cover up the wall and the floor. Finally, he made a makeshift table with a big box. A simple studio was done. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, there was banging on his door. "Brother, are you trying to tear the house down? Why is it so noisy?" Chen Yike's shout could be clearly heard. "I'm working out. Don't disturb me. I'm coming in to take a look." "No, go away. Do not disturb me." Bang, bang, bang. "Brother, are you trying to commit suicide?" Chen Yike shouted, banging on the door again. Cough. Chen Yu nearly choked on his own saliva. "Brother, open up. Don't scare me. You should stop watching those stupid dramas." "I'm not opening up." "Get lost. I'll tear down the door if you're not going to open up." Chen Yu pulled his hair in frustration. He walked to the door, threatening Chen Yike. "Do you still want money for the school trip?" "Yes." "Then get lost." "Okay." Hearing Chen Yike's footsteps getting further away, Chen Yu went back to his makeshift studio, but before he could sit down, he heard Chen Yike shouting at his door once again. "Brother, there's no compensation for committing suicide. Don't be stupid. Get lost." "Okay." After everything was done, Chen Yu changed into an old set of clothes and put on the Peking opera mask he bought. He started his camera and stared into it silently. He had forgotten his lines. Hurriedly, Chen Yu grabbed the script to take a glance at it. He took a deep breath and grabbed the uranium-235 nuclear energy laboratory, banging it onto the makeshift table. "Hello everybody, welcome to Transdimensional Review's first episode. Today, the product we will be looking into is a children's puzzle toy by Two Company. It's called the Uranium-235 Nuclear Energy Laboratory. As everyone can see, there are a number of different fun-sized laboratory apparatuses here in the lab. I'll do a short explanation for each of them. This is a spinthariscope, used for observing individual nuclear disintegrations. We will now follow closely the instructions of the manual. Put the spherical detonator on before inserting the uranium into the projectile. Let me repeat myself, this is an educational toy for children. 3 hours later, filming finally ended. The video that was about 3 hours long consisted mostly of mistakes. Thus, Chen Yu only had 20 minutes that would come in handy. After editing, the final product would be about 15 minutes long. However, None of that mattered to Chen Yu now. He pulled out his legs from the fallen makeshift table and stood up with the help of the wall. Chen took a glance at the nuclear energy laboratory that was now in tatters. He took off his mask and pulled out his mobile phone, an incredibly ugly expression on his face. Chen Yu, are you there? Transdimensional marketing. May I help you, Mr. Chen? Chen Yu, didn't you say that it would not explode? Transdimensional marketing, Chapter 8. I seem to have forgotten something. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Chen Yu, didn't you say that it wouldn't explode? Transdimensional marketing? Chen Yu, why did it explode all of a sudden? Transdimensional marketing. Did it explode when you were doing the experiment? Chen Yu, yes. I followed the manual exactly and pressed the detonation button as I was told, and it really exploded. My protective gear shattered too. Transdimensional marketing. Chen Yu, will the radiation leak out? Transdimensional marketing. Be at ease. There's a special type of film applied on the protective gear. It won't bring about any harm to you. Seeing the other party's explanation, Chen Yu let out a sigh of relief and plopped down to the floor weakly. During the shoot, his heart jumped out from his chest when the nuclear explosion shattered the protective glass. Chen Yu, how are you going to explain this situation? I need compensation. Transdimensional marketing. Mr. Chen, I said it wouldn't explode randomly, but I didn't say it wouldn't explode if you arm it and detonate it. Chen Yu, this is a toy, okay? It shouldn't explode at all. Transdimensional marketing. In reality, most children are unable to detonate this product. I have no idea how you managed to. Chen Yu. Transdimensional marketing. You are incredibly smart. Congratulations. Chen Yu. Are you still sure that this is a children's toy? Transdimensional marketing. Yes. The explosives should be equivalent to only 0.7 gram of TNT, and the protective gear is more than safe. Please be at ease. Chen Yu stared at his mobile phone screen silently for a few moments before sending over a reply. Chen Yu, fine. I'll suck it up this time around. Please have mercy on me in the future and do not send me such dangerous or insane products. Please. My life is precious. Transdimensional marketing. I'll try my best, Mr. Chen. Chen Yu turned his mobile phone off and walked to his bed, plopping down on it. After going through a terrifying and nerve-wracking experience, Chen Yu was overtaken by exhaustion and drowsiness within no time. He was dying to drift into a deep sleep immediately, but Chen Yu only took a 5-minute rest before he forced himself to clean up the room that was in a mess right now. About 10 minutes later, the room was back as it was, and the script was now ashes. Chen Yu sat right at the computer desk, connecting his camera to his laptop to transfer the 25 GB video over. After 30 seconds, he clicked open the Transdimensional Marketing Terminal and opened the second tab, Video Editing. In their Video Editing page, there was a selection called Smart Editing that was right in the middle. It stood out the most among all other selections. Auto Cut. Navigating his cursor, Chen Yu clicked on Smart Editing. Hesitantly, his screen flickered, and instantly, his video of 25 GB was cut into umpteen parts. It was then combined, overlapped, and changed with each other within no time. A few seconds later, a nicely edited video of 15 minutes was presented to Chen Yu, who watched the process take place in front of his eyes dumbfoundedly. It's done. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could a program identify the content inside the video and determine which parts were necessary and which were unnecessary? Did the program understand a human's aesthetic concepts? Did this application come with an AI? Moreover, was this program not restricted by his laptop's hardware? How was it able to complete the edit so rapidly? A few moments later, Chen Yu finally regained his senses. He immediately pressed play to check the results. Not only were there no mistakenly used clips throughout the 15-minute-long video, but subtitles, background music, sound effects, and special effects were also added to the video. The only problem was that his voice still remained the same, but that could be adjusted simply. Amazing. This left Chen Yu speechless. He was full of respect for humans and technology from the future. If other Bilibili content creators found out about this, they would go crazy. After making adjustments to his voice, Chen Yu saved the video, uploaded it onto Bilibili, and scheduled for it to be released at 9 AM. Subsequently, he couldn't help but rewatch the video. Satisfied, he kept nodding his head. Even though Chen Yu's speech and performance were slightly amateurish, the video was entertaining nonetheless, especially the slow-motion effect and background music that were added to the scene where the mushroom cloud was ignited with the help of special gases in the protective gear after he finished assembling the bomb. The scene was so mind-blowing that even the special effects seen in movies were incomparable to it. He could not help but admit that the uranium-235 nuclear energy laboratory was absolutely eye-catching. It was extremely suited for a content creator, like himself, that lacked a subscriber base. I'm looking forward to the reviews from the audience tomorrow. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Yu was lying down on his bed, giving free rein to his imagination, when somebody banged on his door once again. Watching dust fall off his ceiling, Chen Yu knew that it must have been Chen Sang. What? Chen Yu shouted as a response. Big brother. Lunchtime. Hearing this, he rubbed his stomach subconsciously. He was indeed getting hungry. He shut his laptop and went to open up the door to see that Chen Sang wasn't the only person standing at the door. There was also Chen Yike, who was trying to sneakily worm her way into his room. What are you doing? Chen Yu stretched out his hand, blocking Chen Yike. I'm going in to take a look. Nope. Why can you casually enter my room as you wish but I can't do the same to you? Chen Yike asked, displeased. When did I enter your room casually? I got a beating from yesterday. No? Then you can beat me up too. Chen Yike stuck her head in Chen Yu's chest, trying to force her way through. Come on. I'm going in to take a look. You. Chen Yu's eyes widened. He raised his hand, posturing to give her a slap. But Chen Yike was staring at him with puppy dog eyes. You can't bear to do it. Chen Yu. When the pair of siblings were in a deadlock, Chen Sang, who was of a smaller size, had already taken a tour around Chen Yu's room. Big sis, there's no rope or knives in Big Brother's room. The windows are closed too. Chen Sang walked out, speaking in a cute manner. How much are you hoping that I'll commit suicide? Chen Yu face-palmed. I'm just worried for you. Chen Yike flushed red in anger. You have been acting secretively these days. How do I know what you're actually up to? Okay. It's my bad. Chen Yu sighed and moved aside. Go in and do whatever you want. Chen Yike immediately stepped into the room with her arms akimbo. She glanced around the room. Suddenly, she pointed at Chen Yu's bed. You moved the bed. So what? There must be something beneath it. Chen Yike was right. He had hidden the makeshift table and uranium-235 nuclear energy laboratory under his bed. I'm going to take a look to see what it is. But before Chen Yike could walk toward Chen Yu's bed, she was thrown out of the room. Bang! Chen Yu shut the door tight and locked it from the outside. You're right, there is something beneath my bed, but I'm not going to let you take a look. He shrugged. Then I'll tell Mom about it. Do you still want the money for the school trip? You can buy my body but never my heart. That doesn't sound right. If you don't come for lunch, then I'll eat your portion. Chen Yike snorted, pulling Chen Sang into the kitchen with her. After keeping the key well, Chen Yu followed them into the kitchen and sat on his seat. As soon as Chen Yu started eating, he shot up in shock. What's wrong? Are the vegetables too salty? Chen Yike asked with doubt. I feel like I have forgotten something. What? I can't remember it now. Chen Yu frowned. Homework? I never do my homework. Chen Yike rolled her eyes. She picked up a piece of vegetable and put it into her mouth, munching on it. Actually, I feel that I have forgotten something too, but I don't know what, so I did not dwell on it. Never mind. Chen Yu waved his hands and ate in peace. Let's talk about it when we remember it. At the same time, Chen Erk stood outside of the Abacus Learning Center, hugging the unopened bottle of black tea in her hands. She blinked her eyes, looking dazed as she stared at the busy streets while daydreaming away. Erk, is there no one to pick you up yet? The class ended more than half an hour ago. A female teacher walked out, squatting down next to Erk. No. Chen Erk said, scratching her head. Chapter 9. I do not care about your opinion. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Trash. You're a perfect piece of trash. Is there nothing you can do right? How can you even forget to pick second eldest up from class? Good for nothing. Why did I not forget you back then? In the Chen family's living room, Chen Yu and Chen Yike sat on the couch obediently, receiving Mrs. Chen's scoldings, not daring to utter a refuting statement. On the side stood Chen Erk with the bottle of black tea in her hands and Chen Sank suckling on her finger. They were watching the scene happily. This will be the last time, Chen Yu raised his hands and said. Of course this will be the last time. Mrs. Chen raged. Why would there be a next time? If the teacher did not call me, I bet that it would have never crossed your mind even until your wedding day. Puh. Ha 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 ha. Chen Yike burst out laughing right next to Chen Yu. She held it in immediately, but it was too late. Mrs. Chen had already diverted her anger onto her. Laughing? How dare you still laugh? Your brother has always been a careless person, but you're a girl. How can you be careless? I don't know how you still have the face to laugh when you managed to forget your own younger sister. Ha ha. The victim, Chen Erk, couldn't contain her laughter either. Thus, Mrs. Chen changed her target once again. You must be happy that I'm scolding them and not you, right? I don't know how you can wait for an hour and a half like a fool. If your brother is not there to fetch you, then ask the teacher to call. If you can't remember my number, don't tell me you can't remember 110. It's just 3 numbers. Do you think being jobless is fun? Do you know how hard it was for me to get a job at the restaurant? Now I'm going to lose the job because I went off to pick you up as soon as I started the job. Kekekek. Chen Sank burst out laughing. However, she shut her mouth at once and took 2 steps back. I'm still young, she explained stupidly. Mrs. Chen stared at Chen Sank and nodded. Fine, you're still young. I will wait until you grow older. With that, Mrs. Chen threw a death glare at her children. She picked up her purse and turned to leave the house. Mom, where are you going? Chen Yike shouted worriedly. Weren't you fired? To pay the electricity bill. Didn't you pay it this morning? I forgot. Mrs. Chen shouted in reply and banged the door shut. Chen Yu, Chen Yike, Chen Erk, Chen Sank. After Mrs. Chen left, the Chen siblings exchanged a glance and left to do their own things. Yike went to study, Erk started drawing, and Sank watched Erk draw. As for Chen Yu, he returned to his bedroom and locked the door. He then pulled out the uranium-235 nuclear energy laboratory from under his bed and started brainstorming on what to do with it. The transdimensional marketing salesperson said that the radiation would not leak, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Technological products were always unpredictable. Even Brandes, a well-known and established business, managed to mix up batteries and bombs, causing many customers to be unhappy with them. However, he couldn't sell the laboratory. It also wasn't a decent gift to give away. He couldn't just simply throw it away either, as he would be digging his own grave. He also had no use for it personally, and leaving it at home would bring him trouble sooner or later. This was a thorny problem. Chen Yu frowned, thinking hard. A few moments later, Chen Yu came to the conclusion that it would be difficult to get rid of the product himself, thus he took out his mobile phone to contact the salesperson. Chen Yu, are you there? Transdimensional marketing. I will always be here for you, Mr. Chen. Chen Yu, what's your gender? Can you stop speaking so ambiguously? It's giving me goosebumps. Transdimensional marketing. Mr. Chen, I'm female. Chen Yu, oh, your words are fine then. I liked them. Transdimensional marketing. How may I help you? Chen Yu, I have a question. Transdimensional marketing, please speak, Mr. Chen. Chen Yu, can I return the technological products you sent? It's of no use to me and it is also a hassle for me to throw away. Transdimensional marketing, we can reclaim the products if you do not need them after you have reviewed them. Chen Yu, reclaim? Do I get money out of it? Transdimensional marketing, no. Chen Yu, then how could you call it reclaiming if I'm not going to be paid for it? Transdimensional marketing, while we won't give you any money, we will give you gifts based on the reclaimed product's value. Chen Yu, what gifts? Transdimensional marketing. The product that you're going to send back is the uranium-235 nuclear energy laboratory, right? Chen Yu, Do you think I have any other products? Transdimensional marketing. Alright, hold on. I'll inquire about it for you. And immediately after he received the previous message, Chen Yu got to reply. Transdimensional marketing. The nuclear energy laboratory is expensive, thus we can give you one of the three following items. Transdimensional marketing. 1. Polar spring water. 2. Nutritional mineral water. 3. Refined asteroid water. Chen Yu, so I can only exchange for 3 bottles of water? Transdimensional marketing. No, just one. Chen Yu, you're trying to earn as much as you can. Huh? All Chen Yu got in reply was a smiley face. Chen Yu, tell me the difference between these 3 bottles of water then. Since it's water from the future, it should be equipped with some special effects, right? Transdimensional marketing. Polar spring water. Uses spring water from an ice cave located in the North Pole. Nutritional mineral water. Pure water with numerous vitamins and minerals. Refined asteroid water. Water extracted from meteorites and purified. Chen Yu. So they are just 3 ordinary bottles of water? Transdimensional marketing. Yes, Mr. Chen. So, which one will you take? Chen Yu. None. I won't exchange for anything. Okay. Transdimensional marketing. Mr. Chen, please be understanding. Think about this. How much does a pager that cost an arm and a leg in the past cost in your current world? Chen Yu, don't bullshit with me. I would rather bring this oil laboratory to my grave than exchange it for a bottle of water. Humans were strange creatures. Initially, Chen Yu only hoped that the other party would get rid of the piece of trash for him. However, when it was offered to be exchanged with something, he started pinpointing the cons of this something. Transdimensional marketing. Hold on. I'll try to see if I can apply for something that you would like. Chen Yu, you can save your energy if it's going to be another bottle of water. Transdimensional marketing. Mr. Chen, there's something you're unaware of. Natural pure water is considered a more precious drink in my time. It's not cheap to get them. Chen Yu, I don't need water. Transdimensional marketing. Okay. Hold on. Transdimensional marketing. I have managed to get you 3 new choices according to your likely needs. 1. Enhanced memory circlet. 2. Microkinetic basketball shoes. 3. Precision homing slingshot. Chen Yu's eyes lit up at the message as he typed a reply happily. Chen Yu, sounds good. Tell me more about them. Transdimensional marketing. I suggest that you take the water. These aren't as valuable as the water, price-wise. Chen Yu, I do not care about your opinion. Only my opinion matters. Transdimensional marketing. Chapter 10, Magical Gift. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Under the other party's explanation, Chen Yu managed to learn about the effects of the 3 items. Enhanced Memory Circlet, a one-time use item, stimulates the user's brain cells to increase oxygen consumption and increases the transmission speed of neuron signals. This speeds up and improves the user's memory for a period of time, thereby increasing work and study effectiveness. Microkinetic basketball shoes. The shoe cushion is made with aerosol air cushions, which was a type of memory foam. There is a special type of air mixture in the shoe cushion, which returns a certain amount of kinetic energy when compressed. It helps improve the user's jumping ability and decreases the chances of getting injured. Precision homing slingshot. The slingshot has a 3D positioning chip installed and the bullets come with a special feature that allows them to automatically correct their trajectory. After taking aim, there is a 96.7% chance that the bullet will hit the target successfully. The slingshot can accurately shoot targets up to 70 meters away. The 3 gifts were equally useful in their respective ways, but Chen Yu could only pick one, making it a tough choice. However, as a senior high school student, Chen Yu had his responsibilities. No matter how tempting the other 2 items sounded, Chen Yu knew that there was no need to hesitate, especially when the national college exams were about to arrive. In the past, he had no chance. Now, though, Chen Yu only wanted to be a senior high schooler who was up to par. Thus, Chen Yu moved his thumbs, keying in his answer firmly. Chen Yu, I would like the pair of basketball shoes. Transdimensional marketing. Very well. I'll open up the wormhole now. Please place the uranium-235 nuclear energy laboratory in it. Chen Yu, okay. As soon as Chen Yu sent the message over, The space right in front of him distorted rapidly, forming a white spiraling hole. He threw the uranium-235 nuclear energy laboratory into the spiraling hole just like he did for the contract. Plop. A white box fell out afterward. When the wormhole disappeared, Chen Yu rushed over to pick up the box and open it. There was a pair of stylish-looking, black basketball shoes lying in the box. The shiny pair of shoes shone brightly under the sunlight, blinding Chen Yu with the reflected light. Cool. Chen Yu gasped upon feeling how soft the tongue of the shoes was. He then slipped the shoes on. Instantly, Chen Yu felt the shoes wrapping around him, warmly and tightly. The shoes enveloped his feet, and it was a comfortable feeling. He grasped his phone tightly and did some warm-ups before doing a small leap as a test. Whoosh! He was lifted off the ground instantly. He jumped so high up that his hands that were raised up high were at most only 30 centimeters away from the ceiling. Bang! Under the gravitational force, Chen Yu was pulled back to the floor. The next second, he managed to land steadily. It made some noise, but he did not feel much of the shock. That high up, taking a look at the basketball shoes on his feet, Chen Yu was pleasantly surprised. It was just a light jump, but it got him 60 centimeters off the ground. If he had actually exerted some force, he would be able to leap higher than 100 centimeters away from the ground easily. A basketball hoop was 3.05 meters high up in the air. With this pair of shoes, he would be able to do a slam dunk without a running jump. After doing a few more jumps excitedly, Chen Yu then turned on his mobile phone and typed quickly. Chen Yu, since this pair of basketball shoes is a gift, can I sell it off, then? Transdimensional marketing. No, it's just for your own use. You can gift it away for free, though. Such a pity, Chen Yu thought, seeing the other party's reply. Chen Yu, how did you know my shoe size, though? Transdimensional marketing. After you were confirmed to be our partner, the company did some simple investigations on you, so we have some basic information of yours. Be at ease, we only got basic information, nothing personal. Chen Yu, understood. I really like the gift a lot. Thank you. Transdimensional marketing. Can I ask you something? Chen Yu, yeah? Transdimensional marketing. According to the information I have received, you're a student, a senior high schooler, right? Chen Yu, yes. Is there something wrong with that? Transdimensional marketing. Since you're a student, why didn't you pick the enhanced memory circlet that would help you improve your grades? Chen Yu, I'm going to have my national college entrance exams soon. Don't you know that? Transdimensional marketing. Yes, that's exactly why I'm curious about your decision. Chen Yu, you can score extra points if you can play basketball well during the exams. Transdimensional marketing? Chen Yu, forget it. You wouldn't understand anyway. That's it. I'm going offline. Chen Yu shut off his mobile phone and went out of his room with the pair of shoes on. Eldest, second eldest, third eldest, come here. He shouted to his younger sisters who were in the living room. What do you want? Chen Yike put her textbook down doubtfully. I'll bring you guys to a restaurant. Chen Yu waved his hands generously. We're going to have a big meal. Yike, sank. What's with that look, brother? Chen Yike walked up to Chen Yu, waving her hands right in front of his face. Are you sleepwalking? I'm not joking with you guys. Hurry up. Chen Yu strode toward the couch in the living room, grabbing Chen Erk in his left hand and Chen Sank in his right. He pulled them out of the door, not letting them have a say in his decision. Chen Yu pressed the lift button. Brother, are you really alright? Chen Yike hesitated. Hurry, lock the door and follow or I'm going to leave you behind. Chen Yu urged. Of course. His words to the salesperson on WeChat were complete nonsense. Chen Yu had an important reason for choosing the basketball shoes. Grades were not something he could improve in a day, so he decided to focus on making money first. Couldn't she see that his sisters are suffering from malnutrition? 10 minutes later, a worried Chen Yike, nervous Chen Erk, and dazed Chen Sank stood outside a restaurant called the famous Imperial Kitchen with Chen Yu. Through the restaurant's elegant glass doors, they could clearly see 4 words drawn on the restaurant's marble floor: Standing Long Jump Challenge. There was also a colorful standing long jump diagram placed right behind the words. 0.2 meters, a free drink. 0.4 meters, a 50 yuan voucher. 0.6 meters, 5% off total bill. 0.8 meters, 10% off total bill. 2 meters, 15% off total bill. 0.5 meters, 20% off total bill. 3 meters, all purchases free of charge. 0.5 meters, 3,000 yuan cash. This is it? A devilish grin crept onto Chen Yu's face. Holding onto Chen Erk and Chen Sank, Chen Yu made his way to the restaurant. Eldest, hurry up. We need to be faster and go to as many restaurants as we can before it turns dark. Brother. Chen Yike tugged Chen Yu's shirt. Stop fooling around. What are you trying to do? Eat. What do you think we are at a restaurant for? This place looks expensive. Haha, you have never been to such an expensive restaurant, right? Me too. Let me broaden your horizons. As soon as Chen Yu entered the restaurant with his younger sisters, 2 waitresses in kapao standing on the side bowed and greeted them. Welcome. This greeting came unexpectedly to the Chen sisters, making them jump up in fright. Perfect country bumpkins. Sir, how many? The female manager standing in the dining hall walked out with a smile plastered on her face. 4. Chen Yu smiled and pointed to the big table that was next to a window. Is there anyone sitting there? No. Then we'll sit there. Very well, sir. The female manager smiled and led the Chen siblings to the table. She placed the thick menu on the table and bowed. Please take a look at the menu, I'll serve you tea now. Okay. Chen Yu nodded and threw the menu to Chen Yike. Little sister, order whatever you want. Chen Yike took the menu with trembling hands. After a moment of hesitation, she flipped open the first page. Her heart sank upon seeing the price. Beauty, what would you like? The manager smiled, reminding her. Tea? I will bring it here soon. Oh. Chen Yike looked up, with an awkward smile on her face. Then we'll just get 4 cups of tea. Female manager, Chapter 11. Was it delicious? This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Can't you do better than that? Chen Yu snatched the menu over immediately and glared at Chen Yike. Second eldest, you shall order, he said, passing the menu to Chen Erk. Stupefied, Chen Erk took the menu and flipped through it aimlessly. I want a bottle of iced lemon tea, she said after a long pause. The female manager. It's fine, forget it. Chen Yu raged in disappointment. He snatched the menu from Chen Erk's hands and looked up at the female manager. Beauty, you should get a pen to record my orders. We might be ordering quite a fair bit, he said. Sure. The waitress standing behind the manager walked up, pulling out the order-taking machine. Seeing this, Chen Yu flipped open the menu and started reading off it. Red braised pork knuckles, stewed pig intestines, stir-fried shrimp, pan-fried dumplings, deep-fried ribbon fish, twice-cooked pork, glazed pork belly, fried liver slices, stir-fried liver with spring onions, deep-fried tripe, Disgraceful, New Zealand bull kelp salad, kung pao bullfrog, cinnamon chicken wings, marinated natto ginseng. Hold on. The waitress who was recording his order down furiously couldn't help but cut him off. Sir, we do not have marinated natto ginseng here. And isn't natto ginseng a type of Chinese medicine? Can you even eat it as food? It's fine, don't bother about it. I'm just trying to rhyme. Chen Yu shut the menu and waved his hand. He leaned back into his chair, crossing his legs. That's all for now. Is that enough, little sisters? Yike, Erk, Sank. Seeing that none of his younger sisters had any opinions, Chen Yu returned the menu to the female manager, who was currently dumbstruck. That's it. We will order more later if that's not enough, sir. The female manager and the waitress exchanged a glance, forcing a thin smile. This is a lot of food. Are you sure about your order? Yes. Chen Yu nodded. We have 2 adults at home, we need some takeout too. But the manager took a glance at the menu in her hands, thinking of ways to voice her opinion appropriately. These dishes amount to a high price. Are you suggesting that I can't pay for the meal? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. He pulled out his mobile phone, opening the Alipay application. I can pay with Alipay even if I do not have cash. Your words make me uncomfortable. It's not very nice. No, you have mistaken me. Immediately, The female manager waved her hands awkwardly. It's fine, I understand. We are students, after all, of course you would be worried. Chen Yu did not continue to make her time hard and kept his phone. Serve the dishes as soon as possible. Who still dines and dashes these days? Realizing that her words were indeed inappropriate, the manager bowed profusely. Okay, please hold on. The food will be ready within no time. After the female manager and waitress left, Chen Yu opened up the packaging of the utensils for his sisters, wiped the cups, and handed his younger sisters napkins personally. How do you find this restaurant? It's not bad, right? Afterward, Chen Yu pointed around, smiling. Brother. Chen Yike swayed her body uneasily, hesitating to speak her mind. Did you get a rich sugar mommy? Chen Yu's face fell immediately. We might not lead extravagant lives, but we can still get by in life. Chen Yike looked down. Brother, you have to be rational. You can't sell your soul. Chen Yu proceeded to open up the packing of his utensils. Are you spouting nonsense? He said after a long pause. What's in your brain every day? Rich sugar mommy? Since when am I that lucky? No, since when did I become so spineless? Chen Yu said, taking his chopsticks and smacking them on Chen Yike's forehead. Chen Yike covered her forehead in pain. You're already 14. How can you still speak without forethought? Or do your teachers, the teachers of the best middle school in town, teach this every day? Chen Yike rubbed her forehead, pouting. Where did you get the money then? I feel that you're acting weird lately. I earned it from working part-time. Alright, then why did you not give the money to our family? Mom and Dad are already struggling to make ends meet. Didn't I order a lot of food? We can save up on a few meals with this. Brother, you're being wasteful. It will cost over 1,000 yuan. You can't spend money like this even if you're rich. It's my money, I can spend it however I like. Why are you making so much noise when I am the one treating you? I won't eat it. Then starve. About 10 minutes later, as the pair were bickering, the dishes were served by the waiters. The fragrance of the colorful dishes lingered in the air. The Chen siblings' mouths watered, and they swallowed their saliva. Why are you staring blankly into space? The food is already here. Chen Yu picked up a piece of orange-colored twice-cooked pork with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Eat up. Chen Yu said unclearly while munching on his food. Chen Sank, who had the weakest willpower, was the first to surrender. She took a big spoon and scooped up about 10 prawns, stuffing all of them in her mouth at once. Her mouth was so full that saliva dripped out the corner of her mouth. Slow down, don't choke yourself. Chen Yu immediately poured a cup of orange juice for Chen Sank. Chen Sank pointed to her mouth, rather anxious. Idiot, you would be able to chew if you spit a few out. Chen Sank shook her head profusely. Okay, then keep it in your mouth. Chen Yu put down the cup of orange juice and turned to Chen Yike and Chen Erk, tapping the table. Will just looking make you full? Chen Erk wiped the corner of her mouth and stole a glance at Chen Yike. Unable to hold it anymore, she picked up a piece of intestine and blew on the steam before putting it into her mouth impatiently. Seeing both her younger sisters digging in, Chen Yike took a sniff of the fragrance floating toward her. She sighed and picked up some chopsticks, joining the hungry wolf trio. Chen Sank, who had her mouth full, started to get anxious. Reluctantly, she spat out more than half of the prawns in her mouth and chewed on the rest slightly before stretching her neck and swallowing them down. As the food flowed down her throat, she squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Third eldest, I beg you, please eat slowly. Second eldest, look at how unsophisticated you are. You can't eat a ribbon fish's head. Oh, eldest, why are you looking so sorrowful? Are you having your last meal? Brother. Chen Yike swallowed down the food in her mouth. I still do not think that it's a good idea to get yourself a sugar mommy. Bang! Chen Yu raised his hand, smacking her head hard. So much food yet it's still unable to fill your mouth. Brother, I want rice. Chen Erk raised her hand. No, just eat the dishes on their own. They're a bit salty. Drink the juice. Half an hour later, at lightning speed, the Chen siblings had cleared 1/3 of the table. I'm full. Chen Yike was the last to finish eating. After satisfying her cravings, she looked down at her bloated belly, rubbing it. At the same time, Feelings of worry and sorrow started surfacing on her face again. 1,000 yuan had just flown away. There were so many things they could do with that amount of money. Her brother had gone insane. Was it delicious? Chen Yu asked, passing her a toothpick. Yes. She nodded, receiving the toothpick. Chapter 12. Pay up. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Waitress. Seeing that his younger sisters were full, Chen Yu stood up and called the female manager, who had been staring at them closely the entire time. Bill, please. Yes, sir. The female manager trotted over immediately, wearing a smile on her face. You have spent 1,200. I'll just pay with Alipay later on. Help me pack the food up first, Chen Yu said with his left hand in his pocket and mobile phone in his right hand. He pointed to the table with his mobile phone. Pack the drinks too. Oh, and one bottle of ocean blue. Please. I'm bringing it back for the adults. Yes. The female manager immediately called over a few waitresses, who brought out clean takeaway bags, packing all the dishes on the table. They also brought a bottle of ocean blue wine over. Sir, this bottle of 42% premium ocean blue is normally sold at 498 yuan, but I will sell it to you at the cost price of 420 yuan as an apology for my mistake earlier on. Chen Yu took the wine and eyed the female manager up and down. This is how you do business well. He gasped. I'll be here to visit again tomorrow. Please do. For the first time, the female manager smiled at Chen Yu sincerely. Sir, we are done packing your food. Okay. Chen Yu nodded. He carried Chen Sang, who had her face covered in oil, in his arms and turned to the dumbstruck Chen Yike sitting on the chair. Eldest, hold the food. I'll go make the payment. Chen Yike opened her mouth slightly to say something, but in the end, she did not. Beauty, where do I pay the bill? The counter. Please come with me. Swaying her hips, the female manager brought Chen Yu to the counter. Scan this QR code, or we can scan your QR code if you prefer. She pointed to the QR code that was on the counter. Okay. Chen Yu put Chen Sang down and took out his mobile phone, pretending that he was going to scan the QR code on the counter, but before he even opened up the Alipay application, he put on an exaggerated act, exclaiming, "What's that? A standing long jump challenge?" The female manager followed Chen Yu's line of sight and nodded immediately. Yes, sir. It's a promotion put up by our restaurant. I'll get a discount if I jump further than 1.6 meters. Yes. Why didn't you inform me about this? Chen Yu acted extremely displeased. How could you not inform me if there's a promotion? Sir, this promotion has been up since last year. Since there aren't many customers who have shown interest in it, we deduct 15% directly from the total bill for everyone anyway. We have done so for you too, sir. But if I am able to jump further than 2.5 meters, I'll get a discount bigger than 20% off, right? The female manager scratched the back of her head. Yes, but most customers fail to do so, she explained, throwing her hand up. But I can. I'm best at long jumps. Stay still, third eldest. With that, Chen Yu kept his mobile phone in his pocket and deliberately walked over to the diagram with loud footsteps to attract the diner's attention. For this jump, he endured his cravings and did not eat till full. Sir. Associating Chen Yu's actions and words, the female manager felt that something was slightly off. Please be careful. Our restaurant won't be responsible for any injuries. Of course, I will settle it myself if anything happens. Noticing the situation, a number of surrounding diners looked over in smiles. A few drunk middle-aged men even raised their wine glasses, cheering for Chen Yu. Beauty, will I really get the 3,000 yuan cash prize if I manage to jump over 3.5 meters? To prevent the manager from going back on her words, Chen Yu emphasized loudly. Yes, all our promotions are valid. Please be careful, sir. The female manager wasn't worried that Chen Yu would jump over 3.5 meters because it was absolutely impossible. However, she was worried that the high schooler, who looked like he was harboring evil intentions, would be able to make a 3-meter jump. If that happened, that would make the meal, which cost more than 1,000 yuan, free of charge. Great, I'll work hard for that 3,000 yuan, then. Chen Yu stretched his arms and legs, bending. He could feel energy storing in the soft cushion of his shoes as he got ready to jump. Little boy, safety is the most important. A bespectacled middle-aged man seated at a nearby table advised Chen Yu kindly. It's impossible to get the 3,000 yuan before the standing long jump event was removed from the Olympics. The world record for standing long jump was only 3.4 meters, and this is not a sandpit. Even a professional athlete would not be able to jump further than 3.5 meters. You will get injured if you do it too hard. Hearing the man, Chen Yai came to Chen Yu's side with bags of food in her hands. Brother, no business would make a loss. Don't injure yourself. Hee. Chen Yu winked at Chen Yike. He bent down as low as he could and exerted a huge force with his legs, leaping forward ferociously. Whoosh! A huge force could be felt from the soles of his basketball shoes. In the air, Chen Yu felt that there were two strong forces pushing him. He glided through the air across the colorful diagram on the floor. Bang! A second later, Chen Yu landed on his feet steadily. He did not fall. He stood up and turned back to take a look. Chen Yu was overwhelmed with joy. He landed at the end of the diagram. The jump was also at least 3.6 meters away from the starting point. Silence took over the restaurant instantly. Chen Yike was dumbfounded. The female manager was stupefied. The spectating diners and staff members' mouths hung wide open. The kind middle-aged man that kindly advised Chen Yu also lost his balance and fell to the ground. I guess that 3,000 yuan is mine now, Chen Yu said as he grinned from ear to ear. Don't joke around. The female manager walked up blankly, checking the long jump diagram on the floor. Her brain was in a mess. Ever since the promotion started 2 years ago, many diners gave this challenge a try, but there had never been one who succeeded in jumping over 3 meters. However, what was with this senior high schooler in front of her that made a jump further than 3.5 meters? Sudden enlightenment? Beauty, I think you should pay up. Seeing how distressed the manager looked, Chen Yu patted her shoulders. Hurry and pay up, we are in a rush to go home. What the hell? This is amazing, kiddo, you're incredible. Chen Yu's words seemed to be like a switch. They brought the spectating diners back to reality. Their exclamations rang across the restaurant profusely. Surprisingly, a buff man with amazement written all over his face walked over, eyeing Chen Yu up and down. Amazing, 3.6 meters. You can't even find anyone with such a record in the entire province. How did you manage to do it, boy? I may be a sports genius that can only be found once in a century. Chen Yu waved his hands modestly, seeming shy. Kid, you must go for the Olympics. They might not have the standing long jump anymore, but the regular long jump would be a perfect sport for you. You would win at least a bronze medal after some training for sure. That's not necessary. I'm just a senior high schooler, and I only want to focus on my studies. Chen Yu smiled politely before turning back to the manager. Big sis, pay up. The female manager broke into a cold sweat, stammering. What's wrong? Are you regretting your words? Chen Yu raised his volume, grinning devilishly. Are you regretting it now? You are an established restaurant. It's not nice to go back on your words. The buff man on the side chimed in without hesitation. We saw it too. We can testify to it. I saw it too. Other than a few elderly diners who were just watching the scene with smiles, other diners were speaking up for Chen Yu as well. Apparently, they were more than happy to see the restaurant making a loss. Of course not. The manager waved her hands immediately. I'm just stunned. Let me contact my boss. Understandable. Chen Yu nodded, picking up Chen Sang, who was still staring blankly into space. Then we'll wait, but please hurry and pay up. We need to leave soon. Female manager, Chapter 13. My son is awesome. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The sky had already turned dark when Chen Yu left the famous imperial kitchen with his younger sisters. It's not an easy task to demand payment, Chen Yu lamented to Chen Yike while carrying Chen Sang in his hands. I can't believe it took the entire afternoon. I had planned to visit more restaurants today. Chen Yike was at a loss for words when she heard Chen Yu's complaint. Her brain was currently a jumbled mess. Here, take the money. It's for your school trip. Chen Yu pulled out 4 bills from the huge stack of red notes and shoved them into Chen Yike's hands. Chen Yike took the money blankly, feeling the sense of touch that was unique to a 100 yuan note. "Brother, since when were you so amazing? How can you jump so far?" She couldn't help but ask. "I told you that I'm not an ordinary person. Do you believe it now? Big brother is so awesome." On the side, Chen Erk raised her hands high up, shouting excitedly. Low-key. Chen Yu caressed Chen Erk's head, grinning from ear to ear. "Big brother is awesome." Chen sank and Chen Yu's hands raised her hands too. Low-key, low-key, ahahaha. Unable to hide his pleasure anymore, Chen Yu threw his head back and started laughing heartily with his mouth wide open. From that angle, his throat could not be seen. As an elder brother, the most blissful thing that could happen to him would be to have his younger sisters look up to him. Double the sister, double the happiness. Chen Yu had 3 sisters, so he was currently on cloud 9. Buzz, 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 buzz. At this moment, Chen Yu's phone vibrated. He put down Chen Sank immediately and pulled out his mobile phone to pick up the call. "Hello, who is it?" "Your mother." "Ah, Mom." Chen Yu then remembered to take a look at his mobile phone screen. It was indeed Mother Chen who called. "Where are your sisters?" "With me. I want you back home immediately." "Do." After a simple and short 5-second conversation, a tone rang over the phone. Chen Yu kept his phone and turned to his younger sisters sternly. "This matter should be kept as a secret from Mom and Dad. When we get home, say that the food is all from a wedding banquet. I don't think we should lie to Mom and Dad." Chen Yike hesitated. "Chen Erk, I don't think we should lie to Mom and Dad." Chen Sank, "I don't think we should lie to Mom and Dad. If we are honest with them, I'll be faced with plenty of troubles. I'll also need to provide them with proof, witnesses, and many more. This is a white lie. Keep this secret well and I'll bring you guys for another round of good food next week," Chen Yu explained patiently. "Okay." Chen Yike nodded. Chen Erk, "Okay." Chen Sank, "Okay. Don't tell Mom and Dad about this sum of money either. Next time, just ask me for your school fees, pocket money, and other expenses. Stop burdening Mom and Dad any further." "Okay, okay, okay." "Don't get exposed. Just agree with what I say later on when we get home." "Yes, yes, yes." "Especially you, second eldest. Keep your mouth shut." "Okay." Creak. Chen Yu arrived home with his 3 younger sisters. He pushed open the entrance door to see Mother Chen in the kitchen, busy with her chores. "Mom." Chen Yu shut the door tightly and changed into his slippers. He then walked into the kitchen and said, "You don't need to cook. We brought back some food." Mother Chen turned back to see Chen Yu walking in with about 10 bags of food. "What are those?" she asked, slightly stunned. "Food that I brought back," Chen Yu said and placed the bags on the table. He opened them up, revealing the food inside. "Let's have this for dinner." Where did you get that?" Chen Yu turned back, giving his sisters a wink. "I brought them out for a walk just now and came across a hotel hosting a wedding, so we went in to get some food. This was left untouched, so we brought it back," he explained earnestly. Hearing him, Mother Chen took a glance at the dishes on the table and turned to her children in disbelief. "You're friends with the newlywed couple?" "Nope." "So you went to a stranger's wedding?" "There's food," Chen Yu reasoned forcefully. Mother Chen turned to her daughters subconsciously. Chen Yike nodded. "Yes." Chen Erk nodded. "Yes." Chen Sank nodded. "Yes." Mother Chen. "Mom, look, there's some wine for Dad as well." As if doing a magic trick, Chen Yu pulled out a bottle of ocean blue and placed it on the table with a bang. "We have dishes and wine. You only need to cook rice today." You guys." Mother Chen scratched her head, not sure if she should laugh or cry. "So the 4 of you openly freeloaded on a stranger's wedding?" "Yeah." Chen Yu nodded. "Yeah, yeah, yeah." 3 echoes followed. Bang. After some thought, Mother Chen put on an angry face and banged the table hard, pretending to be angry. "Aren't you embarrassed? What if someone we know saw you? These are leftovers. They would have gone to waste if they were thrown away. Even if the food goes to waste, it is none of your business. No more next time." "Okay, okay. This will be the last time." Chen Yu nodded, taking the out that Mother Chen gave him. The last. Wait and see how your father will punish you when he gets home. All of you, go and wash up. Mother Chen glared at her children before picking up a piece of meat and placing it into her mouth. Let me heat the dishes up. It's not bad. Chen Yu immediately turned around, leaving the kitchen with his sisters. They made their way to the washroom, shutting the glass door tight. The Chen siblings stood at the basin. Through the mirror, they looked at each other, smiling slyly at the same time. About 10 minutes later, Father Chen arrived home from work. Father Chen was stupefied when he saw the piping hot dishes on the dining table through the window. After a short pause, he walked out of the house, looking up to stare at the unit number. Why are you standing outside? Mother Chen came out of the kitchen with a spatula in her right hand and a ladle in her left hand. Frowning, she said, "Coming. Are you divorcing me?" Father Chen burst out with a shocking sentence. What nonsense are you spouting? Aiming accurately, Mother Chen smacked Father Chen's head hard with a ladle. Ding! There was a clear and loud ring. Chen Yu, who was sitting in the living room, saw the scene and turned to Chen. Yike! How does it sound? Chen. Yike! Great! Chen Sank raised her hands happily. In the entrance hall, Father Chen covered his head. How much did you spend on this? How are we going to get through the remaining days? Not a single cent. Your dear son brought it back. Mother Chen glared at Father Chen and went back to the kitchen. Go and wash your hands. Chen Yu. Father Chen looked over at Chen Yu. Explain this. Not only did he openly freeload on a stranger's wedding banquet, but he also brought these back. Before Chen Yu could explain himself, Mother Chen couldn't help but chip in. He even brought a bottle of wine back. You must give him a good lecture. This is simply embarrassing. We let him live without punishment for a few years, and he now thinks that the world is his. Dad, this will be the last time. Chen Yu immediately admitted to his mistake. It was uncertain what Father Chen was thinking, but after taking a glance at the dishes and staring at Chen Yu for a few moments, he stuck out a thumb suddenly. Damn. As expected of my so. Ding. Father Chen was smacked with a ladle before he could say anything more. Chapter 14, Disgraceful Bunch. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Mom, we're leaving. Take care. The next day, at 7:30 a.m., after a sumptuous breakfast, the Chen siblings left for school together. Chen Yu carried Chen Sank's school bag in his left hand, Chen Erk's school bag in his right, Chen Yike's school bag in front of his chest, and his own on his back. He looked like a living hanging rack that was leading the three little girls. Following the usual route, it only took them about 5 minutes to arrive at a kindergarten. The group stopped in their tracks. Listen to the teacher and have fun. Take care and stay safe. Chen Yu passed Chen Sank the bag in his left hand. Chen Sank took the bag and nodded seriously. She carried her bag and waddled into the school. Her steps were slightly unsteady. Let's go, Chen Yu commanded, pointing to the front, and resumed his job of leading the way. About 8 minutes later, they arrived at a primary school. Chen Yu passed Chen Erk the bag in his right hand. Second eldest, listen in class and don't daydream. If anybody bullies you, tell me. Okay. Chen Erk took her bag and trotted into the school. Within no time, she was out of sight. Let's go. A few minutes later, Chen Yu and Chen Yike arrived at a middle school. Chen Yu removed the bag on his chest and threw it to Chen Yike. Listen up, no dating, or I'll break your leg. And that was all he said. Chen Yike took the bag silently. Flushing red, Chen Yike kicked Chen Yu in his legs firmly. Bang! Chen Yu crouched on the ground slowly, grabbing his leg in pain. After sending off his sisters, Chen Yu made a turn and walked along the streets, passing 4 traffic lights. He soon arrived at his school, Jinzu District 6th High School. It was a peculiar school that was well known across the entire province. It was said that top-tier schools focused on results, second-tier schools focused on discipline, and third-tier schools focused on hygiene. However, 6th High did not focus on anything. Instead, 6th High took an approach that was similar to university life. As long as it wasn't fighting, the school would close an eye to anything the student did. Entering the classroom blocks, Chen Yu came to class 2-2. He was welcomed by his classmates, who were partying. There were students snacking, flirting around, reading comics, boasting around. All of his classmates were doing almost everything except for studying. A group of bad students who are engrossed with having fun. What a disgrace. Chen Yu curled his lips, secretly looking at his classmates' degenerate actions in contempt. He walked along the side of the classroom to the last row and sat down on his seat, then began reading R18 novels. It was now 8:12 a.m., about 40 minutes until the release of his video. After scrolling through Bilibili for a while, there was nothing that caught his eyes. Chen Yu rolled 2 paper balls and stuffed them in his ears. He then rested his head on the table, ready to take a nap before class. He did not have a good sleep yesterday night. The excitement of earning a sum and the butterflies in his stomach due to the fact that his video would be uploaded today at 9:00 a.m. had him half awake the entire night. The dreams he had were weird too. Becoming the head of state, turning into a prisoner, being dissected by a group of people in white robes, being assassinated by people from the future, causing an explosion during unboxings. In summary, he couldn't sleep well and was feeling fearful for reasons unknown even to himself. Chen Yu thought that, in school, which was crowded with people, he would have a sense of security and be able to sleep well. However, as soon as he drifted off to dreamland, a smack on his back woke him up. "Brother Chen, you got yourself some new shoes?" He looked up with bleary eyes to realize that it was the bald teenager sitting right in front of him who woke him up. "Bald Lee, are you crazy? This is not the time to sleep. What are you supposed to do if you can't sleep during class later on? Get lost, get lost." Chen Yu waved his hand in annoyance. He rested his head on the table once again and turned away. Bald Lee's real name was Li Liang. As he started balding since young, he decided to just shave his head to avoid getting mocked, which eventually gained him the nickname of Bald Lee. Due to the two of them being seated close to each other, Chen Yu and Li Liang frequently interacted with each other. In school, Li Liang could be considered one of Chen Yu's close friends. "Hey, wake up. Brother Chen, did you get these shoes online? Why are they so dope? Are they a new model? How much did they cost?" Not even looking up, Chen Yu stretched out 2 fingers slowly. 2,000. Li Liang gasped. "Nah, 2 words, get lost." "Big brother Chen, why are you so cold to me today?" Li Liang complained like a girl. In response to Li Liang's words, Chen Yu pulled out a broken chair leg with nails from his table. Don't fool around. Sleep as much as you want. When Chen Yu woke up, class had already started. His form teacher, who had a hunched back, was standing at the lectern, teaching as he scribbled on the blackboard with his chalk. None of the man's words were alien to Chen Yu, but when they were joined together, he couldn't understand anything. Chen Yu's math foundation was so weak that he could not understand high school mathematics even a tad. Oh yeah. While trying to make sense of the gibberish that his teacher was saying, Chen Yu suddenly smacked his head. He then took out his phone immediately, setting it to silent mode before opening up Bilibili and refreshing the technology section like a madman. It was long past 9 a.m. by now, so his review video should have been posted already. He was eager to check out the feedback for his video. But as time trickled past, his video had yet to appear on his home page despite him refreshing till his hands were sore. He didn't want to search up any related keywords in the search bar, as it would expose his identity. No stranger would search for a new uploader's video unless it contained words that were trending. Only the newbie himself or someone who they knew personally would do so. To keep his identity a total secret, Chen Yu could only refresh his home page continuously if he wished to locate his video. Or did it not go through the audit? After persevering for another 5 minutes, Chen Yu exited Bilibili, opened up WeChat, and typed an inquiry. "Chen Yu, my video should have been posted. Is there a chance that it failed to pass the audit?" Transdimensional marketing number. We pay attention to your video constantly, thus we would resolve any problems for you. This includes the audit, copyright, and many more, even problems like blacklisting. Chen Yu, I have a question. Since you can edit, upload the videos automatically, and even have control over my channel, why don't you just promote my videos yourself? Transdimensional marketing According to Article 17 of the Earth Alliance's Space-Time Anti-Monopoly Law, any business activities that involve other spacetimes must involve a natural citizen with perfect civic rights of that spacetime. He or she must also be given at least 51% of the profits. Note: fame and promotion revenue generated from the advertisement are not included in the calculation of the actual revenue. Chen Yu, then where's my 51% of the profits? Transdimensional marketing. You have donated them to charity. Chen Yu. Transdimensional marketing. Do you have any other questions, Mr. Chen? Chen Yu. How's my video doing? How many views are there? Transdimensional marketing. Currently, your video has 48 views on Bilibili. Chen Yu. That's so few. Is it doomed? Transdimensional marketing. Bilibili's promotion mechanism is separated into shares, comments, saves, bullet comments, views. Since you weren't promoted by the editor of Bilibili, the number of views is still considered acceptable. Chen Yu. Then I'm at ease. Chen Yu exited WeChat and opened up Bilibili once again. He settled into a comfortable position and started scrolling up and down, up and down, up and down with his right hand. Chapter 15, No Time for Talk. Get on. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Ding dong ding dong. The ringing of the school bell rang across the school, signifying that it was the end of the school day. At the same time, the students of Class 2 shot up from their sleep. It only took half a second for the sleepy students to be in glowing spirits. Among them, Chen Yu was the fastest to get up. With the help of the microkinetic basketball shoes, all it took was a stride for Chen Yu to jump over the table. Before anyone could react to what was going on, Chen Yu jumped out of the window at lightning speed, leaving behind a gust of wind. The form teacher sitting at the lectern was at a loss. What just whooshed by? He lifted his spectacles, puzzled. Bang! Chen Yu jumped down from the second level, landing on the ground steadily. He experienced a less intense shock. The shock absorption is amazing. Chen Yu gasped, praising the basketball shoes' performance before sprinting toward the school gate at an extreme speed immediately. He was in a rush to get home to look at the feedback for the video. Just then, a teacher, who was practicing basketball by himself nearby, heard Chen Yu's landing sound. He turned around right away to see Chen Yu sprinting off. His eyes lit up immediately. That fast, a good seedling. Without the slightest hesitation, the teacher threw the basketball away and paced up, chasing after Chen Yu. Student over there. Hold up. Hearing the teacher's voice, Chen Yu turned around to discover that he was being chased by a tall and strong teacher. Assuming that the teacher was here to lecture him for jumping out of the window, Chen Yu picked up his speed without hesitation. Hey, don't run. Slow down, kid. Stop. In response to the teacher's words, Chen Yu ran even faster. With the additional boost of the basketball shoes, the difference between Chen Yu and the teacher's speed was as different as night and day. In just 30 seconds, Chen Yu had dashed out of the school gate and turned left. Wait. The teacher gritted his teeth and used up all his energy to go after Chen Yu. Stop running. Stop there. Is this teacher nuts? Chen Yu found a short moment to look back at the fierce and scary muscular teacher, which left him puzzled and in a slight panic. He had only jumped out of a window. His actions did not bring about any serious consequences. Was there a need to chase after him so intensely? Kid, don't run. What are you running for? The teacher yelled, ignoring the strange stares the passers-by were giving him. Picking up his speed, he shouted, what are you running for? I'm not going to beat you up. He's going to beat me up as well. Sprinting on the bustling street, all Chen Yu could faintly hear was the word beat. He was so scared that blood drained from his face. Chen Yu did not dare to stop at all now. Vroom. Just then, a policeman patrolling on his motorcycle saw the scene. Thinking that Chen Yu was a thief, he immediately made a turn and sped up. Under the growling of the engine, he made his way over to the teacher. Get on. Ah? The teacher stared at him blankly. I'm just. There's no time for talk. Get on. The annoyed and stern expression on the policeman's face made the teacher get on the motorcycle subconsciously. Sit tight. We'll take him down together. Remember, hide behind me. Okay. Vroom. The policeman turned the throttle and put the police siren on, dashing for Chen Yu, who was slowly getting further from them. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Hearing the police siren behind him that was getting closer, Chen Yu nearly burst out in tears. What was this? He had only jumped out of a window. Was there a need to call the police? This is crazy. That guy's insane. Scared out of his wits, Chen Yu ran into any random alley that he saw. Did I step on something expensive and break it? Realizing that he might have gotten into trouble, Chen Yu ignored the fact that his energy was draining away and pushed his speed to the maximum. Wee woo, wee woo. Following Chen Yu, who was scuttling through different complex alleys, the policeman frowned. Isn't he a little too fast? Is he on the school's relay team? Hearing him, the teacher on the back seat nodded his head hard. Yes, he said with excitement. That's why I'm having such a tough time chasing after him. Such a good seedling. A champion in the making. Squeak. The motorcycle came to a sudden brake. The policeman took off his helmet and turned to the teacher in utter disbelief. What did you say? He stammered. I said that I'm after him because he's fast. Policeman, teacher. After staring at each other for 3 seconds, the teacher was thrown off the motorcycle as the policeman put his helmet back on and turned the throttle furiously, leaving behind a puff of exhaust gas in the teacher's face. Cough. Cough cough. The teacher covered his nose and mouth, coughing furiously. He stared into the end of the alley, but Chen Yu was nowhere to be seen. He's gone. The teacher stood rooted to the ground for a long time. He sighed regretfully and turned around immediately, making his way back to the school. The surveillance cameras. I must find that student. Despite hearing the distant police siren coming to an abrupt stop, Chen Yu continued sprinting for another minute. Only after he had run out of stamina did he slump against a big rock in the alley, panting heavily. I think I managed to escape. What the actual hell was that? After a long rest, Chen Yu stood up with the help of the wall. He needed his aching calf muscles and took out his phone, taking a glance at the time before going toward the direction of his home. What did I step on just now? I didn't feel anything when I landed. About 10 minutes later, an utterly confused and edgy Chen Yu reached home. He unlocked the door and walked into the entrance hall. Hearing him, Mother Chen, who was busy cooking, walked out of the kitchen. She firstly took a look at Chen Yu's messy hair and then the bottom of his trousers that were stained with water and mud. Were you chased by a dog? She frowned. You really were chased by a dog? Mother Chen asked, astounded. Yeah? Chen Yu nodded. What type of dog? Were you bitten? A mad dog. Worn out, Chen Yu changed into his slippers and walked into the living room. But I'm fast, so nope. Chen Erk, who was in the living room, trotted over with eyes wide open. She had long arrived home from school. Big brother, you were bitten by a dog? It did not get me. Not wanting to say more, Chen Yu waved his hand and walked into his room, shutting the door. I'll take a short rest. Call me when it's mealtime. Plop. Chen Yu spread his arms and legs wide on the bed. He shut his eyes to take a 5-minute rest. Afterward, he stood up and sat at his study table, opening his laptop. Compared to the small incident that took place on his way home, Chen Yu was currently more concerned about how well his unboxing video was doing right now. 20 seconds later, the screen changed into the graphic user interface. Chen Yu immediately took control of his mouse and clicked into the Transdimensional Marketing Terminal application. He saw the changes in his profile immediately. Name, Chen Yu. Grade, E. Subscribers, 9. Main target, complete at least 2 of 4 missions. Mission 1, reach 500 viewers, 550 subscribers, 950. On the first advertisement, I have 9 subscribers and 83 viewers now. After learning the 2 statistics that he wanted from profile, Chen Yu double-clicked his mouse and entered Bilibali's account management platform under the marketing terminal's privacy protection. The statistics in the account management platform were way more detailed. Views, 335. Bullet comments, 72. Comments, 40. Likes, 64. Shares, 11. Donated coins, 31. Bought with real money by viewers to give to creators. Bilibali subscribers, 110. I have 335 views but only 83 viewers? Chen Yu was confused. Did they watch the video multiple times, or are viewers only counted when they finish the video? Chen Yu shrugged and went to watch his video. The next minute, the Chen Yu with a Peking opera mask appeared on the screen. A red bullet comment appeared at the top of the video. Warning: this video is real. It's entirely on nuclear energy. Chapter 16. This is the world of ACGN. I'm in love. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Warning: this video is real. It's entirely on nuclear energy. As this bullet comment passed by, Chen Yu's figure in the video could be seen grabbing the box containing the uranium-235 nuclear energy laboratory with both hands and banging it on the table. "Hello everybody," he said, looking into the camera. "Welcome to Transdimensional Review's first episode. Today, the product we will be looking into is a children's puzzle toy by two company. It's called the Uranium-235 Nuclear Energy Laboratory. Here before it goes viral. Uranium-235? Toy? Bullshit." Bullet comments slid past the screen from right to left. In the video, Chen Yu was adjusting his mask. "So, without further ado, let's start," he continued. With that, he tore the plastic wrapper off the toolbox and unlocked it. "Now, I'm done with the unboxing. On to the next step, introduction of the product." Straightforward. The fastest unboxing in history. As everyone can see, there's a number of different fun-sized laboratory apparatuses here in the lab. I'll do a short explanation for each of them. Chen Yu took up the manual on the side, flipped to page 3, and took a glance at the content. He pointed to a lens-like item. This is a spinthariscope, used for observing individual nuclear disintegrations. This white box is a Geiger-Müller counter, used to measure radioactive emissions. This small rod is an electroscope, used to detect the presence of electric charge. The circular glass is called a Wilson cloud chamber, which consists of an indicator. It's used for visualizing the passage of ionizing radiation. This is an alpha radioactive source made out of lead-210 and polonium-210. And this is a beta radioactive source made of ruthenium-106. This is a gamma radioactive source made of zinc-65. Look at this large glass cover in the middle. This is protective gear that will protect you and your surroundings from explosions and isolates the radiation. Yeah, that's what the manual says. While Chen Yu was doing an introduction in all seriousness, many bullet comments slid past rapidly. "Up. Are you serious? I think I have discovered something incredible," happily reported. "Wait to go to jail." I'm almost convinced by him. After the introduction of the different apparatuses, Chen Yu flipped through the manual. "So, we are done with the introduction, and we'll go on to the next step. Demonstration of product use. Due to time constraints, I won't be demonstrating the usage of the different apparatuses and will jump straight to making the atomic bomb model. But please take note that you should not play around with nuclear materials at home. It's a dangerous and serious violation of the law to do so. You're the only one who would do so. You're the only one who would do so. You're the only one who would do so. Guys, time to leave. Up's grave already has grass growing on it." He flipped to the page with the instructions and slipped his hands into the insulated gloves that were part of the protective gear. Chen Yu fiddled with the aluminium piece in the protective gear as he educated his viewers on science by reading off the manual. As everyone knows, a uranium-235 atom contains 143 neutrons and 92 protons. After a uranium-235 atom is bombarded by a neutron, it will split into two elements, barium and krypton. It will also release 2 to 3 free neutrons and a large amount of energy equivalent to about 200 watts. As everyone knows, I'm the only one that's clueless. Is Up really going to build a nuclear bomb? It's fake. Use your brain. These ingredients aren't attainable by any ordinary man. And even if he was able to get them, why would he post a video of it openly, digging his own grave? In the video, Chen Yu was holding onto an almost microscopic ball. The free neutrons will go on bombarding other uranium-235 atoms, initiating continuous, self-sustaining fission. This is called a chain reaction. The complete fission of 0.1 grams of uranium is equivalent to 2 tons of TNT. According to the manual, What I'm holding is concentrated uranium-235. Wow, sounds so dope. Is this true? I can't see it clearly. First time on Billably. Am I in an ACGN world? I'm in love. Chen-Yu put down the uranium-235 ball and pointed to the spherical projectile in the protective gear. There are two types of atomic bomb structures, an implosion type and a gun type. For this toy, it's an implosion type. According to the manual, we need to put the spherical detonator on before inserting the uranium into the projectile, which is this circular detonator. He then took a cylindrical item and stuffed it into the case. Now, we shall add in the circular aluminium piece, which will be compressed after the bomb is detonated. This is plutonium-239, an isotope that has a higher probability of undergoing nuclear fission in comparison to uranium-235. Lastly, a polonium-beryllium neutron initiator. And we're done. After about 8 minutes of detailed demonstration, Chen-Yu finally shut the lid and pulled out his hands excitedly. We are done with filling up the projectile. Nice. Full marks for your hands-on. I can't believe I'm watching someone build an atomic bomb on Billably. Looks fun. Will I be able to get it for real? Up. Are you sure that this is a toy? Will it explode? Ha ha ha, it would be incredible if it does. Rubbing his hands, Chen-Yu stretched his sore nape. He then took the manual to do an explanation. This model uses a layered structure so that it detonates from the outside in. As you guys saw just now, the spherical detonator is the outer layer. There are 32 miniature bags of gunpowder in it. When the bomb is detonated, the shockwave will compress the aluminium piece into the plutonium-239, which would be compressed further, causing the polonium-beryllium neutron initiator to release neutrons and begin the nuclear fission process. Let me repeat myself, this is a puzzle toy for children. It can develop a child's motor skills and basic skills. This will also develop their love for nuclear energy from a young age. And that's how humans go extinct. Bye bye bye. Where can I buy it? Degrees. This up is incredible. Subscribed. What freaking children's toy is this? A toy that toys with your life. A toy that you can only play with once in your life. Up is very near to being mutated. Detonate, detonate, detonate. Nuclear energy ahead. Warning, nuclear energy ahead. Now, let's move on to the last step, which is to press this button. We could be considered to have experienced a full process of making a nuclear weapon. Counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. At that time, Chen-Yu was unaware that the button could actually cause an explosion. He only did it based on what he saw in the movies, reaching out his hand to press down on the button dramatically. Click. With a sharp and clear click, the uranium-235 atomic bomb's protective gear lab let out a special type of gas all of the sudden, turning the glass of the protective gear gray. And Chen-Yu could hear a boom, boom. The bomb model exploded under Chen-Yu's eyes. He was absolutely terrified. Exploded. It had exploded. Boom. A dazzling ray of light that was as bright as the sun appeared. Even under the filter of the special gas and gray protection gear, it still couldn't prevent Chen-Yu's eyes from stinging. Boom boom boom. The toolbox vibrated violently, causing the apparatuses to fly out and the makeshift table that Chen-Yu painstakingly built to collapse. Suddenly, a miniature mushroom cloud could be seen on the screen, and a piece of meme music about explosions played in the background, and a chain of bullet comments could be seen, blocking half of the image on the screen. Exclamation mark. It exploded. FFFFFFFFFFFF. Knowledge is power. I was here. The scene of a brand S mobile phone exploding. Crap. Amazing. It really exploded. Did Up make a nuclear weapon for real? Special effects. The atomic bomb is so small, how could it create a mushroom cloud? The glass is fine too. It broke. The glass broke. Such a cool effect. Live testing of a GTX 1070. Up. You're dope. I salute you, sincerely. Third time viewing this. My fourth. The mushroom cloud is so beautiful. Chibaku Tensai. World peace. The best toy for children. Apostrophe, comma. Open up. Police are here. Chapter 17, mission complete. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The video had ended. but Chen Yu hadn't really had enough of the video. Watching a video on Bilibili with and without bullet comments were two experiences that were as different as night and day. Chen Yu was not a narcissistic person, but being an avid Bilibili user, he was sure that this video was up to standard or even better. He should be able to meet the target given by Transdimensional Marketing. He pulled out his phone and entered WeChat, typing a message quickly and sending it over. Chen Yu, after watching the video, I feel that it was okay. There are quite a number of bullet comments and regular comments too, but why are there so few views? Transdimensional Marketing. It's mainly due to the title and thumbnail, which aren't captivating enough. It did not pique the interest of many Bilibili users that came across your video. We have the detailed statistics here, and I can send them to you if you need them. Is that so? Chen Yu took a glance at the video title on his laptop screen. Chen Yu, send it over then. Transdimensional Marketing. Okay, hold on. Chen Yu, one more question. How do you calculate the viewers? Transdimensional Marketing. It's the number of users that stayed throughout the video. Chen Yu, so if they left without finishing the video, it won't be counted? Transdimensional Marketing. Yes. The 86 viewers that you have symbolize that there are only 86 users who watched the entire video. Chen Yu, I get it. Thank you so much. Transdimensional Marketing, happy to help. See you. After receiving the statistics from the other party, Chen Yu turned off his phone and sat on his chair, pondering. After a few moments, he sat up, logged into Bilibili's account management platform, and changed the title and thumbnail of his video. The title became, Shocking. A teenager building an atomic bomb at home. The thumbnail was switched to the scene of the mini mushroom cloud in the video. It should be more captivating now, even though it's a little bit mainstream. I'll check how it goes tomorrow. The next morning, the first thing that Chen Yu did as soon as he woke up was open his laptop. He didn't know whether it was the correct choice to change a title or whether his video got recommended by Bilibili's system automatically or both. But when Chen Yu logged into the admin zone of Bilibili, the statistics threw Chen Yu off his feet. Views, 2,758. Bullet comments, 369. Comments, 212. Likes, 417. Shares, 66. Donated coins, 346. Subscribers, 871. The numbers had grown by 5 times since yesterday. Especially the donations, it was 10 times more than yesterday. The ratio of 2,758 plays to the other 6 statistics proved how excellent this video quality was. It was indeed captivating. Wow, looks like I'm going to become famous. After a few moments of staring at the screen blankly, Chen Yu exited the admin zone immediately and clicked onto the Profile tab. Name, Chen Yu. Grade, E. Subscribers, 48. Main target, complete at least 2 of 4 missions. Mission 1, reach 500 viewers, 619 550 subscribers, 4850, on the first advertisement. Damn. After a long pause, Chen Yu leapt up all of a sudden, punching in the air hard. He jumped up and down excitedly. It never crossed Chen Yu's mind that he would be able to pass his first mission within a day. Even though he was lacking 2 subscribers, it would only be a matter of time until he reached 50 subscribers. Holding in the excitement, he took his mobile phone that was charging at his bedside and opened up WeChat, typing furiously, Chen Yu, I've completed the mission. Transdimensional Marketing, we have been monitoring your progress constantly. Congrats, Mr. Chen. Chen Yu, I have to thank you for the product you got me. A nuclear energy explosive. It's a perfect gimmick. Transdimensional Marketing, it's my job. Chen Yu, will I get any special prizes for completing the mission early? Transdimensional Marketing, no, but completing the mission early will buy me more time to find a good product for your next video. Chen Yu, oh, it would be good if I could get more prizes like that pair of basketball shoes. Transdimensional Marketing, smiley face. Chen Yu, for the next video, what kind of product are you preparing to get me? Transdimensional Marketing, it will be decided by the higher-ups, but Mr. Chen, you can choose a few types and I will try my best to get something that you would prefer. Chen Yu, Do you have a genetic serum that can turn someone into a Superman with just one injection? Transdimensional marketing? Chen Yu? Or perhaps some high-tech machine that can print cash? Transdimensional marketing? Chen Yu? Then anything would do. It would be best if it's something that I'll be able to make use of and comes with good entertainment value for the video. Transdimensional marketing. We will try our best. Chen Yu put down his phone and navigated his mouse, clicking into the profile block. Within a few minutes, he gained another subscriber, increasing the number from 48 to 49. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than 20 more minutes for him to reach 50 subscribers. Chen Yu put his laptop away, smiling from ear to ear. He lay back on his bed and looked through Bilibili while waiting for breakfast to be prepared by Mrs. Chen. After having breakfast, he took his sisters to school. "Brother, I think you forgot your bag." On the way to school, Chen Yike realized that Chen Yu only had 3 bags with him. "I'll take our younger sisters to school, you can go home and get it," she said at once. "No need." Chen Yu smiled proudly. "I didn't even bring my bag home yesterday." Much respect. You flatter me. A few minutes later, Chen Yu came to a stop. Chen Yu passed the bag in his left hand to Chen Sank. "Take it. Stay safe and have fun." "Okay." Chen Sank took her bag and waddled into the kindergarten. About 8 minutes later, Chen Yu came to a stop again. He passed Chen Erk the bag in his right hand. "Lao pay attention to the lessons. Tell me if anyone bullies you." "Yes." Chen Erk took her bag and ran into her school excitedly. 5 minutes later, Chen Yu came to a stop. Once again, he took off the bag from his chest and threw it to Chen Yike. "No dating, or I'll break your leg." Bang! Ouch! Grabbing his calf, Chen Yu crouched down slowly as he watched Chen Yike getting further away. Am I trapped on the same day? 6th High, Class 2-2. As usual, Chen Yu walked along the side of the classroom to his seat and fished out his phone, scrolling through it. "Brother Chen, when did you leave yesterday? I did not see you during the last lesson." Li Liang turned around from his seat, asking. Chen Yu shrugged, not giving him an answer. He moved incredibly fast yesterday, and his seat was right at the back of the classroom, thus it was perfectly fine if nobody noticed him when he jumped out of the window yesterday. Remembering that he had jumped out of the window yesterday and seemed to get into trouble, Chen Yu facepalmed and dug out a used one-time anti-smog face mask from his desk, wearing it. There was a chance that the teacher would be here today to look for him, considering how determined he was to catch him yesterday. Indeed, Chen Yu was right. Almost immediately after the school bell rang, signifying the start of class, a few muscular teachers broke into his class. Meanwhile, leading this group of teachers was none other than the insane teacher that chased after him yesterday. Chen Yu, Chapter 18. Don't let him get away. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Class. The teacher walked up to the lectern, looking down at the students of Class 2-2. Gesturing with his hand, he shouted, "Get up, assemble at the field right now." However, despite hearing the teacher's words, Class 2's students showed no respect to him whatsoever, as none of them stood up from their seats. Instead, every one of them started whispering to each other. "Who is he?" "No idea. I think I saw him around in school once." "Could it be the teacher?" "We still have teachers in high school." "Good high schools don't, but ours do." "I heard that my dad had lessons during his high school days." "I had them during primary school too." "Those are some great memories." Hearing the students' disjointed words, the teacher couldn't help but feel sorrowful. "Class, I'm Nu Lan Shan, the teacher at your school. You can call me Mr. Nu. This is our first meeting in 2 years. There will be a physical fitness assessment taking place today for the whole school, so I need your class to get up and gather at the field right now. Oh, wow, wow, wow. I love long live Mr. Nu. Let's go." After a short silence in Class 2-2, both male and female students were all bustling with excitement as they scrambled to the door. Realizing that the situation was not going well for him, Chen Yu stood up without hesitation and blended himself into the crowd. As the crowd flowed out of the class along with Chen Yu, he was in despair. From the windows in the hallway, Chen Yu could clearly see the whole school standing in neat rows at the back of the school field, waiting for the physical fitness assessment to begin. Did I step on your ancestor's grave? Is there a need for such a huge commotion? Chen Yu wanted to escape, but the teachers were already following their class. If he dropped out of the crowd right now, he would be eye-catching for sure. Thus, he had no choice but to follow the crowd down to the field and stand with the school under another teacher's command. No matter who you are, as long as you are a student of number 6 senior high, I'll find you. Nu Lanshan stood at the front of the field, nodding his head in satisfaction. He turned to the discipline director next to him. Director, is the whole school here? Ah. The discipline director raised his finger, counting class by class. 30 seconds later, yes. They're all here. None of the classes are missing. He nodded. Great. What did you tell our principal? Is there a need to cause such a huge scene? The discipline director asked, puzzled. Ha ha. Nu Lanshan smiled, lowering his volume. There's a genius in our school, and I found him. Genius. This is 6th high. Are you sure there's a genius here? There's no doubt. I can dig up any genius no matter how deep they're hidden, Nu Lanshan said, boasting. He then took the loudspeaker from the discipline director's hands and gave it a few sound tests before shouting at the students with it. Students, this physical fitness assessment is extremely important. Please give it your best. The school will be recommending the students that do well here to participate in the country's 2nd grade athletic physical fitness assessment. If you pass the assessment, you will be categorized as a student with special talent in sports and gain over 10 marks or even several dozen marks for the national examinations. This is an incredibly rare opportunity. Unfortunately, this opportunity did not spark up the interest of 6th high's students whatsoever. The students stood at their places, looking extremely bored and lacking motivation. As the students of Jinzu District's 6th high school, a few dozen marks would not make a difference to their national college entrance exam. Attention, we shall start with Year 1 students. You will be assessed with a 100-meter sprint using this track. Nu Lanshan pointed to the 100-meter track on the outside of the field. You will run in groups of 8, and each of you will only have one chance. Your results will be taken down immediately. Warming up starts now. Right after Nu Lanshan finished his words, he only swallowed a mouth of saliva before he announced again, time's up. Now, start. 6th high's students and teachers. The physical fitness assessment started. After the first group of Class 1-1 ended the assessment, Chen Yu was certain that this was just a show that was being put on to get him, because the teacher at the end point didn't even bring a book or a pen to record the results. All the teacher did was fiddle with a stopwatch. So what was he assessing? The speed at which his hand could move. Chen Yu started to look for chances to escape. Unfortunately, any student that tried to report in sick would be brought to Nu Lanshan for a look. Chen Yu dared not risk it. After a tough decision, Chen Yu decided to stay with his class, hoping that Nu Lanshan would fail to recognize him during his assessment with his group. Just what on earth did I step on yesterday? Chen Yu felt like tearing up right now. Time passed, and very soon, every Year 1 student had done the assessment. They were brought back to the classroom blocks by their respective form teachers. Year 2 students, we will conduct the assessment following the sequence. Nu Lanshan shouted through the loudspeaker. He frowned and drank a mouthful of water. According to his conjecture, the student that ran so fast yesterday was most likely part of the Year 1 students. However, even after going through all the Year 1 male students, he still hadn't found the student he was looking for. He could not help but grow anxious at this situation. For a moment, he even started wondering if he had let that student slip through his observation. Little Nu, how is it going on? Did you manage to find him? A slightly obese man who was around 60 walked over to Nu Lanshan with a huge group of teachers following him. He asked, smiling happily. Hearing this, Nu Lanshan immediately turned around to greet him. Principal, you're here. I'm here to take a look. The principal nodded in acknowledgement. Have you found that kid? Soon. He's not a Year 1 kid, so I'm moving on to the Year 2 students now. Just like I guessed, he should be a Year 2 student. If you managed to find that seedling, you would have performed a meritorious deed to the school. But are you sure that he's good enough to be a national champion? Principal, didn't we take a look at the surveillance system together yesterday? With that speed, there's a chance that he might be the best in Asia. Nu Lanshan rubbed his hands in excitement. That's good, that's good. The principal laughed heartily. It's such a pity that we only got a back view of him and the front view was blurry. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. As they were having a conversation, Class 2-1 had finished their round. Now, it was time for Class 2-2, Chen Yu's class. 8 in a group. There's no need for girls to do it, only boys. A teacher walked up, pointing at 8 students randomly. You and you. Come up. 8 of the male students who were chosen walked up to the track. But to Chen Yu, he felt as if he was walking up to an execution ground instead. Go. As soon as they heard the command, Chen Yu's classmates took off immediately, running with slow steps. Normally, a school's academic performance and sports performance were inversely proportional. However, 6th High was an exception. Not only were the students here the worst school in town when it came to academics, but they were also the worst in sports. Why was that so? Even Jinzu District's Ministry of Education was trying to figure out why. Next group. Chen Yu was called to go as part of the second group for Class 2-2. He took in a deep breath, wore his mask well, and walked up to the starting point with his 7 classmates. He chose the second lane, which would be less obvious. Take off your mask. His body freezing up, Chen Yu said, Teacher, I have a cold. Take it off. It might be an infectious flu. Take it off. Fine. Noticing that the other party was starting to get suspicious, Chen Yu took off his mask and lowered his head, trying to hide his face from Nu Lanshan, who was standing near him. He was prepared to finish the run with his normal speed. But as time trickled by, there was no still instruction for them to start. Chen Yu felt a sense of danger and looked up subconsciously to see Nu Lanshan running over with a group of teachers. That's him. Don't let him get away. Chapter 19, I Only Wish to Study Properly, 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. That's him. Don't let him get away. Upon hearing the shout, Chen Yu immediately turned around, wanting to escape, but he was trapped by the teachers who were on standby since long ago. As the unbearable smell of armpit stench drifted into Chen Yu's nose, he fell into total despair. You win. You guys win. Alright. I'm not going anywhere. I admit I was the one that jumped out of the window yesterday. End of the assessment. Return to your classes now. After shouting through the loudspeaker, Nu Lanshan ran toward Chen Yu immediately. He held onto Chen Yu's hands tightly as he trembled with excitement. I finally found you. Chen Yu, it must have been hard for you. Principal. Nu Lanshan turned around, shouting in excitement. I found him. The student from last night. Wonderful. The plump principal seemed to be thrilled too. To my office, now. Yes. Nu Lanshan nodded sternly and grabbed Chen Yu's wrist tightly, dragging him away. Teacher, am I being sentenced to death? Why are you grabbing onto me so tightly? I got too excited. Nu Lanshan loosened his grip. Hurry up. Follow the principal to his office. Chen Yu. Currently, Chen Yu was feeling immense regret. Just because he wanted to get back home a few seconds earlier, he ended up having to face such a consequence today. Under the respectful gazes of the entire student body, Chen Yu was escorted into the school building and all the way to the principal's office that was on the 5th floor by many teachers and the principal of 6th High. Greetings, my boy. I'm your principal, Principal Pang. As soon as Chen Yu stepped into the office, the principal pushed Nu Lanshan to the side. He came up to Chen Yu, holding his hands and smiling at him warmly. How may I address you, my boy? Chen Yu was struck dumb by the abnormal attitude. His brain was currently in a mess. Principal, he's a student in my class. He's called Chen Yu. Chen Yu's form teacher popped out from the crowd of teachers. I'm not asking you. Principal Pang glared at the form teacher and waved his hand in annoyance. Get out. All of you, get out. What are all of you still doing here? Don't you need to work? After getting rid of the unrelated people, Principal Pang turned back to Chen Yu, wearing a gentle smile on his face. Student Chen Yu, come sit here. We'll have a chat. There's no need to constrain yourself. You're the genius of 6th High. You can speak to me like we are of the same status. Genius. Chen Yu was now completely dumbstruck. Let me introduce you to him, student Chen Yu. Principal Pang pointed at Nu Lanshan, doing an introduction. He's the teacher who discovered your talent yesterday, the teacher of 6th High, Nu Lanshan. Nice to meet you, student Chen Yu. Nu Lanshan reached out a hand in excitement. Oh. He shook Nu Lanshan's hand blankly as he slowly realized what was going on. So, you were after me because of my speed. That's right. Nu Lanshan patted Chen Yu's back. I knew that you were a good seedling from the way you ran. Why did you run off yesterday night? I couldn't possibly have eaten you up, right? Chen Yu. Instantly, Chen Yu felt as if 10,000 llamas were just galloping across his brain. So all of this took place just because he ran too fast last night? Student Chen Yu, why did you not display your talent during lessons normally? We don't have lessons. That's absurd. Principal Pang smacked his hand hard on the table. 6th High focuses on both intelligence and physical fitness. How can your health be forsaken for studies? But the key thing was that 6th High had never once done well in studies, either. Chen Yu held in the urge to ridicule. Student Chen Yu, it's a good thing that you've brought this to my attention just in time. From today onward, no class should be exempted from physical education. Principal Pang said sternly. He turned to the discipline director, who was sitting in the corner. Hold a meeting in the afternoon. Make it clear that class will be mandatory from today onward and students will have to take care of both studies and physical fitness. We will do well for both. Yes, Principal, this is a good idea. I will arrange it now. Principal Pang nodded and returned his attention back to Chen Yu as the discipline director took his leave. He smiled at Chen Yu widely and held his hand, trying to show his friendliness and make Chen Yu feel valued. 6th High teaches students according to their aptitude. Since you have an aptitude in running, it's our job and responsibility as your school to cultivate you and make you the pillar of our society. Chen Yu stared at his feet. So you're thinking of having me develop in sports? Yes. Nu Lanshan replied excitedly. Join the school team, participate in training, and compete as our school representative. We also want to train you into a professional athlete. No. Chen Yu rejected the offer immediately, waving his hand. He knew his ability well. He was only able to run so quickly because of the microkinetic basketball shoes. If he chose to participate in various running competitions, it was only a matter of time before his secret got out. At that time, he might even get himself into trouble because of the basketball shoes. Why? The excitement disappeared from Nu Lanshan's face and was replaced with confusion at once. He never thought that Chen Yu would reject him. You're being too anxious. You scared him. Seeing what was happening, Principal Pang glared at Nu Lanshan unhappily. He patted the back of Chen Yu's hand kindly. Student Chen Yu, we only want you to join the school team, train, and represent the school in different competitions. Be a professional athlete and bring glory back to our nation. What was the difference between his version and yours? Chen Yu inwardly retorted, his complexion darkening. He repeated, no, why? Principal Pang was unable to believe his ears. I'm a student. I don't wish to do sports. I only wish to study properly, Chen Yu said, stressing every word. Student Chen Yu. Nu Lanshan yelled, face flushing red in anger. Why would you even think of studying? Chen Yu? That's right, student Chen Yu, Principal Pang persuaded. At 6th High, studying has no future. Chen Yu, since you're born with this talent, make full use of it. How proud would your family and ancestors be if you end up as an Olympic champion? Nu Lanshan stepped forward and patted Chen Yu's thighs. Look at your sturdy muscles. I am sure you will be able to be an excellent sprinter after being professionally trained by me. Trust me. No. Chen Yu stood up, dashing to the door. A student's job is to study. I have class. That's a loser's job. Nu Lanshan jumped to the door, blocking Chen Yu's way. You're a genius. The genius of 6th High. The job of a genius is to run. What the hell are you studying for? Chen Yu, Chapter 20. I only wish to study properly, too. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. So there's no room for discussion. In 6th High's principal's office, facing Chen Yu, who was determined to take his leave, Principal Pang's face fell gradually. There's no room for discussion. Chen Yu waved his hands firmly. I only want to focus on my studies. Study my foot. Screw studying. Is he even a student of 6th high? Why is studying all he thinks about? Is studying more important than a gold medal? Principal Pang took in a deep breath, trying his best to keep his boiling anger down. He forced a smile on his face. Student Chen Yu, your alma mater would never harm you. It's best for you to develop your talent. No. Chen Yu shook his head. I want to study. Bang. At last, Principal Pang lost his calm. He banged onto the table hard and pointed toward Nu Lanshan. Little Nu, get Chen Yu's form teacher over. Yes. Nu Lanshan nodded firmly, trotting out of the door. Principal, what are you trying to do? I want to see how good your studies are that it's on your mind so much. 5 minutes later, under Nu Lanshan's lead, Class 2-2's form teacher walked in timidly. He took a glance at Chen Yu and back at Principal Pang, who looked furious. Principal, I'm here, he said cautiously. Chen Yu's a student from your class, right? Principal Pang at Chen Yu. Yes, he's from my class. How are his results? The form teacher was unsure of Principal Pang's intention. Be honest. 3rd or 4th in the class. Oh? Principal Pang eyed Chen Yu up and down, surprised. Your results are not, from the bottom. Before Principal Pang could finish his words, the form teacher gulped, adding on. Principal Pang, Gnu Lanshan. Chen Yu replied, sometimes I am better. I'm 5th from the bottom or even higher at times too. Is there a need to study if that's what you're doing? Principal Pang thundered all of a sudden. Well, I attach importance to participation. Chen Yu said awkwardly. I'm best at language. I can beat about 7 to 8 classmates when it comes to language. Principal. What's going on? The form teacher asked hesitantly. Principal Pang opened his mouth to say something, but he was too angry to talk. After a long pause, Principal Pang finally calmed down. He narrated the situation to Chen Yu's form teacher while making gestures with his hands. Mr. Nu, our teacher, discovered that student Chen Yu is very talented in sports. He would be able to take the title of provincial champion with just the speed he displayed in the surveillance camera's recording. How good would he be after receiving professional training? I'm sure that this is good for not only student Chen Yu, but our school and province as well. How honorable would it be if he could get a sprinting championship and bring glory back to the country? It's indeed a happy thing. But how did it result in a quarrel? The form teacher asked. His eyes were lighting up in surprise. If a student of his earned a championship, setting aside the benefits he would get directly or indirectly, just the achievement alone would be enough for him to brag about for years. It's obviously a good thing. But Principal Pang pointed at Chen Yu resentfully. He was upset that Chen Yu had failed his expectations. He rejected the offer and insisted on studying. Studying? The form teacher said blankly before staring at Chen Yu with widened eyes. Chen Yu, what are you thinking? Is studying something that you should think about? Chen Yu, I'll have the last say in this. Chen Yu, go for training and bring glory to our class and 6th high. I'm not even good at running. Chen Yu was on the verge of breaking into tears. Not good? Are you muddle-headed? The police officer on his motorcycle couldn't even catch up to you. Nu Lanshan clenched his fist with grief and indignation. With your talent, the world championship is just within reach if you start training from a young age. Chen Yu let out a sigh and plopped down on the office chair, leaning back tactically. I just want to study, and nobody can stop me from doing that. Studying is the stairway for humans to improve. Studying is the direction that I'll move toward in life. Studying is the basis of our country's prosperity. I love studying. Then I'll ban you from entering the classroom. The form teacher straightened up his hunching back. Then I'll go to the Minister of Education. Chen Yu retorted. Great. Nu Lanshan clapped. They would advise you to pick up sports too. Chen Yu. Just spare me, Principal. I think we should discuss this with Chen Yu's parents. He's too young and immature to take responsibility for his future. His form teacher walked to Principal Pang's side, suggesting, yes, we must discuss it with his parents. Principal Pang agreed immediately and turned to Chen Yu. Student Chen Yu, we'll leave now. We'll take my car. My parents are at work. Chen Yu's face fell. Then we'll go when they get off work. They get off work late. It would be a hassle. We'll go over any time after they're off. They only get off work at 2 or 3 a.m. every day. Then I'll sleep at your house. Principal Pang answered. He was extremely firm with his decision. Let alone an Asian sprinting champion, if his school could produce a national champion, as the principal that personally discovered this talent, he would definitely receive a promotion. Nothing was more important than the promotion of status. He refused to believe that a measly student could get away from his grasp. At 1:30 p.m., Chen Yu returned to his class. Under the stares of his classmates, Chen Yu returned to his seat, feeling like a fish out of water. Brother Chen, what's going on? I heard that the principal caught you. It's all around the school. Li Liang turned around when the English teacher wasn't looking. You're going to be popular, he whispered excitedly. I'm going to be dead. Chen Yu lay down on the table. Every part of his body felt weak. What happened? Baldly, let me ask you something first. If somebody is found to be in possession of items from the future, what would the consequences be? Of course the government would put him through torturous interrogation. Chen Yu, probably some psychological interrogation, trials, or even hypnosis. Chen Yu, maybe they would even dissect the person. Chen Yu, why are you asking this? Li Liang asked, puzzled. Nothing. Chen Yu looked up and sat right up. With a poker face, he unzipped his bag and pulled out a brand new Chinese textbook from his bag. Don't disturb me. I am going to study. Huh? It made Li Liang even more confused. I said I am going to study. So do not disturb me. Are you going crazy? I'm going to study. Chen Yu yelled. His teacher at the lectern got such a bad shock that she dropped her chalk. Chen Yu. She picked up the chalk that she dropped and turned to him. Are you mad, teacher? I am going to study hard. Chen Yu raised his Chinese textbook and said with righteousness and force. This is an English class. Chapter 21, Death to All Who Touch My Sister. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Dong, dong, dong. At 6 in the evening, a knock came from the security door of floor 19, Unit 1. Tiptoeing before the door, Chen Erk was stunned to see Chen Yu's figure through the peephole. She hurriedly opened the door and pounced on Chen Yu happily, saying, Big brother, you're back. Why are you back so early? Today I have some business, Chen Yu said as he ruffled Chen Erk's head. He then picked her up, turned around, and introduced her to the adults behind him, Principal Pang and Teacher Nu. This is my little sister. Hello, little friend, Principal Pang said, smiling while extending his plump hand in an attempt to pet Chen Erk's head as well. However, before Principal Pang could do so, Chen Yu moved Chen Erk away in disgust. Chen Erk was his precious little sister. How could he possibly let other men casually touch her? Moreover, to do so right in front of him. Was the principal tired of living? Brother, why are you back so soon today? Huh? They are. Chen Yike, who had made her way over from the living room, asked, her words trailing off when she noticed the teachers standing behind Chen Yu. Coming. Change your shoes here, Chen Yu said as he passed 3 pairs of slippers to Principal Pang, Gnu Lan Shan, and his form teacher. He then introduced them to Chen Yike, eldest. This is my school's principal, Principal Pang. This here is my school's teacher, Gnu Lan Shan. This here is my form teacher. Greetings, teachers. Chen Yike greeted and bowed in an extremely polite manner. My brother's mischievous behavior must have caused you all a lot of trouble. What a well-mannered young lady. Chen Yike's decent etiquette surprised Nu Lanshan. Subconsciously, he extended his hand in an attempt to pet Chen Yike's head as well. However, Chen Yu mercilessly stopped him from doing so. This muscle brain. I knew he wasn't anything good. Chen Yu cursed inwardly. On the surface, though, his expression remained unchanged as he said to Chen Yike, eldest, quickly serve some tea to the 3 teachers. Okay, Chen Yike responded before making her way to the kitchen to brew tea. Eldest, are mom and dad not home yet? No, but I've cooked the rice already. Mum will cook the dishes when she gets back. That won't be necessary, Chen Yu said, waving his hand. He then pointed at the 3 men behind him and said, Principal Pang is going to treat us to a meal. We'll eat out tonight. Huh? Principal Pang was stunned by Chen Yu's words. However, he quickly responded, nodding and saying, "Right, that's correct. I'll treat you all to dinner. We'll head out to eat once your parents are back." Chen Yi felt awkward in this situation. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about," Chen Yu said indifferently. "Right, this is something I should do as a principal," Principal Pang said. After leading the three guests to the living room and serving them tea, Chen Yi hurriedly dragged Chen Yu to a corner and worriedly asked, "Brother, did you cause trouble again? Why is the principal here?" Explaining everything will take some time. Give mom and dad a call and have them come back quickly. Is it bad news? You can consider it bad news, but you can also consider it not bad. Just what is it? Chen Yike demanded anxiously. It's fine. Just hurry up and give them a call. It's just a little trouble. It can't be considered bad news. After pushing Chen Yike away, Chen Yu sat at the edge of the sofa and filled 3 cups with piping hot tea before filling his glass with cola. He then raised his glass, fully expressing his hospitality as he said, "Come, drink up." Chen Yu's words rendered Principal Pang, Gnu Lanshan, and Chen Yu's form teacher speechless. "Feel at home. No need to be polite here," Chen Yu said before he happily emptied his glass. Feeling slightly awkward in this situation, Principal Pang turned to look at Chen Erk, who sat beside him. Upon noticing the lack of expression on the girl's face, he changed the topic and said, "Student Chen Yu, your little sister seems to be in a bad mood." "That's natural," Chen Yu said as he placed his empty glass on the coffee table. Leaning back on the sofa, he explained, "You're sitting on her bed. It's natural for her to be unhappy." "Huh? Ah, is that the case?" "I'm sorry, little girl," Principal Pang said as he shifted his butt away slightly from Chen Erk. Of course, he only managed to move half a centimeter. "Principal." Since everyone was looking at each other in silence, Chen Yu decided to try one last time and said in a near-begging tone, "Sports really isn't to my liking. I only wish to study properly, PFFF." Before Chen Yu could even finish speaking, Chen Erk burst out in laughter. His expression darkening, Chen Yu turned to his little sister and asked, "What are you laughing at?" "I suddenly thought of something funny." "Look, even your little sister knows you don't have a future in studying." Chen Yu's form teacher interrupted. "You should focus on developing your strong points." "My brother is good at long jump," Chen Erk said, raising her hand. "He's very amazing." "You know how to long jump as well?" Nu Lanshan's eyes glowed immediately. "Keep your mouth shut," Chen Yu said as he hurriedly covered Chen Erk's mouth. He then fiercely shook his head and said, I can't even jump across manhole covers." "We'll go through the various track and field events tomorrow and see which one you're best at," Nu Lanshan said as he crossed his arms. With an expectant look, he continued, "With how fast you can run, you definitely won't have any problems with long jump. We can also give high jump a try." "Spare me." Chen Yu truly felt like crying right now. If not for the surveillance system having recorded his running speed before, he would definitely run barefoot before Nu Lanshan right now to prove himself as trash. "Teachers, have some fruit," Chen Yike said as she returned from the kitchen with a simple platter of fruits. "Young lady, you are very well mannered," Principal Pang said. After taking a sip of his tea, he asked, "Which school are you from? I can assign you to a good class if you come to 6th High in the future." Upon hearing Principal Pang's words, Chen Yu could not help growing anxious. However, before he could even open his mouth, Chen Erk said fearlessly, "Doesn't that mean my sister's future is ruined?" "Ah!" Principal Pang's hand trembled when he heard Chen Erk's words. Sloshing some of the hot tea in the cup he held on his lips and scalding them. "Gnu Lanshan, form teacher." Meanwhile, Chen Yike stomped her foot as she demanded angrily, "Erk, how can you speak such nonsense?" "That's right." Chen Yu was delighted when he heard Chen Erk's words. On the surface, however, he maintained a displeased look as he lightly tapped Chen Erk's head and said, "Even if it's the truth, you shouldn't say it out loud. Understand?" "Little sister." "Good job." The 3 teachers. After hearing Chen Yu's words, Chen Erk lowered her head and said, "My bad." "Amazing. right? Hurry up and apologize to the 3 teachers. Taunt them, kick them while they're down. Teachers, I'm sorry. 6th High is still a good school. It is thanks to my big brother accidentally entering 6th High that my elder sister and I realized the importance of studying. Leave it to me. The 3 teachers, forget it. Stop speaking. Head back to mom and dad's room to take care of 3rd eldest. Beautifully done. Now, escape quickly. Okay. Hee. I got praised. Chen Yike then lowered her head and grabbed the edges of her shirt before pitifully leaving the living room. Teachers, don't take it seriously. Those are only a child's babblings, Chenya said before hurriedly refilling his glass with cola. He then used his now opaque glass to cover his irrepressibly curling lips as he said, let me apologize on behalf of my little sister. Ha ha, burp. The 3 teachers. Chapter 22, Is 6th High Doomed? This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Upon receiving Chen Yike's call, Mother Chen promptly left the hotel she worked at and raced home at flying speeds. When she opened the door to the house and saw Chen Yu's form teacher sitting in the living room, her heart immediately sank. However, she hurriedly forced a smile as she asked, Teacher, why are you here? Did Chen Yu cause trouble again? I didn't. You keep your mouth shut. Mother Chen immediately glared at Chen Yu, stopping his attempt at clearing his name, before moving forward to refill the form teacher's teacup. She then turned her gaze toward Principal Pang and Nu Lanshan as she asked the form teacher, Teacher, these 2 are Mrs. Chen, you're being too polite, Chen Yu's form teacher said as he stood up to receive the tea Mother Chen proffered. He then pointed at his superior and colleague and introduced them. This person here is 6th High's principal, Principal Pang. This other person here is 6th High's teacher, Teacher Nu. Principal? Mother Chen's heart sank even further upon hearing the form teacher's introduction. She then extended a hand to Principal Pang while saying, greetings, Principal. As for the teacher, Nu Lanshan, Mother Chen ignored him completely. Teacher? Did high schools still have the teacher profession? Greetings. Principal Pang said as he enthusiastically shook Mother Chen's hand with both hands. I am 6th High's principal. You can just call me Principal Pang. The reason for today's sudden visit is a matter relating to student Chen Yu. I hope you forgive us for our abruptness. Did my son cause trouble again? Mother Chen asked anxiously as she turned to look at Chen Yu. Why did you add again? Chen Yu questioned with an ugly expression. When did I cause trouble before? Chen Yu, you're still talking back? Why aren't you apologizing to Principal Pang yet? Mrs. Chen, you misunderstand. Sensing the hostile gaze Chen Yu was giving him, Principal Pang explained hurriedly, Student Chen Yu indeed did not cause any trouble. He is 6th High's most outstanding student. How could he possibly make mistakes? Most outstanding? When Mother Chen heard these 2 words, a thought instantly came to her mind, has 6th High fallen to such a degree already? Indeed. Principal Pang nodded while smiling. Student Chen Yu is extremely talented. He is 6th High's most outstanding student. The reason for our visit today is to discuss his future development with you. Hesitantly, Mother Chen asked, Chen Yu still has a future to develop. Mom, you're too much. Chen Yu shouted, mixed feelings filling his heart. Creak. At this time, the door to the house opened once more as Father Chen, who had gotten off work, arrived home. Upon seeing a bunch of strangers crowding the living room, he could not help asking, what's going on? Greetings. Principal Pang immediately extended a hand to Father Chen. I am 6th High's principal. You can just call me Principal Pang. This person here is Teacher Nu, while this other person here is student Chen Yu's form teacher. Chen Yu. When Father Chen learned of the 3 strangers' identities, his eyes promptly turned to Chen Yu as he demanded, what trouble did you cause again? Chen Yu. Mr. Chen, you are disqualified as a parent if you behave in such a manner, Principal Pang said as he applied his acting skills and put up a solemn face. Student Chen Yu is 6th High's pride. As his parent, how could you treat him with so little value? Pride? At this word, a thought immediately surfaced in Father Chen's mind. Has 6th High fallen to such a degree already? Principal Pang. After changing into his house slippers, Father Chen walked up to Principal Pang and said, I don't quite understand what you mean. I've just told this to your partner, but we are here this time mainly to discuss student Chen Yu's future development, Principal Pang said. He then pointed at the door and continued, this is going to be a long discussion, so let's head out and find a restaurant to continue our chat. My treat. This. How can we possibly impose on you for this? Mother Chen originally planned to say that she would treat the three teachers. However, when she remembered the family's finances, she immediately changed her words and said, let's eat at home. Home-cooked food is much better than what you can find in a restaurant. I'll start cooking right away. No, no, no. Principal Pang hurriedly waved his hands. That will put too much trouble on you. Let's just eat out. It's much more convenient that way. You can bring the children as well. Let's go. Chill. Huh? Where are the children? By the time Principal Pang realized it, Chen Yu's and Chen Yike's figures had disappeared from the living room already. Over here. At this time, a voice came from the front door. When everyone turned to look toward the voice, they noticed that Chen Yu had already ushered Chen Yike, pulled Chen Erk, and carried Chen Sang out of the house. All four of them were dressed properly and were waiting in the corridor outside the security door. The elevator's here. Hurry up, Chen Yu said. The five adults. After taking the elevator to the first floor, everyone from the Chen family got on Principal Pang's SUV. I know a restaurant that's close by and serves delicious food. Let's head over there, Principal Pang said to Father Chen, who rode shotgun, after fastening his seatbelt. We're really sorry for making you spend so much money, Father Chen said humbly. It's nothing. This is something I should do, Principal Pang responded. But Father Chen then looked at the taxi behind the SUV through the rear view mirror and asked, is it really alright to let Teacher Nu and Chen Yu's form teacher take the taxi? It's fine, Principal Pang said with a nonchalant wave of his hand. Instead of paying attention to his two subordinates, he continued working hard on gaining Father Chen and Mother Chen's favor, saying, as teachers, it is only natural for them to suffer a little. Moreover, Mr. Chen, you've nurtured such an outstanding child, benefiting the country and its people greatly. How could we possibly let you ride a taxi? Upon hearing Principal Pang's words, Father Chen could not help turning skeptically to Chen Yu, who sat at the back of the car. He then eyed his son up and down in an attempt to locate the outstanding parts Principal Pang spoke of. Chen Yu. Come, children, have some candy. In order to gain the Chen family's support, Principal Pang went as far as to curry favor with the family's young children. After digging out a handful of candies from the glove compartment, he passed the sweets to Chen Yike, Erk, and Sank and said, these are honey pomelo sweets. They're good. After receiving the sweets, Chen Yike, Erk, and Sank said, thank you, Principal. However, upon seeing this scene, Chen Yu felt horrified. Just why did the principal have sweets catering to little girls in his car? After driving through a few streets, Principal Pang stopped the car and led everyone to a nearby restaurant. Famous Imperial Kitchen. The Chen family's four siblings exchanged looks involuntarily when they saw the restaurant's name. It was obvious that all four of them recognized it as the same restaurant they had eaten and gotten takeout at. This is the restaurant I was talking about. The braised pork here is exceptional, Principal Pang said as he opened the doors to the restaurant and invited the Chen family of 6 into the establishment. Welcome. Upon seeing the group's arrival, the 2 beautiful female staff stationed by the entrance automatically bowed and greeted the group. However, when the 2 women raised their heads and noticed Chen Yu and his 3 younger sisters, they were startled. What luck. The main hall is empty. Let's dine in the main hall. I dined on the 2nd floor before, and the rooms felt a little stuffy, Principal Pang said as he entered the restaurant. He then pointed at a large dining table and said, let's sit over there. We'll follow your arrangements. Father Chen and Mother Chen naturally had no objections to Principal Pang's suggestion. As for the Chen family's 4 siblings, they naturally had no objections, either. As for Nu Lanshan and Chen Yu's form teacher, they similarly had no objections. However, it was a different story for the restaurant's manager. Sir, how many guests will be dining today? The female manager asked as she walked up to Chen Yu, the smile on her face not reaching her eyes. Upon seeing the female manager, Chen Yu involuntarily stepped back, together with Chen Erk and Chen Sank. He then turned to gesture at Principal Pang and said, "You misunderstand. He's paying today." Unfazed by Chen Yu's words, the female manager said, "Sir, our shop's event has ended already." Chen Yu, Chapter 23, That Dog's Bearing. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. "Sir, our shop's event has ended already." Upon hearing the female manager's words, Chen Yu turned to look at the long jump indicator drawn on the floor nearby and asked, "Isn't it still there?" "I'm sorry, but the event has been cancelled already." "Why haven't you removed it, then?" "We haven't had the time to do so." "Oh, but why are you telling me all this?" "Sir, I'm sure you know why." "I don't know." "Sir, our shop earns very little. Please." Originally, the female manager had wanted to say the words "have some humanity," but after giving the matter some thought, she felt that it wasn't wise for a service provider like herself to speak such words. Instead, she switched to "dine normally." Meanwhile, noticing the female manager pestering Chen Yu incessantly, Principal Pang grew dissatisfied. He smacked the table before him and demanded, "What is wrong with you, young lady? Instead of serving customers, why are you spouting a bunch of nonsense to children? Do you all know each other?" "Nope, we don't know each other," Chen Yu said, crossing his hands. Likewise crossing her hands, Chen Erk said, "We don't know each other." Chen Sank said, "We don't know each other." Upon getting reprimanded, the female manager turned to look at Principal Pang and immediately found his appearance familiar. She then asked Principal Pang, said, "Are you dining with this bunch?" "That's right." "Wait." Principal Pang's expression twisted when he processed the female manager's words. "What do you mean by this bunch? What is the meaning of this?" After the female manager evaluated Principal Pang's attire and took a few more glances at the four Chen siblings, she forced a smile on her face as she received the restaurant's menu from the waitress beside her. She then passed the menu to Principal Pang and said respectfully, "Sir, please take your time ordering. Our shop is currently holding a promotion, with a 15% discount on all dishes. Aside from this, our restaurant has no other promotion." When speaking the last sentence, the female manager had deliberately strengthened her tone. How baffling. Principal Pang frowned as he accepted the offered menu. He then gestured for everyone to take a seat and said, "All I'm going to order is your restaurant's special braised pork." "Mr. Chen, you order the rest." "No need to be courteous with me." "Principal Pang, I think it's best if you make the order." "No, you do it." "I insist." After exchanging a series of polite gestures and seeing that things were going nowhere, Mr. Chen finally flipped the menu open and ordered one of the cheaper dishes available. "Mrs. Chen, it's your turn to order." "Teachers, you two should order first." During the friendly exchanges between the adults at the table, the menu eventually landed in Chen Yu's hand. Upon receiving the menu, Chen Yu opened it without hesitation, and under everyone's shocked gaze, he started rapidly calling out dishes one after another. Braised pork knuckles, stewed pig intestines, stir-fried shrimp, pan-fried dumplings, deep-fried ribbon fish, twice-cooked pork, glazed pork belly, fried liver slices, stir-fried liver with spring onions, deep-fried tripe, disanxian, New Zealand bull kelp salad, kung pao bullfrog, cinnamon chicken wings, marinated natto ginseng. "Oh, right. There's no natto ginseng." "Well, I guess that's it." Upon hearing Chen Yu's list of dishes, everyone else at the table was rendered speechless. After some time, Mother Chen snapped out of her daze and hurriedly snatched the menu away. Then glared at Chen Yu. She turned to Principal Pang and said apologetically, Principal Pang, I'm truly sorry for this. He's still young and immature. Let's not let him order." Principal Pang naturally knew that Chen Yu was currently expressing his dissatisfaction with the forceful home visit. Chuckling, Principal Pang waved his hand and said, "If student Chen Yu likes to eat these things, let him have them." "Waitress, record his order." When the female manager heard a list of familiar dishes, she could not help but hesitate. In the end, however, she held her tongue. After both the female manager and the waitress left, Principal Pang loosened his tie a little as he glanced at Chen Yu and asked, "Student Chen Yu, are you acquainted with the manager of this place?" "Nope," Chen Yu answered and shook his head without hesitation. "Oh." Deciding not to comment on Chen Yu's reply, Principal Pang smiled and asked, "Did you order enough? If it's not enough, you can order more." "It's enough, waitress. Bring some drinks for the 4 children to whet their appetites," Principal Pang said to a nearby waitress. He then turned to Father and Mother Chen and asked, "Do you two drink?" "Let's not. We're already making you spend a lot of money, Principal." "It's fine. It's all for the children," Principal Pang said, placing emphasis on the word children for Chen Yu to hear. "Chen Yu. In that case, we won't have any alcohol today. I'll need to drive later, so I can't drink either," Principal Pang said. And seeing as Chen Yu had ruthlessly taken advantage of his kind offer, he instantly felt that he had gained the upper hand in negotiations. Hence, he immediately decided to segue into the topic and said, "Mr. Chen, since the food has yet to be served, let's use this opportunity to discuss proper matters. Please speak." Father and Mother Chen immediately sat up straight upon hearing Principal Pang's words. "Did Chen Yu cause some kind of trouble for you?" "No, number. Nothing of the sort," Principal Pang said while waving his hand. He then glanced at Nu Lanshan and Chen Yu's form teacher before explaining, "It's like this, yesterday, after school, student Chen Yu must have been in a hurry to return home. As a result, he ran very quickly, and his actions were noticed by our school's teacher, which is Teacher Nu here." After giving Nu Lanshan a smile and a nod, Mother Chen suddenly turned to look at Chen Yu before saying thoughtlessly, "Did he knock over something?" "Principal Pang, I know about this matter. Chen Yu told me that a dog had chased him yesterday. He might have been in a panic and did not pay attention to his surroundings. I don't think he did it on purpose." When Nu Lanshan heard Mother Chen's words, his smiling face suddenly twisted. "It was a mad dog," Chen Yu added joyfully. Now, not only did Nu Lanshan's expression become distorted, but it even showed signs of crumbling. Complicated feelings filled Chen Yu's heart when he heard his mother's and little sister's words. This is. Principal Pang similarly found himself at a loss for words to rebut Mother Chen and Chen Erk, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly. After some time had passed, he snapped out of his daze and stuttered, "Let's not go into the details of this matter. In any case, after Teacher Nu came and consulted with me about the matter, we determined that student Chen Yu is extremely suited for sports. This is also the reason for our sudden visit today." "Sports talent?" Father Chen could not help doubting Principal Pang's words. "Principal Pang, are you perhaps mistaken? My son has never shown himself to possess any talent in sports." No, number. This is because the two of you have been too careless as his parents," Principal Pang said as he wagged his right index finger. "Student Chen Yu is extremely talented in sports. According to Teacher Nu, even student Chen Yu's current sprinting speed can get him into the top 3 of our entire province. If we let him undergo special training, he will achieve even better results. This is an extremely outstanding talent. Maybe Chen Yu managed to perform better than usual back then because he was being chased by a dog," Mother Chen suggested hesitantly. "Nu Lanshan, it was a mad dog," Chen Erk added once more. "A mad dog is much fiercer than an ordinary dog. My brother must have been very scared back then." "Right." Mother Chen nodded in agreement with her daughter's words. "I've seen on television that people are prone to unleashing their hidden potential in dangerous situations. Chen Yu might not be as talented as you think, Principal Pang." After hearing Mother Chen's words, Nu Lanshan could not take it any longer. He abruptly stood up from his seat, then massaged his face with his trembling hands as he stammered, Principal, if everyone, excuse me for a moment." After saying so, Nu Lanshan lumbered away from the table like a lifeless zombie and disappeared into a corner of the restaurant. "Is something wrong with Teacher Nu?" Mother Chen asked as she looked at Principal Pang. Maybe he's feeling uncomfortable," Principal Pang replied while covering his plump face. As for Chen Yu, he quietly lowered his head. Chapter 24, Ha 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 ha. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After a short moment of silence at the table, Principal Pang resumed the conversation, saying, "The two of you might not be aware of it, but even before student Chen Yu got chased, our school's surveillance cameras caught sight of him running at incredible speeds already. He is truly very gifted in sports. In that case, the reason why Principal Pang sought us out today is to Father Chen prompted before letting his words trail off. It's to discuss with the two of you student Chen Yu's participation in the school's athletic team, Principal Pang said with a serious expression. Student Chen Yu's talent for sports is truly wonderful. If he undergoes special training, he can easily take part in official competitions. He might even become a national champion. We think that this is something very beneficial to his future. It might even set him for life. Upon hearing Principal Pang's words, Father Chen and Mother Chen could not help looking at each other in amazement, finding this situation slightly unbelievable. Principal Pang, are you certain you're not mistaken? Chen Yu has never shown any interest in sports before. Of course, I'm not mistaken, Principal Pang said, shaking his head. While this might sound harsh, if Chen Yu's talent were only average, I wouldn't have taken the time to pay you a personal visit. We verified his talents earlier today. He is indeed a gifted athlete for track and field. So long as Chen Yu chooses to go down the path of sports, there is a very high possibility that he will become a national champion or perhaps even an international champion in Asia. Personally, I believe going down this route is the best choice for Chen Yu's future. What do the two of you think? After hearing Principal Pang's solemn tone, Father Chen started believing in the principal's words. At the same time, joy and excitement also started welling up in his heart. We won't object to this option. So long as Chen Yu likes it, we will support him. Right. At this time, Mother Chen also snapped out of her daze. Hurriedly nodding her head, she said, so long as my son wishes to go down this path, we will definitely support him. Mother Chen had long since categorized Chen Yu as a partially crippled child. It would definitely be a pleasant surprise for her if he could succeed in sports. But the problem now is... Principal Pang took a deep breath, his complexion darkening as he continued, your son doesn't seem to like this option. In response to Principal Pang's statement, both Father Chen and Mother Chen simultaneously went, huh? Before turning to look at their son. Upon noticing that both his parents were looking at him, Chen Yu, who was filling a glass with the beverage he was served, nodded and said, that's right. I don't like sports. Chen Yu had long since firmed his resolve. He could accept the meal, beverage, and praise given to him. If there were more benefits to be had, he would gladly take them all. However, no matter what he received, doing sports was out of the question. It didn't matter whether it was sprinting, long-distance running, hurdling, basketball, football, badminton. None of them would do. In this life, he would have nothing to do with competitive sports. After all, once he entered the real competition venue and lost his microkinetic basketball shoes, he would be thoroughly abused. He might even bring unwanted trouble to himself. As a human, he needed to have a clear idea of his own value. That's the case, Principal Pang said helplessly while shrugging. This is an extremely good opportunity for student Chen Yu. However, despite several school teachers and myself repeatedly advising him, he still refuses to listen. I think that he made such a decision only because he is still a child and is uncertain about his own future goals. He also isn't aware of the pressure and cruelty awaiting him once he leaves school and enters society. Hence, I sought the two of you out to discuss this matter and hopefully persuade student Chen Yu to change his mind. After listening to Principal Pang's explanation, Father and Mother Chen finally understood the reason for today's sudden visit. The two of them then looked at each other and, within 3 seconds, thoroughly communicated their intentions and united their thoughts. Little Yu. The first one to speak up was Mother Chen. After straightening her hair and her back, she said in a sincere tone, logically, you have already become an adult, and as your mother, I shouldn't interfere in your plans for your future. However, before Mother Chen could continue speaking, Chen Yu hurriedly interjected, then don't interfere in them. I really don't like SPO. Bang! Mother Chen suddenly slammed her palm on the table, her action silencing Chen Yu and scaring Principal Pang and Chen Yu's form teacher. I'm sorry, Principal. Mother Chen awkwardly apologized for her rudeness as she nodded and smiled at Principal Pang and the form teacher. She then returned her gaze to Chen Yu and said strictly, that's right. I shouldn't interfere in your plans for your future. However, despite growing into an adult, you still have the mind of a child. I have no choice but to interfere. How could you possibly refuse such a good opportunity? The fact that your school is willing to nurture you is all for your own good. If you learn a skill set now, You won't have to be afraid of starving once you enter society. That's why mother will decide for you this time. Learn sports. Your mother is right, Father Chen said, nodding. I also agree with your learning sports. Didn't you two say you will support my decision? Why did you change your tone so quickly? In response, Mother Chen said, I said I would support your decision to learn sports. I never said I would support you if you chose otherwise. Father Chen, your mother is right. Chen Yu. Mother Chen, what's with your expression? Do you think we're trying to ruin you? Aren't we doing this for your own good? Why can't you let us have some peace of mind? Father Chen, your mother is right. Mother Chen, if you truly could handle yourself properly, do you think we would even bother interfering in your decisions? It is precisely because you are still immature that we are worried about you. Father Chen, your mother is right. Mother Chen, if you train well in sports, setting everything else aside, you will at least be able to keep yourself in good health. Just look at you. Once you get home from school, all you do is laze around the house doing nothing. At this rate, won't your body be ruined? Father Chen, right. Mother Chen, in any case, I'm calling the shots on this matter. You're going to learn sports. After saying so, Mother Chen took a gulp from the glass of hot water placed before her. She then ordered sternly, listen to your principal and learn sports. Mimicking Mother Chen's actions, Father Chen took a gulp from his glass, nodded, and said, your mother is right. Ah. After letting out a sigh, Chen Yu similarly held up his glass and took a big gulp of his beverage. He then asked, Mom, what did you say just now? After a moment of silence at the table, Mother Chen suddenly stood up, raised her hand, and sent her palm flying at the back of Chen Yu's head. However, Chen Yu agilely avoided her palm before it could connect. Mom. Spreading his hands, Chen Yu protested, I really am not suited for sports. Are you really willing to see your son running around all day long? What if I fall and get injured? Won't you regret it then? Just run well, and you won't fall, Mother Chen said. Pinching her waist with her left hand and gesturing with her right hand, she continued, look at Liu Xiang. He's been running for so many years, yet he's never fallen. At this time, Father Chen suddenly poked Mother Chen and said quietly, Liu Xiang fell. Huh? When? It happened ages ago. There are so many other runners as well. Isn't Liu Xiang the only one that fell? My dearest mother. In a desperate tone, Chen Yu pleaded, I really am not suited for sports. You're just sending me to my ruin. He was going to be a broadcaster that was going to lead the world's technological progress in the future. It was simply wrong for him to train in track and field. In that case, tell me what you're suited for. You can't possibly laze around and do nothing, right? Straightening his shirt and putting up a serious expression, Chen Yu said, I am suited for studying. As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, silence fell over the table. Afterward, Mother Chen, ha 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 ha. Father Chen, ha 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 ha. Chen Yike, PFFF, ha ha ha. Chen Erk, ha 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 ha. Jek, Chen Sank, ha. Chapter 25, The Professionalism of 6th High's Teachers. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Ha 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 ha. A deep frown appeared on Chen Yu's face as he listened to his family's laughter. Why are you laughing? What's so funny? Ha 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 ha. At Chen Yu's questions, Mother Chen's laughter grew louder, her mouth unable to close at all. Even Chen Yu's form teacher could not help but reveal a smile at this situation. Chen Yu, ha ha ha. Ah, I'm going to get wrinkles if I laugh at this rate, Mother Chen said as she massaged her sore face. She then continued, had you managed to pass even one of the 6 available subjects, you wouldn't have had to attend a tattered school like 6th. No. Principal Pang. What I'm trying to say is that, had you managed to pass even one of your 6 subjects, we wouldn't be laughing at you like this right now. With your grades, even if we sent you back to grade school, you might not score as high as second eldest. So, tell me, how are you suited for studying? Mom, don't you know that you can't judge a book by its appearance? I gave birth to you. What part of you don't I know? Little you. At this time, Father Chen, who had finally managed to stifle his laughter, interjected, every person has their own strong points. Despite your studies not going well, your mother and I have never forced you to study more because we know you simply aren't meant for it. However, Now that you have shown a talent for sports, why not develop it? I've said before to everyone that my son couldn't possibly be born a useless wastrel. Look at things now. Hasn't your chance finally arrived? Massaging his temples, Chenyu said. But your son really is a wastrel. Bang! Upon hearing Chenyu's words, Mother Chen angrily smacked the table again and said, "How could you possibly belittle yourself like that? I don't care. This matter is decided. You'll learn sports from your principal and teacher Nu. I'm not asking you to bring honor to our ancestors, but I won't allow you to laze around doing absolutely nothing." "No!" Chenyu shouted as he stood up from his seat. In a firm tone, he declared, "I'm definitely not going to learn sports." "What are you going to do, then?" "I want to study," Chenyu said, balling his fists. "I want to study properly and get into Tsingyu or Peking U. 1. Did Tsingyu and Peking U go bankrupt? Do you think they'll let someone like you get in?" Mother Chen asked. "Ugh." Chenyu gripped his chest upon hearing his mother's words, feeling as if he had just received a heavy blow to his heart. "Child." At this time, Principal Pang suddenly spoke up in a heavy tone. "Since 6th High's establishment, not one of our students has managed to enter any of the 985 universities before. When a few of our students managed to get into a 211 university a few years ago, we set off firecrackers in celebration, to the point where we burned down a nearby forest. Now, you're saying you wish to rely on yourself to get into Tsingyu or Peking U? Isn't that just wishful thinking? 2. So, don't you wish to nurture me into the first student to get into a 985 university? I'd rather believe you can outrun Usain Bolt than believe you can enter a 985 university, Principal Pang said, sighing. "Listen to us and train in sports properly. This is all for your own good. Moreover, truth be told, even if you have a talent for studying, you won't be able to develop it in 6th High." During last year's Teachers' Math Olympiad, our school's math director came out on par with the neighboring grade school's art teacher. Do you think you can place your hopes on such teachers? Just listen to what you're saying. Is that really something you should say as 6th High's principal? Chenyu, your principal is right. Whether it is inside or outside, 6th High doesn't look like a school at all. Principal Pang, I'm not directing my words at you. I'm speaking about 6th High as a whole, Mother Chen said as she nodded apologetically toward Principal Pang. It's fine. I don't care. Despite hearing Principal Pang's and Mother Chen's words, Chenyu remained unmoved, stating, "I want to study." "Chenyu." Mother Chen stood up in anger at Chenyu's stubbornness. "Is it wrong for me to wish to study?" Chenyu argued. "If a pig insists on doing scientific research, do you think its decision is right or wrong?" "Mom, you're going too far." "And you're not? Do you think we're trying to ruin you?" Stop arguing. Everyone, calm down. With mother and son about to come to blows, Principal Pang stood up hurriedly and tried to defuse the situation. "Let's sit down and have a proper conversation. Fighting won't solve anything. Being loud doesn't mean you're correct." "Principal Pang, we've let you see something embarrassing." Normally, Chenyu is relatively obedient. "I just don't know why he is so against doing sports," Mother Chen said awkwardly. "It might be because he got traumatized by the dog that chased him yesterday." At this time, Gnu Lanshan, who had finally recovered his mood and come out from the toilet, just so happened to overhear Mother Chen's words. Immediately, his complexion changed once more, and he retreated quietly to the toilet. I guess that's possible." Principal Pang momentarily grew awkward at Mother Chen's words as well. He then said, 6th High prioritizes teaching its students according to their aptitudes and providing professional education. Since student Chenyu prefers studying so much, let's have both sides each take a step back." "What's your proposal?" Chenyu asked. "How many students are there in class 2? Principal Pang asked as he turned to look at Chenyu's form teacher. "Principal, our class has a total of 48 students," the form teacher replied. 48, is it? Nodding, Principal Pang turned to Chenyu and said, "Let's do it like this, so long as you can score within the top 10 of your class during the next monthly examination, we'll let you focus on your studies. If you fail to do so, you'll learn sports from Teacher Nu. What do you think?" Upon hearing Principal Pang's words, Mother Chen immediately narrowed her eyes and rolled up her sleeves as she launched an assist, saying, "Principal, why are you negotiating with a child? If a child refuses to listen, just give him a beating." "Mom, what are you trying to do? Is violence the way to solve problems?" Chen Yu said, retreating half a meter without hesitation. The principal is right. Shouldn't you at least give me a chance?" "Fine, then," Mother Chen said. Since her son had taken the bait, she repeated, "If you really score within the top 10 of your class in the next monthly test, your father and I will stand on your side and oppose your participation in sports." While this compromise is relatively good, my current foundations are too shallow. How can I possibly score within the top 10 in such a short time? Chen Yu bargained. "I ask for the conditions to be lowered. I need time to improve gradually." Principal Pang nodded at Chen Yu's argument and said, "In that case, you decide on a result. Student Chen Yu, what position will you aim for in the next monthly test?" "The top 45. Chen Yu's answer had Mother Chen instinctively reaching for her chair. "Wait. How about the top 40? In response, Mother Chen released her chair and moved to grab her glass. "Top 30. It's fine if I score within the top 30. Right? There's only half a month left until the next monthly test. You should be more reasonable when setting a goal." "Top 20. Mother Chen said as she stretched out 2 fingers. 28, 22, 27, 24, 25. Deal. "Top 25, then," Mother Chen said as she set her glass back on the table. "If you fail to score within the top 25 in the next monthly test, what will you do?" "I'll do sports." "These are your words." A gentleman never goes back on his word. After hearing Chen Yu's reply, Mother Chen and Father Chen exchanged glances before revealing smiles on their faces. "Student Chen Yu, we have a deal," Principal Pang said happily. He then continued, "Since our discussion is done, let's sit down and have our meal." After saying so, Principal Pang turned to Chen Yu's form teacher and whispered, "Keep a close eye on him. Also, notify the other teachers of class 2 about this matter. If Chen Yu faces any problems he doesn't know how to solve, make sure they don't tell him a single word." "Principal, rest assured." While the teachers of 6th High might not be good at educating students in the right path, we're professionals when it comes to misguiding students. "Very good. I can rest easy with those words," Principal Pang said, nodding. "However, why do I feel like crying when I hear those words?" After instructing Chen Yu's form teacher on what to do, Principal Pang noticed that the dining table remained empty even now. Frowning, he pointed at the nearby staff members, who were busy removing the long jump diagram, and shouted, "What nonsense are you doing there? Hurry up and serve the dishes." Very quickly, dishes got moved to the dining table one after another. In the meantime, Chen Yu sneaked into the toilet and pulled out his phone. He then opened WeChat and started a conversation. "Chen Yu, you there? Transdimensional marketing. I am here." "Mr. Chen, do you need some help?" "Chen Yu, I know what kind of product I want for the next review." Chapter 26, Overachievement. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. "Chen Yu, I know what kind of product I want for the next review." "Transdimensional marketing. Please speak, Mr. Chen." "My team will forward your decision to our superiors when applying for the next product." "Chen Yu, a product that can improve a person's learning efficiency. It's best if it's something that can turn someone into a top student overnight." "Transdimensional marketing. A product similar to the enhanced memory circlet." "Chen Yu, that's right. It would be great if the product is even better than that circlet." "Transdimensional marketing. Very well, Mr. Chen. We will start the application process now." "Chen Yu, when can I receive reliable news?" "Transdimensional marketing. We cannot notify you beforehand. You will find out when you receive the delivery this coming Sunday." "Chen Yu, all right. Make sure to put in more effort." "Transdimensional marketing. Affirmative." Putting away his phone, Chen Yu took a deep breath as his heart churned with anticipation and anxiety. When he entered the toilet to wash his sweaty hands, he immediately noticed Nu Lanshan leaning against a wall and puffing a cigarette with a depressed and muddled look on his face. Teacher Nu. "Chen Yu." Exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, Nu Lanshan flicked away his cigarette as he said, I heard you got chased by a dog yesterday. No, don't listen to my mother's nonsense. How could there be such a large dog in existence? What? Wait, no. I meant to say that there wasn't a dog. Chenyu said, cold sweat covering his forehead. Teacher Nu, you misunderstand. After staring at Chenyu for a long time, Nu Lanshan nodded and said, fine, let's treat this as my misunderstanding and forget about this matter. I won't argue with a child like you. That's the spirit. Chenyu said, inwardly sighing in relief. He then revealed a bright smile as he walked forward and retrieved the cigarette carton and lighter from Nu Lanshan's breast pocket. After removing a cigarette from the carton and pushing it into Nu Lanshan's mouth, Chenyu lit it and said toadishly, here, have a smoke. You're using my cigarette to show respect to me? Nu Lanshan asked with a raised brow. Chenyu replied, don't mind the details. It's fine so long as you receive my intentions. Chenyu's reply left Nu Lanshan at a loss for words. At the same time, though, the depression in his heart faded significantly. However, just as the two of them left the toilet and were about to return to their seats, they overheard Mother Chen explaining to Principal Pang, Principal, I know my son very well. Let alone getting into his class's top 25, even getting into the top 40 is impossible for him. It is only a matter of time before he has to start training in sports. Let's treat these 2 weeks as a period for him to relax. After all, if it were us getting chased by a dog at night, even we would suffer a big fright, right? Upon hearing Mother Chen's words, Nu Lanshan promptly stopped in his tracks, shut his eyes, and sighed before retracing his steps to the toilet. Chenyu. By the time the Chen family of 6 returned home, it was already past 9 p.m. After taking a bath and saying goodnight to his family, Chenyu returned to his room and locked the door. Phew. Leaning his back against the door, Chenyu took in several deep breaths to calm his tense heart. He then moved toward his desk and turned on his laptop to take a look at his Bilibili account statistics. Views, 53,856. Bullet comments, 4,190. Comments, 3,271. Likes, 10,762. Shares, 1,047. Donated coins, 5,993. Bilibili subscribers, 12,060. Crap. Is this for real? Chenyu was dumbfounded by the numbers before him. Never did he ever expect his Bilibili statistics to increase this radically within such a short time. It seems my popularity is really going to skyrocket. He hurriedly took out his phone and sent an inquiry to Transdimensional Marketing through WeChat. Chenyu, is there a bug? Why did the numbers increase so much? Transdimensional Marketing, an editor from Bilibili, manually recommended your video. With your video's quality and the disproportionate views, comments, and subscribers you have, it is very natural for your video to get recommended. In fact, it won't be long before you get recommended on the front page. Chenyu, won't that turn me into a famous uploader immediately? Transdimensional Marketing, that is what both you and I hope for. The larger your fanbase is, the easier it will be to survive the marketing probation period. Chenyu, I understand. In that case, try to get me my next review product as soon as possible. Transdimensional Marketing, please rest assured on this, Mr. Chen. After turning off WeChat, Chenyu tossed his phone to the bed and exited Bilibili's account management platform. He then opened up the Transdimensional Marketing terminal and checked his profile. Name, Chenyu. Access level, E. Prohibited from worldwide live streaming. Subscribers, 977. Main target, complete at least 2 of 4 missions. 1/2, Mission 1, reach, 12,704 500, viewers and, 977.50, subscribers on the first advertisement. Mission complete. Amazing. After closing his laptop, Chenyu sprawled on top of his bed. At the same time, a slight hint of regret appeared in his heart. Had he chosen to publicize his identity back then, his family would become well off so long as he published a few more videos of such high quality. Right, I need to study. Upon recalling what he needed to do, Chen Yu sat up abruptly and grabbed a mathematics textbook for high school year 1. He then started reading through it earnestly. It turns out that I don't know a single thing about high school mathematics. After placing back compulsory mathematics 1, Chen Yu retrieved a mathematics textbook for middle school third years. However, after looking through the textbook for a few seconds, he closed the book once more. Let's skip grade 2 and just go for grade 1. Chen Yu mumbled as he retrieved the grade 1 mathematics textbook from his bookshelf. However, similar to before, Chen Yu fell silent after flipping through a few pages and placed the book back. How on earth did I manage to get into high school? How much money did Mom use as bribes? Scratching his head in despair, Chen Yu fell into deep thought. After a long time, he decided that, with his current situation, it would be best if he started learning from scratch. Having reached that conclusion, Chen Yu promptly stood up and went to the living room. However, when he arrived beside Chen Erk, he could not help hesitating. When her light source got obstructed, Chen Erk put down her worn-out crayon and raised her head. After seeing Chen Yu gazing at her, she asked, "Brother, what's up?" "Second eldest, you're in your second year in primary school already, right?" "That's right." Then, do you still have your textbooks from primary 1? Chen Yu asked awkwardly while scratching his nose. "I do." "What about them?" "This. As the eldest sibling in our family, I feel that it is my responsibility to test my little sister's learning progress," Chen Yu said, spewing a bunch of nonsense while ignoring his shame. "Give me all your primary 1 textbooks. I'll test you using them." "You're not trying to learn primary school stuff, right?" Chen Erk asked skeptically. "Just bring them to me like I told you to," Chen Yu ordered, blushing. "Have you forgotten that I've often bought you drinks and crayons? You have to listen to me." After staring at Chen Yu for some time, Chen Erk pulled out 4 books from beneath the coffee table, 2 of which were for mathematics while the other 2 were for language. "Gimme. I'll make a test sheet based on these books. If you get full marks, I'll buy you a new set of crayons." "Really?" Chen Erk's eyes lit up at Chen Yu's words. "Of course." Upon receiving the 4 primary 1 textbooks, Chen Yu promptly returned to his room and started flipping through them. After skimming a few pages, he smiled and chuckled. He, these questions are simple, after all. Chapter 27. Do you people have any humanity left? This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The next day, Wednesday, after Chen Yu dropped off his 3 younger sisters at their respective schools, he carried his small backpack and entered 6th High as usual. There was still some time before class started. As a result, the students of Class 2 remained boisterous and playful, fully venting their boundless, youthful energy. Only after class started would they quiet down and recuperate, waiting for the next time they could release their youthful energy. After arriving at his classroom, Chen Yu made his way to his seat and stuffed 2 paper balls into his ears. He then dug through his backpack, picked out an English textbook for primary 5 students, and started earnestly reading it. "Brother Chen Yu, did you hit your head or something?" When Li Liang noticed Chen Yu reading something that wasn't a comic book, he was astonished. "This is an English textbook, MHM. It's the 2nd volume for primary 5 English," Chen Yu explained. "Primary?" Li Liang was stunned by Chen Yu's words. "You're already in high school, yet you're still reading primary stuff? When do you finish class in the morning?" Chen Yu suddenly said as he read an English sentence found in the textbook. 1. Huh? Li Liang could not take in Chen Yu's words. "Aren't you a high schooler too? You don't even understand such a simple question, yet you still have the gall to laugh at me. Turn away. Your bald head is too shiny. It's hindering my studies," Chen Yu scolded as he shooed Li Liang away in annoyance. I'm not hearing things, right? You're actually studying?" Li Liang could not help being stunned once more. "Is there a problem? Didn't we agree before that we'd stack bricks once we graduated?" "You do that yourself. I'm going to tsing you or Peking you. Do tsing you and Peking you need people to stack bricks for them?" Li Liang asked in doubt. "I'm going there to study." Chen Yu declared as he angrily smacked his table. "Stop interrupting my studies. I could have memorized at least 2 more words during the time I spent chatting with you." Li Liang. After pushing Li Liang's bald head away, Chen Yu resumed reading the phrases recorded in the English textbook. There were only 2 weeks left before the next monthly test started. For this first week, he needed to grasp all the learning materials available for primary and middle school. Afterward, once he received the future product, he would use it to aid himself in conquering high school learning materials. He would thoroughly utilize these 2 weeks to evolve from academic trash. No matter what, he could not do sports for the rest of his life. While he didn't have the opportunity to do so in the past, now, all he wished to do was to be a good student. Ding, ding, ding. 20 minutes later, the bell signaling the start of classes rang throughout the school. After Class 2's form teacher entered the classroom, he went up to the lectern and sent a glance at Chen Yu, who was studying earnestly. Sneering, he loudly declared, "Students, let me tell you a piece of good news. Our school will be holding an autumn sports festival. Aside from the 3rd year's top class, every other class must participate." Upon hearing the form teacher's announcement, the students in the class remained silent for half a second before breaking out in cheers. As for Chen Yu, he covered his face with his hand as he gnashed his teeth in anger. What sports festival? It was obvious that this sports festival targeted him. Silence. Students, silence. The form teacher took nearly 5 minutes before he managed to suppress the classroom's excited atmosphere. After doing so, he gleefully looked at Chen Yu before continuing. "Students, this will be our 6th biggest sports festival yet. It is time for you to squeeze out all your strength and gain honor for Class 2. Whoa! The entire class went into an uproar once more at the form teacher's words. "I'll start calling out names now. Every student named must choose a sport to take part in. This is for the class's honor, so nobody can opt out of this," the form teacher said as he took out a registration list. "Once you've registered, you cannot cancel. This name list will be submitted to the higher-ups. Now, let's start the roll call. First up, student Chen Yu." Upon hearing Chen Yu's name, every other student in the class promptly shifted their gaze to him. Placing his English textbook down with trembling hands, Chen Yu slowly stood up from his seat and looked at his form teacher with a look of disbelief. "Chen Yu, what sport do you choose?" "Chen Yu, say something. Everyone's waiting for you. You people." Chen Yu opened and closed his mouth repeatedly as he looked at his form teacher. After some time, however, he sighed and said, "What sports are available?" "There are 2 categories, track and field and ball games." "Which one will you choose?" "Ball games," Chen Yu answered, choosing the latter without hesitation. Sports involving balls, regardless of what type of sport it was, were very fun. Moreover, ball games took up less time than track and field events, so participating in one shouldn't affect his studies by much. Ball games include basketball, football, ping pong, and badminton. "Which one do you choose?" "Chen Yu." "Basketball." "Very well. Sit down," the form teacher said, smiling while making a tick on the registration form. Afterward, he continued, "Next student, student Chen Yu?" Before Chen Yu could even start warming his seat, he stood up in astonishment once more. Huh? What? There are track and field and ball games. Which do you choose?" But didn't I just choose one?" "There aren't many in our class that love sports. We won't be able to fill many of the sports categories, so we naturally need to have those capable contribute more," the form teacher said as he revealed a demonic smile. "That's why we'll have to trouble you. Now, track and field or ball games?" "Track and field. 100 meters, 200 meters, 400 meters, 800 meters, 1500 meters, high jump, long 100 meters. I choose the 100-meter sprint," Chen Yu said, interrupting the form teacher. The 100-meter sprint took up the least amount of time to complete, so it wouldn't affect his studies even if he participated in it. "Very well, I'll have it recorded. Please sit down." Next student, student Chen Yu. At this moment, aside from Chen Yu, everyone else in the class similarly had their heads filled with question marks regarding the current situation. "Chen Yu, track and field or ball games?" Didn't I already choose 2 events? An able man should work more. Waving his hand, the form teacher said in consolation, this is also for the sake of Class 2's honor. I choose the 200-meter sprint. Very well, please sit down, the form teacher said as he revealed an embarrassed smile at Chen. At this point, even he thought that this was a little too much. In the next moment, however, he took up the registration list once more and said, next person, student Chen. Bang! Suppressing the urge to flip his table, Chen smacked his table and shouted, hey! Don't you think you're going a little overboard? Able men should work more. That doesn't mean they should work to such an extent. I guarantee that this is the last one. I refuse. Participating in 3 events is more than exhausting already, Chen stated sternly. Student Chen, this is where you're wrong, the form teacher said as he put on a straight face. This is a rare opportunity for you to put in some effort. Are you not willing to sacrifice yourself for the class? Chen, can't you see that everyone in the class is looking at you? These are all looks of anticipation. Chen, if you don't choose, I'll register you for the 1,500-meter run. No, Chief, you win. Show some mercy. I'll apply for the high jump. All right, the form teacher said, smiling while registering Chen for his 4th sporting event. 5 minutes later, the form teacher finally filled up the entire registration list. A total of 12 students from Class 2 would be participating in the Autumn Sports Festival, of which 9 were male and 3 were female, and the one thing tying these students together was that all 12 of them were very poor at studying. Seeing this, Chen got a bad feeling. All right, the registration for the sports festival is done, the form teacher said as he put away the registration form. He then continued with a serious expression, the sports festival this time is very important. Even the heads of the education department will be spectating the festival, so all students participating in the festival must go through training with our teacher every day. What? Chen frowned deeply upon hearing the teacher's words. What about our studies? You are our class's glorious athletes. Set aside your studies for now and focus on training, the form teacher said as he waved his hand. As for the students who aren't participating in the sports festival, you need to fully utilize your time. You mustn't relax even when you're on break. Prepare for the upcoming test with all you have. Do you people have any humanity left? Notes. 1. When do you finish class in the morning? Chen suddenly said as he read an English sentence found in the textbook. Note that Chen and Li Liang are speaking in Chinese normally. Chapter 28. Bewitched. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The 12 named students gather at the sports field right away. Train with the teacher and strive to put on an exciting and professional performance. After saying so, the form teacher chased Chen and the other sports representatives of Class 2 out of the classroom before slamming the doors shut. Chen, brother Chen, what are you standing there in a daze for? Li Liang asked as he tapped Chen's shoulder. Let's go train. Standing by the door, Chen had a reluctant expression as he looked into the classroom through a window and said, the form teacher must be telling the others in the class about the contents of the next monthly test. Let him tell them. Then, what does that have to do with us? Li Liang asked in confusion. You head over first, Chen said as he waved off Li Liang. What about you? Li Liang asked. I'll stay here and listen for a while, Chen answered before squatting by the classroom door and perking up his ears. However, less than half a minute later, the door to the classroom suddenly opened. Why are you bunch still standing here? Head to the field for training, the form teacher ordered with a fierce look. That's right. Why are you guys still here? Chen repeated in dissatisfaction as he turned to look at the 11 students behind him. Go train. You go as well, the form teacher yelled. Wait, no, teacher, let me listen for a bit. No, head to training. Don't be so cruel. I'll only listen for a moment. Just a moment. Leave immediately. Can't I just listen by the door? I won't even enter the classroom. No, no. No, leave, leave, leave. Fed up at the form teacher's answers, Chen roared, am I attending a fake school? Your current responsibility is to train properly and achieve a good result in the sports festival, the form teacher said as he put on a stern expression. What did you guys say yesterday night? You guys shouldn't go overboard. You will have to ask the principal and teacher knew about this matter. They're the ones that provided the registration form to me. I don't have a say in this, either, the form teacher said, shrugging. Now, hurry up and head to training. Chenyu, helpless. Chenyu had no choice but to leave the classroom building, together with the other selected students. Upon arriving at the field, he immediately noticed Nu Lanshan hard at work, instructing over 100 students undergoing training. Li Liang, you and the others head over first. I'm leaving. What do you plan on doing? I'm going to the toilet. I'm leaving now. Make sure to help me apply for sick leave. After saying so, Chen Yu quickly left the group and sneaked away from the field. He made several twists and turns through the school, then hid in one of the fifth block's toilets. Sitting down on the small bench inside the toilet, he took out the primary 5 English textbook and started studying earnestly. Humans were very strange creatures. Take Chen Yu, for example. When given the opportunity to study, he had adamantly refused to do so. However, when he was prevented from studying, he would try to study, no matter what. After Chen Yu had read for 10 minutes or so, just as he was sinking into the sea of knowledge and dog-paddling through it, the door to the toilet suddenly opened. Instinctively turning to look at the door, Chen Yu saw Nu Lanshan. The teacher stalked over to him like a demon and pinched his ear, demanding, "Why are you hiding here? Stop. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Why are you hiding here and skipping training? I'm studying. Stop. It hurts. Let me ask you. Didn't you register for basketball? Yes. If you've registered, you must participate. The practice match is going to start soon. The teams of both classes are waiting for you. Do you understand? I understand. Head over quickly, then." Nu Lanshan bellowed. With his head lowered in dejection, Chen Yu trudged back to the field and regrouped with Class 2's basketball team. Got dragged back by the teacher? Li Liang asked with a grin. How did he know where I was hiding? Do you even need to ask? There are surveillance cameras in every corridor of the school. The teacher went to check the surveillance system just now. Chen Yu. Brother Chen, did you offend our class's form teacher? The rest of us had to register for only 2 events at most. Why did you have to register for 4? Don't ask. I'm very depressed right now. At this time, Nu Lanshan blew the whistle he held, then pointed at Chen Yu's group, saying, "Those that registered for the basketball event gather here." Year 2's Class 1 and Class 2 will have their practice match first. 5 minutes, full court. Teacher. Chen Yu suddenly called out while raising his hand. Chen Yu, what do you want? I want to go to the toilet. Denied. I can't hold it in anymore. Chen Yu said, revealing a look of agony while pressing his hands on his stomach. Frowning, Nu Lanshan said, "Stop playing tricks and practice honestly for 5 minutes. You can go to the toilet after that." It's no good, teacher. I really need to go to the toilet. 1 minute. Just give me 1 minute, alright? Chen Yu said. And without waiting for Nu Lanshan's approval, he ran in the direction of the nearest toilet while holding his stomach. As for his speed, it was lightning fast. The surveillance system, is it? I doubt you can find me this time. After running to the toilet at the back of the sports field, Chen Yu climbed over the tall wall there and ran along the school's fence before hiding himself inside a garden. Disregarding his cleanliness, he sat down on the ground and started flipping through his English textbook once more. Study, study, study. Nobody could stop him from studying. Time passed by quickly. Sure enough, the garden was a good hiding place, as the crazed Nu Lanshan failed to locate Chen Yu even after mobilizing all of the athletes. While hiding in the garden, Chen Yu truly experienced the charm of knowledge. He found himself sinking continuously into the sea of knowledge and could not pull himself out of it, no matter what. Even when a student couple sneaked into the garden to make out in the afternoon, Chen Yu remained unfazed, entirely focused on his studies. Money, violence, beauties. There was no temptation that could shake his resolve to study. Ding, ding, ding. Eventually, the sky started darkening, and the bell signaling the end of school rang. Upon hearing the bell, Chen Yu promptly left the garden, climbed over the fence, and made his way back home, not even bothering to pick up his backpack in class. In the following days, as if possessed by the god of learning, Chen Yu's mind was filled with thoughts on how he could read and learn more effectively. The school's sports festival training could not stop him from studying at all. When practicing running, he would run until he was nowhere to be found. When practicing high jump, he would jump until he vanished out of sight. When practicing basketball, he would practice until both he and the ball disappeared. Nu Lanshan might be able to capture Chen Yu's body, but the man could not detain Chen Yu's soul. At this point, the desire to study had already seeped into every cell of Chen Yu's body. In just 4 days, Chen Yu had finished mastering the mathematics, Chinese language, and English language of primary school. He had also gone through the learning materials of middle school quite thoroughly. If he were given another opportunity to take the entrance exam for high school, he was confident he would not need to spend a single cent on bribes to enter 6th high. So, this is what studying is all about. Studying makes me happy. Studying makes me feel excited. Studying makes me feel enriched. Studying makes me realize the truth. Nobody can stop me from studying. As if possessed, Chen Yu continuously hypnotized himself into liking studying, while sitting on his bed. Afterward, he lay down and closed his eyes in satisfaction before falling asleep. Tomorrow was Sunday. It was the day where the new technological product would arrive. He was truly looking forward to it. Chapter 29, Delivery Arrives. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Chen Yu sent second eldest to her mental abacus class today. During breakfast, Mother Chen suddenly said this to Chen Yu while chewing her food. Me? Are you not afraid that I'll lose your precious second daughter? Can you grow some shame? Mother Chen exclaimed, smacking Chen Yu with her chopsticks. How can you possibly forget about your own younger sister? If you forget to bring her home again, just pack up and leave the house yourself. If I'm sending second eldest to class, what will you be doing? Working part-time. Doesn't your part-time start in the afternoon? It's the weekend. The shop's busy, so I can earn double if I work the morning shift, as well. Mom. At this time, Chen Yike suddenly pouted and said, you don't have to suffer so much. If you know I'm suffering, then save me some worry and help me with the household chores. If you do that, I won't have to suffer anymore. In that case, I think you should continue suffering a little. Chen Yike stuttered. Hey, eldest. It seems you've learned quite a lot of your brother's good points. Mother Chen said sarcastically. Nonsense. Raising her brow, Chen Yike retorted, where does my brother have any good points? Why does every conversation end up with me getting verbally abused? After hearing the exchange between his mother and sister, Chen Yu suddenly found the porridge in his bowl tasteless. Bang! Father Chen smacked the table in annoyance. Eat your food, he ordered. When it's time to eat, focus on eating. What's the point of sharing a meal if all you do is argue every time? What's gotten into you? Mother Chen asked in dissatisfaction. I'm not eating anymore, Father Chen said, pushing away his bowl before leaving the dining table. He then changed into his work clothes and left the house. Bang! When the security door slammed shut, the Chen family's 4 siblings exchanged glances for a brief moment before lowering their heads and silently continuing with their meal. Mom. After taking a few bites, Chen Yike spoke up hesitantly, my dad isn't angry with you. He just doesn't want you to go to work. I know. If you can see through him, do you think I can't? Mother Chen said. After finishing her porridge, she set down her bowl with a sigh and added, I'm heading to work. Deal with lunch on your own. After saying so, Mother Chen stood up and put on a coat. She then grabbed her tattered purse and left the house as well. Brother. After seeing their mother off, Chen Yike turned to look at Chen Yu and suggested, why not just hand the money over to the family? It's just a few thousand yuan. So what if I hand it over? Chen Yu mumbled while chewing his food. Our family's expenditure is much greater than that. Wait till I've earned more money. After finishing his meal, Chen Yu returned to his room and opened his laptop to check his account's statistics on Bilibili. Views, 423,377. Bullet comments, 11,394. Comments, 7,612. Likes, 88,153. Shares, 2,660. Donated coins, 48,011. Bilibili subscribers, 132,207. In just 5 days, his first video had already been actively recommended by Bilibili and pushed to the first trending page. His account statistics had also skyrocketed, with his total views exceeding even 400,000. From Chen Yu's rough understanding of Bilibili's platform, he could have earned at least 1,200 yuan from just this one video. Moreover, as more time passed, this video would have generated him even more income. Unfortunately, as he had chosen to conceal his identity, he wouldn't see a single cent of that money. He could only watch as all his profits went to charity. Although I know that keeping my identity hidden is the best option, I still can't help but feel pissed. Closing his laptop, Chen Yu held up his phone to check the time. He then left his room and shouted at Chen Erk, who was currently drawing in the living room, "Hey, second eldest, change your clothes. It's time for class." Chen Yu's words stunned Chen Erk. Raising her head to look at the clock on the wall, she scratched her head and said, "It's just a little over 8 o'clock. My class only starts at 9. I have a delivery coming in at 9, so I won't be able to drop you off at that time," Chen Yu said as he grabbed his coat from the clothes stand. He then helped Chen Erk into her coat before dragging her toward the door. "Brother, it's too early," Chen Yike said, sticking her head out of the kitchen. "What's the point of going so soon?" Waving his hand, Chen Yu said, "She can start learning sooner by herself if she arrives earlier." "Bag? I haven't taken my bag," Chen Erk said, her cheeks puffed up in dissatisfaction as she pointed at the bag lying on the sofa. "Go get it quickly. And also, my water bottle." "No need for that. I'll buy a drink for you." After saying so, Chen Yu picked up Chen Erk with one arm and left the house. In less than 20 minutes, the brother-sister duo arrived before the front door of the Mental Abacus Tuition Center. Looking through the glass door, the two of them saw 3 teachers and a little boy with a pointed head inside the tuition center. "Oh, Erk, why are you here so early?" When one of the female teachers noticed Chen Erk, she hurriedly opened the door for the pair of siblings. Bending down to give Chen Erk's head a pat, the teacher asked, "Did your big brother send you here?" "MHM. Chen Erk nodded despondently. "Why did you send her here so early?" "It's not yet time for class," the female teacher asked as she raised her head to look at Chen Yu. Awkwardly rubbing his neck, Chen Yu answered, "She's just playing at home. Rather than doing that, she might as well come here earlier and practice her mental abacus." HMPH. Chen Erk pouted in dissatisfaction. "Hurry up and go inside. I'll go buy you a drink." "I don't want to," Chen Erk complained. "I'm not happy." "What will I do?" Chen Yu thought out loud. "How about I give you a punch? You're such a cute little sister. You should look very good once you take a punch and start crying." "Wah!" Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, Chen Erk broke into tears and started wailing. "Ha ha ha ha." Chen Yu could not help guffawing. As for the female teacher standing nearby, she looked at Chen Yu as if he was a demon. After passing his crying little sister to the female teacher, Chen Yu visited the mini-market next door and bought a bottle of iced black tea and 2 packets of snacks. However, when Chen Yu returned to the Mental Abacus Tuition Center, he noticed that the young boy with the cool hairdo was currently wiping the tears off Chen Erk's face. How dare he? Killing intent flashed across Chen Yu's eyes when he saw this scene. He immediately sped back to the mini-market and bought a bottle of cola. He then violently shook the bottle before returning to the tuition center. "Second eldest, I bought you a drink and some snacks," Chen Yu said fawningly. HMPH. However, Chen Erk simply turned her head away, sulking. "Come on, be a good girl," Chen Yu said as he pushed the tea and snacks into Chen Erk's hands. He then waved the bottle of cola before her and continued, "How about I show you a magic trick as an apology?" "A magic trick?" Chen Erk's head snapped back to Chen Yu upon hearing his offer. "What kind of magic trick?" "A very mysterious kind of magic. Do you want to see it?" Chen Yu said teasingly. However, Chen Erk remained silent, hesitating over whether she should dismiss her anger so quickly. "It's a very fun magic trick. I guarantee that you'll laugh once you see it," Chen Yu said. "I'll forgive you if it's fun." "Deal," Chen Yu said, nodding. He then shifted his attention to the little boy beside Chen Erk and said, "Little friend, I'll give you this bottle of cola." "You made Dirk cry." "You're a bad guy," the little boy said as he glared at Chen Yu with hostility. He continued wiping away Chen Erk's tears gently. Chen Yu gnashed his teeth when he saw this. After secretly giving the bottle a few more shakes, he handed it to the little boy and said, "Don't tell me you can't open the bottle. If you don't have strength, you won't be able to protect my little sister." "Who says I can't open it?" the little boy retorted angrily, falling for Chen Yu's ploy hook, line, and sinker. The boy snatched the bottle from Chen Yu and gave the cap a powerful twist. Whoosh! The dark liquid inside the bottle instantly transformed into white foam that sprayed across the little boy's face. Ha 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 ha! Chen Yu immediately laughed at the sight. As for Chen Erk, after falling into a daze for a brief moment, she, too, started laughing in tears in response to the situation. Ha 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 ha! The little boy. Adding insult to injury, Chen Yu said, "Little sister, doesn't he look like a drenched chicken?" Ha 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 ha! In response, Chen Erk answered, "He does." Ha 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 ha! The little boy. Chen Yu, do you like this magic trick? Chen Erk, I like it. Ha ha ha! Chen Yu, is your big brother wonderful? Chen Erk, yes. Ha ha ha! After the exchange between the two siblings, tears welled up in the little boy's eyes. His breathing also started convulsing. "A little punk dares pick up my little sister? Garbage." Chen Yu wore a sneer on his face as he returned home. After giving Chen Yike a greeting, he made his way to his room and locked the door. "It's exactly 9 now. The delivery should be arriving soon, right?" No sooner did Chen Yu finish speaking than the space before him suddenly warped, then transformed into a miniature vortex a second later. Dong! A short moment later, a white box fell out of the vortex and landed on the floor. Chapter 30. Up, up, down, down, left, right, left, right. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After the white box fell on the floor, the space-time wormhole gradually disappeared, and the space within the room reverted to its original state. "It's here." Chen Yu rubbed his hands together in excitement as he stepped forward to open the box. He then extended his hands into the special packing foam and retrieved an extremely heavy pair of glasses. "It's actually a pair of glasses?" After curiously scrutinizing the glasses, Chen Yu set them aside and fished an instruction manual out of the box. "Quantum reading glasses." These were the words written on the instruction manual's front page. "This is..." Scratching his head, Chen Yu briefly read through the instruction manual and gained a rough understanding of the quantum reading glasses' ability. It was a learning assistance device created in the year 2144. So long as the user wore this pair of glasses, they could read much more information within a short time. The glasses' principle of operation was extremely complex, so the instruction manual did not go into detail on it. The inventor of the glasses merely placed a small comment at the end of the manual, "Just believe that it works." After tossing away the useless instruction manual, Chen Yu grabbed the glasses once more. However, just as he was about to test the glasses, the phone in his pocket suddenly started vibrating, signaling that he had just received a message. He pulled out his phone and found that the saleswoman from Transdimensional Marketing had sent him a message on WeChat. "Transdimensional Marketing, Mr. Chen, did you receive the delivery?" "Chen Yu, I received it." "It's called the quantum reading glasses, right?" "Transdimensional Marketing, yes, Mr. Chen. The quantum reading glasses is the product we applied for you." "Chen Yu, why do I feel like this thing is a scam?" "Quantum reading glasses? Are you sure you didn't just add the word quantum to a pair of ordinary glasses?" "Transdimensional Marketing, Mr. Chen, please rest assured. Quantum reading glasses are one of the most popular learning assistance products used in the 22nd century. It is an excellent technological product that has undergone market and user trials. It also matches the conditions you provided." "Chen Yu, all right. I'll give it a try, then. Talk to you later." Transdimensional Marketing, very well, Mr. Chen. After closing WeChat and putting away his phone, Chen Yu studied the pair of glasses in his hands for several more minutes before putting them on. Wow! After wearing the glasses, Chen Yu stood up in amazement as he looked at his surroundings. The instant he wore the quantum reading glasses and looked through the heavy lenses, he discovered that the world around him seemed to remain the same. It seems like a normal pair of glasses. After walking to his study table, Chen Yu took out a Chinese language textbook and tried reading the first page. However, nothing special happened. Maybe I need to power it up. Chen Yu took off the glasses and eyed it once more. This time, he noticed a small button hidden above the right side of the frame. Click. When he pressed the button, the glass lenses suddenly lit up with a green light, which gave the glasses a very techy look. Let's try wearing them again. When Chen Yu put the heavy glasses back on, he found his vision dyed with a layer of light green. He then picked up his language textbook once more and started reading the first page. And as he did so, 3 lines of text suddenly appeared on the left lens. Information source detected. Do you wish to enter reading mode? If yes, blink your left eye. If no, blink your right eye. Interesting, Chen Yu exclaimed, his eyes glowing with interest. What happens if I blink both eyes together? Enacting his thoughts, he promptly shut both his eyes. When Chen Yu opened his eyes again, he discovered that nothing had changed. All 3 lines of text remained on the left lens. Information source detected. Do you wish to enter reading mode? If yes, blink your left eye. If no, blink your right eye. This time, Chen Yu obediently blinked his left eye. In the next moment, Chen Yu felt as if a jolt of electricity had pierced his brain. At the same time, except for the language textbook and his own hands, everything within his field of vision became blurry. It was as if the world around him had just been censored with mosaics. You have entered reading mode. Please select a reading standard. Basic, move your eyes upward. Intermediate, move your eyes downward. Advanced, move your eyes upward and downward. Limit, move your eyes up, down, left, right. Chen Yu. After remaining silent for a brief moment, Chen Yu rolled his eyes. You have chosen the basic reading standard. Along with the brief appearance of this line of text, Chen Yu immediately felt an intense change. Time had slowed down. It was moving at least twice as slow as normal. When Chen Yu tried stretching out his hand moved at half the speed it usually did. So that is the case. Speed reading is achieved by slowing the brain's perception of time. Now, even the speed of his speech felt slower than usual. Afterward, Chen Yu slowly raised his hands and removed the quantum glasses. As soon as he did so, his perception of time reverted to normal. The flow of time in the world around me remains unchanged. So, these glasses raise my brain's efficiency. As he carefully appraised the glasses in his hands, Chen Yu could not help exclaiming joyfully, "What a good product!" Following which, he wore the glasses again and was met with a few lines of text. Glasses have been removed. Reading mode turning off. Information source detected. Do you wish to enter reading mode? If yes, blink your left eye. If no, blink your right eye. Chen Yu blinked his left eye. You have entered reading mode. Please select a reading standard. Basic, move your eyes upward. Intermediate, move your eyes downward. Advanced, move your eyes upward and downward. Limit, move your eyes up, down, left, right, left. Without waiting for the introduction to end, Chen Yu moved his eyes downward. You have chosen the intermediate reading standard. In the next instant, the flow of time around him became even slower than before. Time had slowed by at least 3 times. 2 tilde or tilde sum. In the time Chen Yu took to close his slow and dull lips, he had already finished reading the first page of his language textbook. However, when he reached out to turn the page, he discovered that his page-turning speed was simply too slow. Hence, he placed the textbook's spine on his left hand and bent the top edge of the book with his right hand before gradually loosening his thumb. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The pages of the book turned one after another. 3 minutes later, Chen Yu finished reading the middle school language textbook. When he removed the quantum glasses, he felt as if ages had passed by already. In his consciousness, he had spent over a dozen minutes reading the textbook. This thing is truly amazing. After passionately stroking the frame of the glasses, Chen Yu pulled out his phone and sent a WeChat message. Chen Yu, this thing is amazing. Transdimensional marketing. Have you tried it already? Chen Yu, I tried it. It's very wonderful. I like it very much. Transdimensional marketing. It's great that you like it. Mr. Chen. Chen Yu, however, I have a question regarding this quantum reading glasses. Transdimensional marketing, please ask. Chen Yu, while this thing's function is wonderful, what about its power consumption? I didn't find any recharging equipment in the package, either. What happens if it runs out of power? Transdimensional marketing, you don't need to worry about this. Once the glasses run out of power, all you need to do is replace the nuclear battery. Chen Yu, Chapter 31. I am just slightly interested. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Chen Yu, nuclear battery? Are you serious? Transdimensional marketing. Mr. Chen, is there a problem? Chen Yu, do you think I have a nuclear battery lying around? Where am I even going to find one? Transdimensional marketing. This is not within the sphere of our responsibilities. Chen Yu. Transdimensional marketing. You can wait until the year 2105 when portable nuclear batteries come into existence. At that time, you can replace the batteries for your glasses. Chen Yu, are we even speaking the same language? Transdimensional marketing. Mr. Chen, do you still need help with anything? Chen Yu, yes. Transdimensional marketing, please ask. Chen Yu, how long can this pre-packaged nuclear battery last? Transdimensional marketing. The quantum reading glasses power consumption is extremely large. A standard KG1 nuclear battery can power the glasses for around 450 hours. Chen Yu, how many days is that? Transdimensional marketing. Mr. Chen, why don't you calculate it yourself? Chen Yu, I'm too lazy to do that. Just tell me. Transdimensional marketing. Roughly 18 days. Chen Yu, that's short. Transdimensional marketing. There is a limit to the amount of work the brain can undertake. Normally, the longest possible session for using the quantum glasses is 3 hours a day. Even if you use the glasses every day, they will last you for more than half a year. Once you exhaust the battery, you can also choose to let us reclaim the glasses. Chen Yu, I see. Also, will the power consumption increase together with the reading standard? Transdimensional marketing. That is correct, Mr. Chen. Chen Yu, I understand. Ending the conversation there, Chen Yu tossed his phone onto the bed and stood up. He then started setting up his studio. He moved his bed, stacked his table on top of it, and covered up his walls with bed sheets. After working for about a dozen minutes, his studio was ready for filming. Brother. At this time, a shout from Chen Yike suddenly came from outside Chen Yu's room. What are you doing there again? Why must you add again? Chen Yu shouted back. You made a ruckus last Sunday too. Just what are you doing in there? It's none of your business. Don't disturb me. Perking up his ears, Chen Yu made sure that Chen Yike had left before he took out his portable camera and set it on video shooting mode. He then put on the set of clothes he wore in the previous video and donned the opera mask to hide his face. After making sure all the preparations were done, Chen Yu moved the white box that previously housed the quantum reading glasses onto his makeshift table and started his review. Greetings, my fellow friends and viewers. After speaking up to this point, Chen Yu suddenly fell into a daze as he realized that he had yet to write the script. He hurriedly picked up a pen and paper and started drafting something. A dozen minutes or so later, he completed his script and briefly read through it a few times. He then slapped his script onto the makeshift table and started speaking. Greetings, my fellow friends and viewers. This is the second episode of Transdimensional Review. Firstly, I would like to thank everyone for all the support you've shown for the first episode. The product I bring everyone today is the quantum reading glasses manufactured by the Great Light Company in the year 2144. Now that the introduction is done, let's start the unboxing. Let me clarify this first. In order to evaluate the functionality of this product, I've previously unboxed it already. So, I'll only be doing a simplified version of the unboxing now. Wow, kekekek, awesome. This is a moment that belongs solely to me. I'm sure everyone can see the books I've prepared here. I will now use these dice here to determine a page and use just 1 second to memorize the contents of the selected page. I will then recite the contents without looking or missing a word. An hour later, Chen Yu removed the quantum reading glasses and massaged his temples in exhaustion before standing up to stop the camera. As he had previous experience in doing a review, The recording session this time was much shorter. Even so, the quantum reading glasses still placed too big of a strain on his mind. Hence, despite the shorter recording session, he ended up much more exhausted than he had during the last recording session. Crap. My head. After dragging his real table off his bed, Chen Yu sprawled on the bed and continuously massaged his aching head. Only after resting for nearly half an hour did he start to feel better. Now that he could think straight again, he stood up from his bed and burned his script. He then tidied his room. Once he was done, he powered up his laptop and transferred his camera's data to the laptop. With Smart Editing's help, he quickly edited his video. This is truly convenient. With this, I think I can consider earning some money by helping others edit videos. After manually altering the frequency of his voice in the video and ensuring that there were no defects, Chen Yu uploaded the video to Bilibili and set it to air tomorrow at 9 AM. Due to the characteristics of the quantum reading glasses, the review video this time was far less shocking when compared to the review video of the Uranium-235 Nuclear Energy Laboratory. Even so, it more than qualified as a review video, following which, Chen Yu exited Bilibili's platform and tapped into the marketing terminals. Profile, tab. Name, Chen Yu. Access level, E. Prohibited from worldwide live streaming. Subscribers, 8,156. Main target, complete at least 2 of 4 missions. 1/2, Mission 1, reach, 129,572 viewers and 8,156 subscribers on the first advertisement. Mission complete. Mission 2, reach, 129,572 5,000 viewers and 8,156 subscribers on the second advertisement. Mission incomplete. Upon seeing the contents of the second mission, Chen Yu was stunned. Hurriedly, he contacted the Transdimensional marketing company's saleswoman. Chen Yu, I've met the targets of the second mission already. Transdimensional marketing, that's correct, Mr. Chen. I've said this before, the larger your fanbase is, the easier it will be for you to survive the probation period. Chen Yu, this is no longer a problem of difficulty. I've already met the requirements to pass the probation period. Transdimensional marketing, indeed, but you still have to try your best to complete all 4 missions. That way, your advertisement potential will be raised to the highest possible rank, and you will receive all sorts of benefits. My company will even prepare a special gift for you if you succeed in completing all 4 missions. Chen Yu, what kind of special gift? Transdimensional marketing, there are 3 options for the special gift, and you can choose one of them. The first option is a multifunctional mineral detection vehicle. The second option is a full coverage VR world login device. The third option is a romantic partner simulation robot that comes with an AI capable of connecting with the internet. Chen Yu, romantic partner? Is that the robot listed on the first product catalog you sent me? The one made by Daisy Ray's Daily Products Co., Limited? Transdimensional marketing, that's right. It seems you are quite aware of this product. Do you have a need for it? If so, we can apply for it for you ahead of time. Chen Yu, what do you mean by have a need? I am currently a high school student that is focused on studying. Why would I possibly need this nonsense? I am just slightly interested. Transdimensional marketing. Oh, apologies. Chen Yu, however, since you've already said so, not choosing it would seem like I'm pretending to be upright. So, I'll choose this robot. Make sure to seal it properly when delivering it. Transdimensional marketing, Chapter 32. Strong children feared nobody. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. While suppressing his anticipation of the arrival of the romantic partner simulation robot, in the future, Chen Yu rapidly tapped his thumbs on his phone. Chen Yu, what are the advertisement targets for the 2 future missions? Transdimensional marketing, during probation, every subsequent mission given has its requirement increased by tenfold. Chen Yu, in other words, I'll need to garner 50,000 viewers and 5,000 subscribers for the third advertisement. In that case, I've completed those targets as well. Transdimensional marketing, The fourth advertisement will require you to garner a total of 500,000 viewers and 50,000 subscribers. Your chances of succeeding are extremely great. Chen Yu, I understand. Make sure to give it your all when applying for subsequent products. Transdimensional marketing. Mr. Chen, please rest assured, our team always gives it our all when applying for products. However, as you are currently in your probation period, we can only apply for small products for you. After seeing this message, Chen Yu turned off WeChat and took a look at the time displayed on the upper corner of his phone. He then changed his clothes, preparing to fetch Chen Erk back from her tuition class. Click. However, as soon as Chen Yu opened his room's door, he came across Chen Yike and Chen Sank running away in a panic. It was obvious that they had been eavesdropping on him. Get back here. Stand still. Chen Yu bellowed, his loud voice stunning his two sisters. He then walked up to the two and demanded, "What did you hear?" "Right, I still have 50 words I need to memorize." "Gotta go, gotta go," Chen Yike said, putting on an act of realization as she attempted to dash back to her own room. "Right." Mimicking her elder sister, Chen Sank patted her head and said, "It's time for milk." "Gotta go, gotta go." "Where do you two think you're going?" Having no intention of letting them off the hook, Chen Yu grabbed both Yike and Sank and held them in place. "Speak! What did you hear?" Chen Yike, "I didn't hear anything." Chen Sank, "Me too." Chen Yike, "I only happened to pass by." Chen Sank, "Me too." Chen Yike, "Why do you even care? Are you doing something sneaky inside?" "Even so, I have no interest in finding out." Chen Sank, "Me too." Hearing his two sisters' responses, Chen Yu could not help but sigh. He then released them and said, "Don't come near my room in the future. Otherwise, I won't be giving you allowances anymore." "Big brother, have you ever given me an allowance before?" Chen Sank asked, tilting her head in confusion. In response, Chen Yu took out 2 notes from his pocket, a 10 yuan bill and a 1 yuan bill. "Here, happy? If you do these sneaky actions again in the future, there really won't be any more allowances." Seeing the 2 notes, Chen Yike's eyes glowed as she said excitedly, "Thank you, big brother." Mimicking Chen Yike, Chen Sank said, "Thank you, big brother." As soon as they finished speaking, both little sisters reached out to grab the money. In the case of Chen Sank, she went for the 10 yuan note without hesitation. On the other hand, Chen Yike stretched out both hands and grabbed both bills. Chen Yike, Chen Sank. Both little sisters turned to look at each other, sparks and hostility gradually appearing in their eyes. Taking the initiative, Chen Yike said, "I am the elder sister. I should be responsible for distributing this money." "No way," Chen Sank said, shaking her head. "You'll pocket it all." "Where did you learn the term pocket?" "Just what are you learning in school? I can't indulge you any longer. I must be the one to control this money." "No, I'm still young, and my body is still growing. I need to buy delicious food to eat." "You're overfed. Just look at your chubby, little belly." "I will save this money for you. I'll let you spend it once you lose some weight." "Liar." I don't have enough nutrients." "What if I end up with a flat chest like you in the future?" "Huh? What nonsense are you spouting? Are you looking to die?" "Where did you learn these things?" While his 2 younger sisters were arguing with each other, Chen Yu stuck his hands into his pockets and started whistling as he made his way out of the house. When Chen Yu arrived at the Mental Abacus Tuition Center, class just happened to have ended. After waiting at the entrance for a short moment, he quickly noticed Chen Erk running out of the tuition center and caught her when she pounced on him. She then started rubbing her face against his chest. "All right, stop rubbing." When his chest started to itch from all the rubbing, Chen Yu placed Chen Erk on the ground. "I thought you would forget about me again today." "How is that possible?" "You're my precious little sister. You forgot about me last time." "I didn't forget that time," Chen Yu said as he patted Chen Erk's head. "It was your elder sister's fault. She locked my room and prevented me from picking you up." "Huh?" Chen Erk was stunned when she heard Chen Yu's words. "Why did she do that?" "Maybe she's evil," Chen Yu said, shrugging. He then took Chen Erk's small school bag and held her hand as he continued, "I was heartbroken at that time. When I thought about how helpless you would be in the cold outdoors, my eyes became blurry. For a moment, I had even thought of jumping out of the window to go pick you up. We live on the 19th floor, right? That's why I stopped myself from jumping. Your elder sister really isn't anything good. Big sis is bad. Chen-erk said as she balled up her free hand into a little fist. Big brother is better, right? Big brother is the best. Good girl. Chen-yu grew joyful upon hearing Chen-erk's reply. Picking up his little sister, he pointed at the supermarket across the street and said, how about Big Brother bring you to look at goldfish? No, I don't like goldfish. Let's go to the amusement park, then. Is it expensive? Chen-erk asked hesitantly. Nothing is too expensive for my little sister. Go ahead and play. Big Brother has money. Yay. Chen-erk cheered. After entering the children's amusement park on the supermarket's third floor, Chen-erk started playing around happily. However, midway through her enjoyment, Chen-yu suddenly called her over. Second eldest, don't play with the boys inside. None of them look to be good children, Chen-yu said sternly. He then pointed at a boy and said, look at that little fatty. He was even thinking of touching your hand just now. The next time he tries to pull something like that, just slap him, punch him, spit on him. No boy is good unless he is willing to dress as a girl. Chen-erk. At 1 p.m., Chen-yu arrived back home, holding Chen-erk's hand. As soon as he opened the door, he immediately heard sounds of quarreling coming from the living room. Third eldest, give me the other half of the note. You can't spend half a note. Liar. Chen-sang shouted as she tightened her grip on the torn piece of a 10-yuan bill. Sneering, she continued, if you split a 10-yuan note, doesn't that mean you get 2 5-yuan notes? Why can't I spend it? Hurry up and give it to me so that I can stick them back together. We won't be able to use it anymore if you scrunch it any further. Growing impatient, Chen-yu stretched out her hand to snatch Chen-sang's half of the 10-yuan bill. However, before she could achieve her goal, Chen-sang smacked her face, sending her tumbling. Strong children feared nobody. You're just trying to pocket it all for yourself. If you really want the money, let's just tear it into 10 pieces. I'll give you 6 pieces while I take 4. Torn money can't be used. Chen-yu said on the verge of tears. Liar. Chen-sang said, puffing up her cheeks. Meanwhile, Chen-yu walked through the front door and was stunned by the sight of his 2 sisters. After snapping out of his daze, he pulled out his phone and checked the time. Falling into a daze once more, he asked, 10 yuan? You two have been fighting over this for the past 3 hours. Brother. Third eldest tore the money in half. Chen-yu said, stomping her feet in anger and frustration. What do you think? Chen-sang asked as she pinched her waist and puffed up her chest in pride. Chen-yu. You two really have promising futures. Chapter 33. Do you think we'll skip the bill? This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Alright, that's enough. I'll give each of you 10 yuan, so stop arguing, Chen-yu said, clicking his tongue as he dug out 2 10-yuan bills from his pocket and passed Chen-yu and Chen-sang one each. I really feel embarrassed to have sisters like you two. Thank you, big brother. Chen-yu said fawningly as she happily received the 10-yuan note. Thank you, big brother. Chen-sang answered similarly, jumping with joy after receiving the note. After putting the money in her pocket, Chen-yu returned her gaze to Chen-sang and said sternly, Third eldest, now that you've got money, give that torn 10-yuan note to me. No, each of us gets half. You have money already. Didn't you receive some as well? Give it to me. No, torn money can't be spent. Liar. In no time at all, the 2 sisters resumed arguing and tearing at each other. Chen-yu, brother. At this time, Chen-erk, whose hand Chen-yu still held, suddenly called out to Chen-yu with wide eyes. Without trying to hide her yearning for the money Chen-yu just handed out in the slightest, she said, Big sis and little sis both received money. I really am happy for them. Chen-yu, big brother, you said you were going to buy me crayons before, yet you never actually bought them for me. If I had 10 yuan as well, I could buy a lot of crayons. Before Chen-erk's unbearably piercing gaze, Chen-yu's lips twitched as he said, Didn't I bring you to the amusement park just now? But I didn't ask for that. Chen-erk said, shrugging. In a very logical manner, she explained, You were the one who brought me there, big brother. I didn't ask to go. Moreover, I even advised you not to bring me there. What advice did you give me? You were obviously having fun in there. I told you that an amusement park is expensive. Chen-erk sighed. But I failed to dissuade you. Chen Yu's complexion instantly darkened at Chen-erk's words. Of us three sisters, only I didn't get any allowance. Gripping the edges of her shirt, Chen-erk put on a pitiful act as she said, but I know big brother isn't rich. Big sis and little sis need allowances more than I do. I'm the second eldest, and I've always lacked presence in the house. You don't need to pay too much attention to me. At Chen-erk's following words, Chen Yu's complexion turned even darker. Immediately, he pulled out another 10 yuan note from his pocket and said, "You win." "Thank you, big brother." Upon seeing Chen Yu gave, Chen-erk revealed a joyful expression as she accepted the 10 yuan note. Meanwhile, almost at the same time this happened, Chen Yike and Chen Sank stopped arguing with each other. Instead, both of them turned to glare at Chen Yu as if he were an enemy. Chen Yu was stunned by this turn of events. Confused, he asked, "Why are you two looking at me like that?" "Big brother brought second sis to the amusement park," Chen Sank said, the edges of her eyes reddening instantly. "Why did you leave us at home?" Chen Yike demanded, stomping her foot. "Chen Yu, big brother hates Sank. Brother, you're biased." After a moment of silence, Chen Yu suddenly held his head and hunkered down, shutting himself off from the outside world completely. Today, he finally understood the main reason why his family was poor. Second eldest. Ignoring Chen Yu's actions, Chen Yike walked up to Chen-erk and grabbed her left hand, saying, "Congratulations. You became big brother's new favorite. Big sis really is envious of you." Second sis. Chen Sank similarly approached Chen-erk, her butt knocking down Chen Yu on the way. She then grabbed Chen-erk's right hand and asked, "Was the amusement park fun? Did you see Pikachu there?" "I've never been to an amusement park before." Unable to bear the torture anymore, Chen Yu frantically scratched his head as he abruptly stood up. He then raised his hands in defeat, saying, "I was wrong. It was my mistake. Alright." Chen Sank, "I want to go to the amusement park." Chen Yike, "I want to go as well." "Eldest, you're already in middle school, yet you still want to go to an amusement park? Are you not ashamed?" "I look young," Chen Yike said as she caressed her own face. "Nobody can tell that I'm a middle schooler." Fine, fine, fine. Giving up, Chen Yu pushed open the security door and pointed at the distant elevator, saying, "I'll bring you all there, alright? Will second sis be going too?" Biting her thumb, Chen Sank said, "If second sis goes again, won't she be going that twice?" "That's unfair." "My little ancestor, spare me." Third eldest. "How can you be so greedy?" Chen Yike said as she lightly slapped Chen Sank's head. She then continued in a whisper, "At least wait until you're done playing before saying that. You'll get to play again in that case." "You're right." Chen Sank's eyes glowed brightly when she heard Chen Yike's reasoning. She hugged Chen Yu's leg and said, "I misspoke before. Let's go play." Chen Yu. 20 minutes later, the Chen family's 4 siblings arrived at the supermarket's third-floor children's amusement park once more. After Chen Yu footed the bill for her ticket, Chen Sank immediately dashed into the amusement park in excitement. "Brother, don't buy me a ticket." Just as Chen Yu was about to get Chen Yike a ticket, she suddenly stopped him. "Didn't you want to play as well?" Chen Yu asked, confused. "I was just joking. How old am I already? Why would I want to play this?" Chen Yike said, rolling her eyes. "Moreover, it costs 60 yuan an hour to play here. It's too wasteful. Let second eldest and third eldest play." At this time, Chen-erk tugged on Chen Yu's shirt and shook her head, saying, "I won't play either. I played already." "Let little sis play. Even if you've played before, you can still play again." "No need," Chen-erk said, shaking her head. "I'm tired." After remaining silent for a short moment, Chen Yu rubbed Chen-erk's head as he revealed an understanding smile. Exactly 1 hour later, Chen Sank walked out of the amusement park and put on her shoes. Panting tiredly, she ran up to Chen Yu and stretched out her 2 hands, demanding, "Carry me." Hurriedly picking up Chen Sank, Chen Yu asked, "Why not continue playing?" 1 hour passed already, Chen Sang replied while panting for air. We'll need to add more money if I continue playing. Chen Sang's reply confounded Chen Yu. Is that something for you to worry about? Our house isn't wealthy, so we can't casually spend money, Chen Sang said like a sage. The children of poor families grow sensible at an earlier age. You need to learn how to live properly. Chen Yu, brother, let's go home. I'm hungry already, Chen Yike said. Chen Erk, I'm hungry too. Chen Sang, hungry. I'm hungry as well, Chen Yu said. He then pointed ahead and continued, let's go. Big brother will treat you all to a feast. Bang. 10 minutes later, the doors to a famous restaurant named Happy Dumplings opened abruptly. Immediately, a burst of passionate and rhythmic singing flowed into the restaurant. Invincibility is so lonely. Invincibility is so hollow. I stand alone at the top. The cold wind constantly blows. 1. Upon hearing the strange music drifting into the restaurant's customers promptly turned their attention toward the establishment's entrance. What entered their gaze was a group of four wearing sunglasses and exaggerated hairstyles. From the group's eldest to the youngest, they were Chen Yu, 18 years old, Chen Yike, 14 years old, Chen Erk, 9 years old, Chen Sang, 5 years old. My loneliness. Who can understand me? Oh, how lonely invincibility is. Oh, how empty invincibility is. Music, stop. Chen Yu commanded as he stepped on the long jump diagram drawn near the restaurant's entrance. In response to Chen Yu's words, Chen Yike hurriedly turned off the music her phone was playing. Sir. At this time, a waiter timidly walked up to Chen Yu. After briefly evaluating Chen Yu's group of four, he asked, are you here to dine? What am I here for if not to dine? Pointing at an empty table, Chen Yu said majestically, a table for four. We'll sit there. Bring me the menu. In response, the waiter remained in a daze for quite some time before hesitantly handing the menu to Chen Yu. After taking a seat at his chosen table, Chen Yu flipped to the menu's first page before stabbing out his index finger and saying, this one as well. Are you really going to order so much? The staff member asked, shocked by Chen Yu's order. Can you finish it all? Just bring everything I ordered. If we can't finish it, we can just pack it home. But what? Frowning, Chen Yu said, do you think we'll skip our bill? We're flowers of the new generation. Chen Yike, that's right. Chen Erk, that's right. Chen Sang, that's right. Chapter 34, Second Review Video, 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. By the time the Chen family's four siblings walked out of the Happy Dumplings restaurant, the sky was already dark. Meanwhile, standing at the entrance behind them was a group of cooks and service workers looking at the backs of the four siblings with longing gazes. Chen Yu sighed lightly as he patted the stack of money in his hand. He then said to his little sisters, this restaurant really is cheap. They actually only gave me 1,000 yuan for jumping over 3.5 meters. It's 2,000 yuan. Chen Yike said, stretching out two fingers. They deducted 1,000 for our meal. Isn't that illogical? Chen Yu grumbled. The restaurant waives your bill if you jump across the 3-meter mark, yet you only get 2,000 yuan for jumping across the 3.5-meter mark. They should have included the waiver as well. Scammers. Chen Erk, scammers. Chen Sang, scam. Chen Yike. This won't do. Pulling his fists up in anger, Chen Yu said, I'm going to dispute this with them. After saying so, Chen Yu promptly turned around and charged back toward the restaurant. However, after he had taken just a few steps forward, he immediately halted his footsteps when he noticed the group of restaurant employees glaring at him. He then turned back to his little sisters and asked, why didn't any of you stop me? Chen Yike, if you get injured, we'll get a lot of medical compensation that will help ease our family's finances. Chen Erk, make sure to protect the 1,000 yuan. Chen Sang, good luck. Chen Yu grew speechless at his sister's response. After remaining silent for some time, he turned away from the restaurant and said, forget it. I'm a gentleman. Moreover, eating a loss also means learning a lesson. TSK. You three truly are the worst little sisters in the world. HMPH. While walking home together with his three sisters, Chen Yu pointed at the bags of takeaway Chen Yai carried and said, "We need to think of a new reason for bringing so much food back home. Let's say that we came across Principal Pang on our way home and that the principal insisted on treating me to a meal no matter what. We then wrapped up and brought back the leftovers. Understood? Isn't it bad to lie to mom and dad? I've already told you before. This is a white lie. If you properly hide this fact, we'll have another big meal next week. Deal." 20 minutes later, the four siblings arrived home. After opening the security door, Chen Yu immediately noticed Mother Chen working busily through the kitchen's window. "Mom, no need to cook dinner. We have dishes already." As soon as Chen Yu entered the house, he immediately received the dozen or so bags from Chen Yai and raised them for Mother Chen to see. Mother Chen was naturally surprised when she saw the bags of food. "Are these leftovers again?" "That's right. They're lavish dishes." "Where did they come from?" "We came across my school's fat principal today. That loon insisted on treating us to a meal. We failed to decline, so we ended up going along with him. After the meal, we had some leftovers, so we packed them back." Upon hearing Chen Yu's explanation, Mother Chen initially revealed a confused expression. Afterward, her expression transformed into shock before turning into rage. In the end, she grabbed her rolling pin and raised it in threat. Seeing his mother's strange response, Chen Yu followed her line of sight and turned to look at the living room's sofa, and what entered his eyes were his father and a surprised Principal Pang. Almost instantly, Chen Yu's expression went from confusion to doubt, to shock, and eventually settled at fear. As for Chen Yike, and Sank, their expressions went from confusion to surprise, to pleasant surprise, and eventually gloating. As the house fell into silence, Chen Yike hurriedly took out her phone and played an egoistic song that suited the current situation. One breeze growing cold, fading into night, searching high and low, running out of light. Can't let go, try as you might. Casting away. Crap. Parents that beat their children are the worst. Covering his swollen ears, Chen Yu returned to his room and sat before his study table. He then cursed, "That loon, as well. I was right to call him a loon. Why is he visiting my house at such a time?" While cursing Principal Pang, Chen Yu gently rubbed his ears that Mother Chen had roughly pinched and pulled on. He then donned the quantum reading glasses and started reading a primary 1 English textbook. "Only by studying and gaining knowledge will I forget the pain my body and soul suffer." Luxun 2. The next day, Monday, after sending his three little sisters off to school like usual, Chen Yu did not head to 6th High. Instead, he carried his backpack and hid inside an internet cafe. Minors are not allowed to enter. When Chen Yu entered the internet cafe, the lady manning the register said this to him with a frown. "How can you tell that I'm a minor? I'm already an adult. Alright, hand over your identification, then." "I'm not here to surf the internet, so why must I provide identification?" "If you're not here to surf the net, what are you here for?" the cashier asked, stunned. "Can't I come here to study?" Chen Yu asked, eyeing the other party with contempt. He then carried his backpack to an empty seat, put on the quantum reading glasses, and immersed himself in reading a primary 2 English textbook. However, seeing how he was flipping through the textbook, outsiders definitely wouldn't think that he was studying. He looked more like a mentally challenged child fooling around. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Roughly half an hour later, Chen Yu's phone started vibrating in his pocket. After removing the quantum glasses and taking out his phone, Chen Yu noticed that it was his form teacher calling him. He picked up the call and said, "Hello, teacher. Why didn't you come to school today?" The form teacher's voice came roaring out of Chen Yu's phone. "You're not letting me study properly, so why should I go to school? Do you not need to train? Teacher Nu has come looking for you several times already." "I'm not going. Do whatever you want." "Where are you now? What are you doing?" "I'm studying, of course." "Seeing as you guys aren't letting me study, I'm sure it's fine if I find a place to study myself, right?" Chen Yu said gleefully. However, as soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, the man seated next to him started furiously clicking on his mouse while shouting, "Use your ultimate, fool. If not now, when are you going to use your ultimate? Do you even know how to play? Click R, fool." Chen Yu, the form teacher, You actually skipped school to visit an internet cafe? No, I didn't. Where are you? Tell me. Which net cafe is it? Cough, cough. Faking a cough, Chen Yu impassively ended the call and switched his phone to airplane mode. He then put the quantum glasses on and resumed earnestly flipping through his textbook. At 9 a.m., Chen Yu paused his studies and took out his phone. Using the internet cafe's Wi-Fi, he opened the Bilibili application on his phone. 9 o'clock was when his review video got released to the public. He wanted to see what kind of feedback his second review video received. Due to the first video's success, his Transdimensional review account received high priority on Bilibili's recommendation list. Hence, this time, he only spent a few minutes scrolling through the technology section before locating his video. Behold, Real Quantum Reading. This was the title of his second review video. This name looks somewhat embarrassing. Suppressing his embarrassment, Chen Yu clicked on his video. As soon as he laid eyes on the statistics displayed below his video, his eyes glowed brightly. Views, 705. Bullet comments, 47. Likes, 50. Coins, 35. His video had gone live just a few minutes ago, yet it had already garnered such results. This was all thanks to the foundation that his previous video created. This was the way independent media worked. If one managed to create a viral video and raise the number of subscribers one had, even if the subsequent videos were not as interesting, it would still be possible for one to survive in the industry for a very long time. After taking a deep breath, Chen Yu tapped to play his video. First. As soon as the video started, 3 bullet comments flowed across the top of the video. Chapter 35, second review video, 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After some bullet comments sporadically passed across the screen, light gradually appeared on the dark screen and revealed Chen Yu's masked face. Greetings, my fellow friends and viewers. This is the second episode of Transdimensional Review. Firstly, I would like to thank everyone for all the support you've shown on the first episode. The product I bring everyone today is the quantum reading glasses manufactured by the Great Light Company in the year 2144. It's this thing on my table. After saying so, Chen Yu tapped the white box before him. He then returned his gaze to the camera as he explained, "This is an extremely amazing product." How amazing is it? In terms of practicality, it completely obliterates the uranium-235 nuclear energy laboratory I previously reviewed. How much is it? I'm buying it. You're in big trouble. Someone from Bilibili analyzed your last video. They verified that you didn't include any special effects in your video and that you really made a nuclear bomb. We already reported you to the police. Just you wait. Quantum mechanics is already outdated. Can you not go after this saturated topic? How about you review a basketball that can let people sing, jump, and rap? Stupid online reviewing. The bullet comments erupted for a brief moment before disappearing once more. In the video, Chen Yu then stretched his arms and opened the white box, saying, "I won't bore you with nonsense. Let's start unboxing the product now." Let me clarify this first. In order to evaluate the functionality of this product, I've previously unboxed it already. So, I'll only be doing a simplified version of the unboxing now. After saying so, Chen Yu took out the quantum reading glasses from the box and offhandedly smacked the box to a corner. He then carefully placed the glasses on his reviewing table and said, "All right, unboxing complete. Let's proceed to the next topic. Review introduction." Isn't that a little too simplified? You might as well edit out the unboxing phase at this rate. Unboxing became even faster. You're even faster than a rabbit. Degrees, I'm friending you because of those words, brother. I'm sure everyone can see it. This thick and solid pair of glasses is the product we will be reviewing today. It is the quantum reading glasses manufactured by the Great Light Company in the year 2144. As only I can experience the effects of these glasses, and experience is a very subjective thing, I'm prepared to use facts to prove the magic of these glasses. Picking up the quantum glasses, Chen Yu straightened his mask and put on the glasses. He then lifted his hands exaggeratedly and said, "Wow, kekekek, awesome." Everyone, Do you know what it feels like to wear these glasses? Right now, I feel as if the entire world is within my grasp. My myopia is gone, and I can see light. A green light has tinted my entire vision. I can see dust, I can see bacteria, and I can even see influenza viruses. This is a moment that solely belongs to me. Easy to use. It's so embarrassing that even my scalp has gone numb. You're doing this on purpose, right? How embarrassing. He really is a lunatic. Goodbye, _comma. Inside the internet cafe, after watching his own video and reading the reminders provided by the bullet comments, Chen Yu reflexively covered his face in shame. At the same time, goosebumps also rose all over his body from embarrassment. Crap. This is going to be a black history. It would seem that he really didn't possess a talent for speech and acting. In the meantime, the Chen Yu in the video was continuing his performance. In the next moment, he pulled out 10 thick books from under his table and placed them on the table, saying, "At the time I received these quantum reading glasses from the Great Light Company, I wondered just how I could properly demonstrate their functions. Fortunately, my smart brain quickly thought of a way." After saying so, Chen Yu held up a book called New Chinese Dictionary. He then took out 3 dice from his pocket and said, "I'm sure everyone can see the books I've prepared here. I will choose a book and a page with these dice here and use just 1 second to memorize the contents of the selected page. I will then recite the contents without looking or missing a word. Maybe not without missing a word. 1 or 2 mistakes should still be tolerable. Also, in order to prevent everyone from accusing me of cheating by editing the video, I've also prepared this thing." After placing the 3 dice on the table, Chen Yu magically revealed a watch to the camera, saying, "Everyone can clearly see the hour, minute, and second hands on this watch. If I make any edits to the video, I will definitely leave behind some traces. Hence, I feel this method will be sufficient to guarantee the experiment's authenticity. Of course, if there are still people doubting me, wait till my 5th review begins. At that time, I will switch from uploading pre-made review videos to live streaming them. Then, I will find some time to redo today's experiment for those who wish to see it. Now, let's begin the experiment." After saying so, Chen Yu held up the 3 dice and displayed them to the camera before giving them a casual toss. Roll. After the 3 dice rolled a few times on the table, they stopped and revealed their topmost surfaces to the camera. 1, 3, and 4. Add them together, and we get 7. In that case, let's pick the 7th book. 1, 2, 3.7. This one, Chen Yu said as he pulled out the 7th book from the stack of books. This is S first volume. Let's set it aside first. Huh? Why does my house have? Whatever, let's not care about this first. Next, we'll roll the dice again to decide which page to memorize. Why do I get the feeling that something's amiss? I bid on large. Friend, time to take your medicine. Roll. After rolling on the table for a second, the 3 dice revealed 3 numbers to the camera. 2, 2, 5. Page 225. Next up is the moment to witness a miracle. Moment to witness a miracle. This is the last episode. Please cherish it. Reported. Chen Yu reached up and tapped on the quantum reading glasses' power button. The lenses immediately lit up with a gentle green light that repeatedly flickered in and out of existence, giving the glasses a touchy feeling. Currently, I see notification texts through the glasses telling me that the glasses have detected an information source, which is this in my hands. Also, if I wish to enter the quantum reading mode, I have to blink my left eye. If I choose otherwise, I have to blink my right eye. Alright, I blinked my left eye and have successfully entered reading mode. Now, it's time to choose the reading mode's standard. There are 4 standards to choose from: basic, intermediate, advanced, and limit. In order to read the contents of page 225 as quickly as possible, I'll be choosing the limit standard directly. After saying so, Chen Yu moved his eyes up, down, left, right, and right. Is the up having a stroke? Maybe it's epilepsy. So, this is the rumored quantum reading? Sure enough, it's different from the other flamboyant and cheap goods. Truthfully, since you're going down the path of insane and fantasy reviews, you might as well go all out. For example, you can review an ICBM. That will definitely be interesting. Why are you trying to barge into a boring topic like quantum mechanics? Are you out of creativity already? At the same time, over 1,000 kilometers away, inside a wide room of an unlisted apartment unit in Beijing, a group of men and women was seated around an office table with heavy expressions on their faces. Meanwhile, playing on the big screen hung on a nearby wall was none other than Chen Yu's second review video. Leader, the detailed spectral analysis is complete. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. A bespectacled youth then walked into the room and handed a portfolio to the middle-aged man seated at the head of the office table. We'll resume watching the video afterward. As soon as the middle-aged man said so, the video playing on the screen stopped. Immediately afterward, the middle-aged man opened the portfolio and started carefully reading the documents inside. However, the more he read, the uglier his complexion became. 5 minutes later, the middle-aged man finished reading the portfolio. Clenching his fists, he said, "It is confirmed that the independent media Transdimensional Reviews video contains no special effects." In other words, one of the men seated beside the middle-aged man muttered in a husky voice, "That's right." Nodding, the middle-aged man continued, "That so-called uranium-235 nuclear energy laboratory indeed contained high-density uranium-235 as well as all sorts of other illegal materials." After saying so, the middle-aged man abruptly stood up and smacked the table. "Start setting things up. Crack the hidden IP address, analyze the video's background, identify the person's accent, and construct a criminal portrait of that person. I also want the account records of every person that leaves the comment, shares, or saves that video. Verify the criminal's location and identity as soon as possible and capture him." "Yes, sir." Chapter 36, Trouble Brewing. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. In the video, Chen Yu was still reviewing the quantum reading glasses. "Alright, I've already activated the limit standard. Currently, from my perspective, time is moving incredibly slowly. Hence, in order to ensure everyone can understand what I say, I am doing my best to control the speed of my speech." While Chen Yu was saying so, he utilized his unique method of flipping pages when using the quantum glasses to locate page 225. After pausing on the page for roughly 5 seconds, he then closed the book and removed the glasses. "Okay, I've memorized everything." The poem was quite complex, so it took me a little more time than expected to memorize it entirely. Don't mind the details. After making an OK sign, Chen Yu faced the camera and took out a long strip of cloth to cover the eye holes of his mask. He then rapidly recited, starting from the first line, "The good things in the world are not strong. They are fragile and can be shattered easily." Damn. You're amazing, brother. Don't tell me he actually memorized the entire thing? Sorry for interrupting. FFFF. Crap. Amazing. You should win an award for your acting. I nearly believed you, Stop showing off. How much is it? I'll buy it. Alright. Eventually, Chen Yu finished reciting the last verse of the poem. He then removed the cloth covering his eyes and snapped his fingers as he said, "Page 225. The whole poem contains over 500 words. I should have gotten every single word." After saying so, he opened up page 225 once more and turned it toward the camera, adding, "Everyone can take a look and see whether I recited incorrectly or not." 3 seconds later, he moved the book away and crossed his 2 index fingers before the camera. In a pretentious and satisfied tone, he then said, "I know that some of you think that I am putting on an act. It doesn't matter. Actions speak louder than words. If one book isn't enough to prove it, then I'll use 2, 3, or even 4 books. You guys can't possibly think I've memorized every one of these books beforehand, right?" Chen Yu then picked up the dice and rolled them on the review table once more. Roll 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, and 3. Sum them up, and we get 8. In that case, let's pick the 8th book, Chen Yu said. He then counted down the stack of books and picked out the 8th one. Showing the book to the camera, he continued, "Mr. Yu's April 3rd incident. This is a very thick book. I can even kill someone if I drop it from the top of a building. You can't possibly think I've memorized this entire book. Right after saying so, he rolled the 3 dice once more. Roll from the lowest number to the highest, 1, 5, and 6. Next, it's time to witness a miracle once more. After wearing the quantum glasses and picking up the April 3rd incident, Chen Yu quickly flipped to page 156. Within 1 second, he slammed the book shut and removed the quantum glasses. He then blindfolded himself with the long strip of cloth once more. Did you know? Beiggs said. Without realizing it, Han Sheng had actually arrived at her front door. According to Han Sheng, on a certain day 2 years ago, he had seen Beiggs tumbling out of this same door in a hurry, just like how she came tumbling out now. While Beiggs' room was exquisite, it was not as tidy as Han Sheng's room. He sat on the chair. When Beiggs decided to open up and tell Han Sheng everything, it was Han Sheng who ended up getting surprised instead. After reciting the last word, Chen Yu excitedly removed the cloth covering his eyes before looking at the camera and asking, "Am I amazing, or not?" "Amazing. How did you do it?" "I was surprised. Truthfully, your way of acting is getting really annoying." The brain welcomes you. 1. This up is amazing. Subscribed. Like before, Chen Yu held up the April 3rd incident and displayed the contents of page 156 to the camera for 3 seconds. He then moved the book away and said, "Next up. The 3rd book." Roll 3, 3, and 4. Add them together, and we get 10. The 10th book. Grabbing the 10th book from the stack, Chen Yu joyfully displayed the book's cover to the camera as he said, "This is the 5th edition of the Contemporary Chinese Dictionary. I doubt anyone would think I've memorized this whole thing, right?" After saying so, Chen Yu went straight to rolling the dice once more. 2, 4, and 5. Page 245. Wearing the quantum glasses with the reading mode set to limit standard, Chen Yu spent 2 seconds to memorize the entire page. Snoring, snore. 1. Skid. Noun, 1. A reduction in the movement of a pulley or other mechanism due to slipping of the belt, rope, etc. Verb, 2. To move obliquely or sideways, usually in an uncontrolled manner. Flicker. Verb, to make small, quick movements. Banter. Verb, to intersperse comic remarks, in a performance. Figure, to quip, to banter. Masturbate. Verb. Amazing. I present my first ever bullet comment to you, up. This show is going to blow up. I'm impressed. I'm really convinced now. I want all information on this guy within 1 minute. After Chen Yu finished reciting, he flipped to the Contemporary Chinese Dictionary's page 225 and showed its contents to the camera. Sure enough, he did not miss out a single word. Logically, I should proceed to another book. However, due to the Contemporary Chinese Dictionary's extraordinary thickness, just reciting 1 page shouldn't be sufficiently convincing. Hence, I'll recite another page to prove the quantum reading glasses' ability, Chen Yu said. He then picked up the 3 dice and rolled them again. Roll. It's 3, 3, and 6 this time. Page 336. I know. I'm certain that there will be people accusing me of tampering with the dice. In that case, I'll randomly add a number to this value. For this random number, let's use my watch's second hand. The time is currently. Inside the video, Chen Yu took a look at the time on his watch and said, the second hand is currently at 47. Let's add 47 to 336, then. The sum is. Hold on, let me calculate it. He started twiddling his fingers. After some time had passed, he raised his head and said, the total is 383. Let me read page 383, then. Next up, it's time to witness the 4th miracle occurring. As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, he wore the quantum glasses and flipped to the dictionary's page 383. This time, he spent only 1 second to memorize the entire page. Plan. Noun, 1. Program, for action, etc. 2. Proposal, proposed bill. Convenient, adjective, 1. Fitting in well with a person's needs, activities, and plans. Verb, 2. To help out, to make things easy for people, convenience, suitable, having money to spare. Verb, 5. Euphemism, to go to the toilet. Instant noodles. Noun, 1. A mass of dried, pre-cooked noodles fused with oil. Due to my lack of culture, all I can say is crap, 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 +1, crap, +2, crap, +3, amazing, amazing, +1, amazing, +2. A bunch of bullet comments flooded the screen as Chenyu recited the contents of page 383. After flawlessly reciting the page, he removed his blindfold and gave a summary to the camera. Alright, it's about time for me to end today's review. Firstly, I would like to thank the Great Light Company for providing me with this technological product today. I would also like to thank you, my fellow viewers, for your support. I also swear that all the earnings from my videos will be donated to charity. So, please like, share, donate, and subscribe. Next Monday, I will bring you an even more exciting product. Also, I would like to use this opportunity to make an announcement. Starting with the 5th episode, Transdimensional Review will switch to live streaming mode. At that time, there will be technological products that will truly shock everyone, and I will conduct real-time reviews of these products. Be there or be square. After Chenyu finished the last line of his advertisement, the video fell into darkness. At the same time, inside an unlisted apartment unit in Beijing, after the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table turned off Chenyu's video, he remained silent for a long time before saying in a husky voice, "It seems there's going to be big trouble." Chapter 37, Third Product Application. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Liao Province, Jinzhou City. Inside an internet cafe located close to 6th High. Chenyu exited Bilibili's platform after his video finished playing. Regarding the quantum reading glasses' review, overall, he felt that its quality was passable. The part where he memorized and recited books was especially good. While the video wasn't as exciting as the Uranium-235 Nuclear Energy Laboratories review video, this was due to the product's characteristics. It had nothing to do with his reviewing standards. In fact, in Chenyu's opinion, his eloquence, adaptability, and scripting had all seen growth. He opened WeChat and tapped into his chat interface with the Transdimensional marketing staff. After pondering for a brief moment, he started typing rapidly. "Chenyu, how is the quality of the latest video? Transdimensional marketing. It's very excellent. Reviewing these glasses isn't an easy task. The fact that you are able to achieve such promotional effects is already wonderful, Mr. Chen. According to our monitoring results, Bilibili's editors have already manually recommended this video. You should see rapid growth in the video's statistics soon. Chenyu, is it possible for me to break 50,000 subscribers? Transdimensional marketing. That will be difficult to accomplish with just 2 episodes. Chenyu, alright. Have you thought of what product to apply for me for the 3rd episode? Transdimensional marketing. Our team is currently researching this. Do you have any suggestions, Mr. Chen? Do you have a type of product you wish to review? Chenyu frowned involuntarily as he started pondering this question. Chenyu, can you get me a product that's a little more mainstream? Transdimensional marketing. For example, Chenyu, smartphones, computers, and the like, but with extremely powerful performance. Something that can make the viewer's jaws drop in shock. Can you apply for something like that for me? Transdimensional marketing. We will try, but we cannot guarantee that it will be a phone or computer. Chenyu, nice. I'll be troubling you with that, then. Transdimensional marketing. It is my duty to serve you, Mr. Chen. Chenyu, sure. Sure. You must work hard. Chenyu muttered, pressing his palms together in prayer. He then put away his phone and wore the quantum glasses again to continue studying the middle school textbook before him. However, after flipping through a few pages, Chenyu suddenly removed the quantum glasses as he came to realize something. An internet cafe is a public place. If I read books while wearing these glasses, won't I attract other people's attention very easily? What if someone here just so happens to have watched my video? Won't my identity be uncovered immediately? At this point, Chenyu's complexion started darkening. He hurriedly stored the quantum reading glasses into his bag and sneaked a glance at the internet cafe's surveillance cameras. He then stood up to leave the cafe. Internet cafes usually deleted their surveillance data periodically to free up space. An internet cafe with poor finances would generally refresh their data once every few days. However, Internet cafes that were willing to splurge might store their data for 2 weeks or even an entire month. Ugh, I can't believe I made such a low-level mistake. After walking out of the internet cafe, Chen Yu could not help scratching his head irritably as he looked at the hasty passers-by and vehicles before him. He then took out his phone, and his thumbs were soon rapidly tapping on the screen. Chen Yu, you there? Transdimensional marketing. Mr. Chen, I am always here. If you have any questions, you can ask straight away. No need to ask if I am in or not. Chen Yu, oh, understood. I have something I wish to ask. Transdimensional marketing. Go ahead. Chen Yu, I used the quantum reading glasses in an internet cafe just now, and the cafe had surveillance cameras. Those cameras must have recorded my entry. I'm afraid this will lead to my identity getting exposed. Do you have a way to help me delete the data of those cameras? Transdimensional marketing. Mr. Chen, without permission, we cannot delete public records. This is against the law. We cannot help you with this. Chen Yu. Transdimensional marketing. Mr. Chen, we really cannot help you with this. Chen Yu, then, let me ask you a second question. Transdimensional marketing, please ask away. Chen Yu, how greatly will your team be affected if our contract gets dissolved? Transdimensional marketing, we'll be greatly affected. Chen Yu, will you be affected on a personal level as well? Transdimensional marketing, of course. My work performance will be damaged. Moreover, it will take me time to find another suitable partner. The company might even fire me as a result. Chen Yu, wonderful, then. Transdimensional marketing? Chen Yu, let's return to the first question. If you can't help me delete those records, I won't dare continue making videos. After all, in the off chance that the government comes knocking on my front door, I'll be in great danger. Hence, let's temporarily halt our partnership here. Transdimensional marketing. Mr. Chen, please don't joke around. Chen Yu, I'm not joking. You simply don't understand how wonderful my country's interrogation system is. Transdimensional marketing. Very well, you win. I will help you delete those surveillance records. Chen Yu, didn't you say casually deleting public records is illegal? Transdimensional marketing. Casually deleting public records is naturally against the law. However, the Earth Alliance's privacy law also states that citizens who do not wish to have themselves be photographed or recorded in a video are allowed to erase their figures from those records. Chen Yu, so, you're saying that the video will still exist, but my existence inside the video will be removed? Transdimensional marketing. That is correct. Chen Yu, wonderful. Please do that for me. Transdimensional marketing. Mr. Chen, please send me the internet cafe's detailed address. Our team will wipe out all records of you from the cafe's hardware. After raising his phone, Chen Yu took a picture of the internet cafe and sent it over. Chen Yu, I don't know the detailed address. Will this picture work? Transdimensional marketing. Yes. Transdimensional marketing. The deletion is complete. You can rest assured now, Mr. Chen. Chen Yu, that fast? You're not tricking me, right? Transdimensional marketing. We are living in different space-times. We spent over 20 minutes sweeping through all the recorded data from the internet cafe. However, we only need to time the message we send you to arrive a second after our last conversation when notifying you. Our team operates on integrity. We will not deceive our collaborators. I repeat, we operate on integrity. We will not deceive our collaborators. Upon seeing this message, Chen Yu could not help a little embarrassment. He could clearly sense the contempt in the other party's words. Chen Yu, the problem this time is my fault. I'll be careful in the future. I owe you a favor for today. Transdimensional marketing, _. Chen Yu, what do you like? I'll give you some local souvenirs. I heard that natural water is a precious resource on your side. How about I splurge a little and send you a bucket of tap water? Transdimensional marketing, chapter 38. Is the Wi-Fi the fast? This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Chen Yu, if one bucket isn't enough, I'll add another bucket. 2 buckets of tap water. Transdimensional marketing. Mr. Chen, that's too expensive. You don't have to spend that kind of money. Chen Yu, no need to be polite. With our relationship, what's there to be concerned about a little money? It's fine so long as you're happy. Transdimensional marketing. Thank you for your kind gesture. I am very happy. Chen Yu, Once I get back home tonight, open up a space-time wormhole, and I'll send the water over. I'll let you have your fill. Transdimensional marketing. You really don't need to do that, Mr. Chen. The mass of the universe cannot be changed. The water resource in your space-time belongs to your universe's matter. We cannot obtain it. Chen Yu, huh? Isn't that strange? Then, why can you send all those things over to me, yet I can't send anything to you? Moreover, didn't I send the uranium-235 laboratory back to you before? Transdimensional marketing. This involves very complex knowledge. To summarize, the products I sent you through the Transdimensional Express isn't the original product. Instead, it is a new product formed from matter in your space-time. Chen Yu, I'm a little lost. Transdimensional marketing. To put it in simpler terms, let's use an example. I'm on Mars and you're on Earth. If I wish to deliver a knife to you, I would have a very difficult time doing so. To solve this problem, I can just manipulate Earth's machinery from Mars to create the knife. That would save me a lot of trouble. Do you understand now, Chen Yu? So, that's the case. I understand now. In other words, the products you delivered to me are actually created using the elements of my space-time. Meanwhile, the so-called wormhole is something like a cloning machine that copies the items found on your side and reproduces them here. Transdimensional marketing. Yes, you are entirely correct. Hence, if you deliver water to me, when it arrives on my side, its intrinsic nature will become that of synthetic water again. Moreover, it will be synthetic water of inferior quality. Chen Yu. Transdimensional marketing. Truthfully, natural water is only valuable because of its rarity. When consumed, it hardly tastes any different from synthetic water. Chen Yu, since that's the case, I'll just owe you a favor for now. If there's an opportunity in the future, I'll bring you to go drink natural water, whether it is the Yellow River, the Ganges River, or the Nile River. You can drink from whichever you want. Transdimensional marketing. I prefer to drink spring water. Chen Yu. There are plenty of spring waters as well. There's the Longjing Spring, Bota Spring, and Huhai Spring. You can drink from whichever spring you want. Transdimensional marketing. Very well. I will eagerly await that day's arrival. May I know if you have any other matters, Mr. Chen? Chen Yu. Nope. Goodbye. After saying goodbye, Chen Yu exited WeChat and pocketed his phone. He then turned to look at the internet cafe and breathed out a sigh of relief. Today's negligence had given him a powerful wake-up call. At this point, he was no longer an ordinary person. To avoid getting into trouble, he needed to be extremely careful in his actions. Where should I go next? If he wished to study using the quantum reading glasses, he definitely couldn't visit a public location. He also couldn't return home. In that case, he had only one place left, school. The small forest in front of the school's sports field burgeoned with vegetation. If he hid there, he definitely wouldn't be found by anybody. With a plan in mind, Chen Yu started making his way toward 6th High without hesitation. 5 minutes later, he arrived at 6th High. However, instead of entering through the main entrance, he climbed over a fence and hid inside the school's little forest. At this time, Nu Lanshan and Class 2's form teacher just so happened to walk out of the school's main entrance. You'll search east, I'll search west. We'll catch that little bastard no matter what, Nu Lanshan said to the form teacher with anger in his eyes. Is his phone still off? At Nu Lanshan's question, the form teacher pulled out his phone and gave Chen Yu a call. A moment later, he shook his head and said, it's still off. Move out. At Nu Lanshan's command, the two teachers split up and took independent action, intent on searching every internet cafe in the city in order to locate Chen Yu. Little bastard. While walking, Nu Lanshan clenched his fist and swore, you'd best not let me catch you. Otherwise. While Chen Yu studied tirelessly, time passed quickly. With the quantum reading glasses as assistance, he managed to finish studying the 5 main subjects available for middle schoolers in just half a day. While he still wasn't at the level of a top student in middle school, if he were given a chance to retake the high school entrance examination, he was confident he could enter a slightly above average high school without trouble. Truthfully, from what Chen Yu could tell, middle school knowledge wasn't particularly difficult to learn. So long as one was willing to put in the effort to study, it was relatively easy to get an average grade unless one was born with mental deficiency. The only reason why someone would fail to achieve a passing grade in middle school was that they did not study. One couldn't study because they were dumb. Such a thing did not exist. I feel so wise right now. Removing the quantum glasses, Chen Yu breathed out a sigh of exhaustion and satisfaction. He then stored the quantum glasses and textbooks in his bag before standing up and leaving the forest. It was currently lunch break. After having a bowl of ramen in a restaurant outside of school, Chen Yu made his way back to the classroom of Class 2-2. He then sat on his seat and started snoozing. Using the quantum glasses to study put a very heavy burden on his spirit. Meanwhile, the only way for him to recover from this kind of exhaustion was by sleeping. Crap. Brother Chen, you're back? Just as Chen Yu was about to drift into dreamland, a startled voice entered his ears and woke him up. Lifting his head in a daze, Chen Yu noticed that the culprit was Li Liang. After a brief moment of silence, Chen Yu took out a broken table leg from his desk compartment and sent it smacking at Li Liang's bald head. However, Li Liang reacted quickly and gave Chen Yu a bear hug, begging, "Brother Chen, I was wrong. Don't hit me. This is the second time you've woken me. I was wrong. Do you dare do it again?" "No, I won't do it again. I'm very cowardly," Li Liang said as he frantically shook his head, the light reflecting off his head seeming to brighten up the classroom by quite a bit. "However, you really are courageous, Brother Chen." Rubbing his tired eyes, Chen Yu put down the table leg and asked, "How so? Don't you know that our class's form teacher left the school to search the various internet cafes for you? He says he's going to skin you alive if he catches you." "Oh." Chen Yu nodded blankly in response. "Aren't you afraid?" "Why should I be?" Chen Yu said as he sent Li Liang a look of contempt. "Baldy, let me tell you, as students, we don't need to be afraid and submissive. So what if they catch me? If they have the ability to do so, let's see them expel me." Chen Yu's words shocked Li Liang. "You don't know just how high my position in school is right now. Even the principal is covering for me. I'm not boasting to you. Just look at how many times I've skipped class recently. What can the form teacher do to me?" Upon hearing this, Li Liang started retreating fearfully away from Chen Yu. "Just look at your frightened face. How is that befitting of that bald head of yours?" "Regardless, I've been finding our form teacher to be an eyesore recently. He's been constantly targeting me like a loon. Once I graduate, I'll be sure to give him a pleasant tour." Before Chen Yu could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a palm land on his shoulder. Immediately, Chen Yu's body shuddered involuntarily. He then stiffly turned his head around. In the next moment, the figures of his form teacher, Nu Lanshan, Principal Pang, and his biological mother entered his vision. Currently, all four of them were staring at him with unblinking eyes. Slowly turning his head back, Chen Yu quietly dug his phone out of his pocket and rapidly dialed the emergency medical services number 120. "Hello, is there an open bed in the nearby hospital? Is the Wi-Fi the fast?" Chapter 39, Demons of 6th High, 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. On Saturday, at 7 in the morning, Chen Yu was awakened by the ringing of his phone's alarm. Ugh. After waking up, Chen Yu wearily reached out and grabbed his phone from under his pillow, then turned off the alarm. His eyes remained squinted as he waited for his consciousness to come online. The quantum reading glasses placed a truly huge burden on its user's mental faculties. As a result, Chen Yu was always short of sleep. However, after studying arduously for 5 days straight, he had managed to learn over half of the knowledge in his high school textbooks. Although he would still be considered an academically failing student in any other high school, in the mysterious 6th high, he should have no problem ranking above average among the entire student body. After lying in bed half asleep for several minutes, Chen Yu got up and changed out of his pajamas. He then walked out of his room to wash up in the bathroom. When he exited his room, he immediately came across Chen Yike packing her backpack in the living room. "Huh? Eldest, you're up already?" "MHM." Chen Yike nodded while tucking a sun hat into her backpack. "My class is heading to Erlong Mountain for a tour today. We're setting off at 8, so I'm preparing in advance." "Oh." Chen Yu nodded in understanding. After washing up in the bathroom, He walked up to Chen Yike and evaluated her attire. Frowning, he said, "That skirt's so short you might as well be wearing nothing." Lowering her head to look at her light blue skirt, Chen Yike said, "It's not short. It covers up to my knees. It doesn't matter what you wear at home. It doesn't even matter if your dress only covers up to your thighs. However, you cannot go out like this. Change to a longer skirt." Chen Yu said sternly. His little sister was so beautiful. How could he possibly let outsiders look at her? A long skirt is inconvenient for activities. "We're going to climb a long mountain today. Wear pants." Then, "Brother, no means number. You're just a little teenage girl. What's the point of wearing such a short skirt?" "Wear pants," Chen Yu said, fully demonstrating his authority as an elder brother. "Brother." Chen Yike stomped in frustration. "Look, your skirt lifted as soon as you stomped. There are strong winds outside. Don't tell me you have some special hobbies." "Change." "Chen Yike." "You're not leaving without changing," Chen Yu said as he crossed his arms, his firm expression showing that he wouldn't give in to Chen Yike's anger. "I'm telling Mom if you don't change." Helpless, Chen Yike had no choice but to return to her room and changed into track pants. "Not bad," Chen Yu commented when he saw Chen Yike walk out of her room wearing a long pair of pants. "It's much more convenient to move in a pair of pants. The only problem is that the pant legs are too short. Your ankles are exposed. Make sure to wear longer socks afterward." "Are you trying to wrap me into a mummy?" Paying no heed to Chen Yike's dissatisfaction, Chen Yu walked forward to inspect her face. Immediately, he frowned once more as he exclaimed, "You're actually wearing makeup." "Even makeup is no good." 3 minutes later, Chen Yu walked out of the bathroom with Chen Yike, who had regained her natural appearance. Thud. Turning around, Chen Yike suddenly kicked Chen Yu's left foot. "Ouch!" Chen Yu cried out in pain as he crouched on the floor. Thud, thud, thud. Ignoring Chen Yu's pain, Chen Yike stomped her way to the living room and resumed packing her backpack with an ugly expression on her face. "Can't you switch to another leg when you kick me next time?" "Don't talk to me." "Really?" Chen Yu asked. "Really? You're going to ignore me?" "I'm ignoring you." Nodding, Chen Yu took out a 100 yuan note from his pocket and walked up to Chen Yike. He then waved the bill before her eyes as he asked, "Do you have enough money for the trip?" After a brief moment of silence, Chen Yike bent her waist and hugged Chen Yu's left leg as she said, "Big brother is the best." Kekekek. Chen Yu laughed evilly at this scene. "Take it. Make sure to buy something good to eat. Big brother is the best." Chen Yike repeated. At this time, Chen Yu also felt someone hugging his right leg. Turning his head, he noticed that the culprit was Chen Erk. "Big brother is the best," Chen Erk said as she tightly hugged Chen Yu's right leg, looking at the 100 yuan note in his hand longingly. "Second eldest, you're still too young." "No, brother. I want one too." "You're too young." "I'm not too young. I'll be doing you harm if I give it to you." "I'm willing to get harmed by big brother." Holding his forehead, Chen Yu hurriedly took out a 5 yuan note and squeezed it into Chen Erk's hand. "I'll give this to you. Don't simply spend it." Hesitantly, Chen Erk said, "It's not as big as big sister's." Chen Yike. 10 minutes later, Mother Chen woke up and walked out of her room while yawning. Seeing the 3 Chen siblings in the living room, she asked in surprise, "Why are you all up so early?" "My class has activities today," Chen Yike said. "It's my school's monthly test today," Chen Yu answered. "Oh, the monthly test." Nodding, Mother Chen said, "Once the monthly test is over, start focusing on sports." "Can't you believe that your son can score within the class's top 25? Do the students placed 25th and below have diarrhea?" Mother Chen wondered. "Fine. Mom, you're really wonderful." 7:45 in the morning. After finishing breakfast, Chen Yu accompanied Chen Yike to her school. "Make sure to be careful when hiking. Don't go crazy together with your classmates." "I know. Listen to your teachers. Make sure to follow your teachers wherever they go. Don't get lost." "I know." "Have you brought anything to eat?" "I brought some bread and potato chips." "They'll distribute food boxes on the bus." "MHM." Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction upon hearing his sister's reply. Before parting, he said, "No dating. I'll break your leg otherwise." Chen Yike. After speaking his mind, Chen Yu parted ways with Chen Yike in front of the latter's school. He then made his way toward his school. 5 minutes later, Chen Yu arrived at 6th High and climbed to the 4th floor in accordance with the test admission card he received previously. It's just a monthly test. Do they have to make such a huge fuss? When Chen Yu entered the exam venue, however, he was stunned. Hurriedly, he exited the classroom and took a look at the class sign at the entrance. Year 3, Class 1. It's correct. Confused, Chen Yu double-checked his admission card. Year 3, Class 1. It's this place. But why is there only one table and one chair inside? Inside the large classroom that was over 100 square meters, there was only a single table and chair. No matter how he looked at it, this was definitely a strange scene. Student Chen Yu, why are you standing at the door? Suddenly, a woman's voice came from behind him. Hastily turning around, Chen Yu saw that it was his class's English teacher calling him. Teacher, isn't this exam venue a little strange? What's strange about it? The English teacher asked quizzically as she looked into the classroom. Why is there only one table in there? Is everyone going to be taking their tests on the floor? It's because this classroom was prepared solely for you. The English teacher replied, smiling happily. Since this exam venue is all yours, there's no need for additional tables. After a moment of silence, Chen Yu took in a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, Demon. Chapter 40, Demons of 6th High, 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Demon. Smiling happily, the English teacher asked, are you talking about my physique, student Chen Yu? Ha. Sighing, Chen Yu entered the classroom and sat on the sole treasured seat. He then asked, aren't you guys going a little too far? This is the principal's instruction. In order to test your true standard, we must not let other students disturb you. You guys are afraid that I'll cheat, right? Chen Yu stated, exposing the true meaning of his English teacher's words. The English teacher admitted without hesitation. Chen Yu, the first test is English. I'll be your invigilator, the English teacher said. She then took a look at her wristwatch and continued. There's still half an hour until the test. It's a little early, so you can sleep for now, student Chen Yu, and then oversleep and miss the test. That would be for the best, the English teacher said, her lips curling up into a wide smile. The principal had previously declared that whichever subject Chen Yu scored the lowest in, the teacher responsible for teaching him the said subject would receive a bonus. Hence, for her, it would be for the best if Chen Yu slept straight through his English test and scored a 0. Sorry to disappoint you, but I won't be sleeping, teacher, Chen Yu said, smiling. He then set down his bag and pulled out his pen and paper. After readying his exam utensils, he quietly waited for the start of the test. Having studied arduously for the past half-month, he was confident he could score within his class's top 25 if he fully utilized the knowledge he learned. Regardless of the situation he was put in, he would not be afraid. Instead, he would smile while facing it. Student Chen Yu, I need to inspect your utensils, the English teacher said before she snatched up Chen Yu's pen and paper and carefully inspected them. I can guarantee that there are no cheat sheets. You can check them all you want. There are indeed none. Slightly disappointed, the English teacher returned Chen Yu's utensils. Right. Suddenly thinking of something, Chen Yu asked, teacher, where are my test papers? Isn't there only half an hour left? Exaggeratedly smacking her thigh, the English teacher said, I forgot to bring them. Crap. Enraged, Chen Yu bellowed, are you screwing with me? If I only noticed the missing test papers after the exam started, what's going to happen to my listening questions? I'll go grab them right away. Chen Yu. After the English teacher left, Chen Yu's heart gradually filled with despair as he sat inside the empty classroom. At this point, he could faintly sense that 6th High's bastard teachers were going to toy with him until he was senseless. 10 minutes later, Chen Yu's English teacher returned with his test papers. Another 15 minutes later, the English test officially began. After opening his test papers, Chen Yu first wrote his name at the top of the first page. He then patiently waited for the listening questions to start. Oh ooh la la, PZZ. PZZ. Suddenly, a fuzzy voice speaking indiscernible English echoed throughout the classroom. Chen Yu. Oh, heavens. Clapping her hands, the English teacher said, the power system in this classroom is actually broken. In this situation, Chen Yu's hand and the pen he gripped started trembling slightly. Just how terrible did a high school need to be in order to utilize such despicable measures? PZZ, 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 and hash and percent. Far. Done. Done. The noise continued. After stabilizing his crumbling spirit, Chen Yu ignored the listening questions and started answering the written part of the examination. For Chen Yu, it wouldn't affect him much if he missed out on the listening questions marks. After all, he had only been studying books during this period. His listening ability was still sorely lacking. So long as he answered well in the written examination, he would have no problems overtaking Class 2's garbage. Since Chen Yu had started answering questions, the English teacher walked up to his side without hesitation. She then stared at him without blinking. After answering a few questions, Chen Yu started feeling uncomfortable under her fixed gaze. Teacher, can you not look at me like that? You're the only examinee inside this classroom. Who should I look at if not you? But you can't just look at me constantly. You answer your questions. Why bother with what I'm doing? Fine. Helpless, Chen Yu lowered his head and focused his attention on his test papers. Scribble, scribble. As Chen Yu rapidly filled in the blanks of his test paper, the English teacher's complexion grew increasingly grim. She knew very clearly what kind of grades Chen Yu originally got. His grades were at the very bottom of his class. He was someone that didn't even know how many letters there were in the English alphabet. Now, however, no matter how she looked at Chen Yu's answers, they did not look like the answers of someone with barely any English knowledge. Aside from a few difficult questions, Chen Yu had basically answered every other question correctly. My bonus. Suddenly feeling slightly anxious, the English teacher pointed at one of the answer spaces on the test paper and said, Student Chen Yu, you answered this incorrectly. What are you doing? Chen Yu asked as he looked up skeptically. I'm helping you. Aren't you an invigilator? It's fine. There's just the two of us here. If neither you nor I say a word, nobody will find out. There's a surveillance camera there, Chen Yu said as he pointed at the camera above the blackboard. I'll block it for you. Hurry up and fix your answer. Teacher. Tightening his grip on his ballpoint pen, Chen Yu shrugged and said, do you think I will believe you? Are you really that kind to help me correct an answer? Aren't I pretty? What does being pretty have to do with this? Is your brain functioning properly? Pushing the English teacher away, Chen Yu said, I've seen through you already. You're clearly trying to interrupt my examination. Don't touch me. If you want me to acknowledge our bet, mustn't you first play fairly? That's right. Your words are very much correct. Then, stop talking to me. Okay, alright. Teacher will stop talking to you. I won't speak anymore. Student Chen Yu, answer your questions properly. Why are you still speaking? 2 hours later, 6th High's monthly English test finally came to an end. Holding Chen Yu's test papers, Chen Yu's English teacher dejectedly left the classroom. Phew. Breathing out a sigh of relief, Chen Yu leaned back in his chair tiredly. Today, he finally understood the saying of one woman was equivalent to 500 ducks. Once he started correctly answering his test, his English teacher had never once stopped buzzing by his ears, speaking all sorts of nonsense to affect his thinking process. Fortunately, his will was firm, and he remained unaffected as he answered every question in the test. This won't do. I must have a proper talk with the principal. Otherwise, how am I supposed to take the rest of my tests? Chen Yu stood up, walked out of the test venue, and dashed toward the principal's office, located on the school building's top floor. Bang, bang, bang. Please enter. Pushing apart the redwood doors, Chen Yu stalked into the principal's office after gaining permission. Oh, it's you, student Chen Yu. How are your tests coming along? Are you able to adequately exhibit your knowledge? Seeing that it was Chen Yu, Principal Pang smiled as he stood up from his seat. Principal, don't you think our bet needs to be fair? Chen Yu asked, going straight into the point. You're using all sorts of means to make me get a bad grade. I'm not satisfied with this. At this rate, even if I lose our bet, I won't be willing to learn sports. What happened? I'm sure you know what exactly happened. I have two conditions. 1. Give me whatever marks I deserve. 2. Do not let the test invigilators interrupt my test. Otherwise, our bet is off. After saying so, Chenyu left the office without giving Principal Pang an opportunity to explain himself. This school is absolute garbage. Just hurry up and dissolve it. Chenyu muttered curses while he made his way back to the test venue. However, shortly after he sat back on his seat, he exploded once more! Where's my pen? Who stole my pen? Bastards! Chapter 41, Demons of 6th High, 3. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. At noon, 6th High's monthly mathematics examination began. Seated on his throne in his private classroom, Chenyu received the test papers his math teacher handed him. Maybe it was under his English teacher's suggestion, but there were two invigilators overseeing Chenyu's math test. This time, one of them was Class 2's mathematics substitute teacher, while the other was the school's head of mathematics. Student Chenyu, write your name first. You can start answering your test once the bell rings. Chenyu's math teacher gave a friendly reminder while smiling. Understood. Chenyu nodded in response. He then brought out his newly bought pen and wrote his name on his test paper before browsing through the test questions. At this time, the mathematics head brought two chairs over from the next classroom. The mathematics head and Chenyu's math teacher then sat down, flanking Chenyu. Following which, the math teacher pulled out two big bags of snacks from under his shirt. He then passed one to the math head and said, "Chief, here's your share." "Thanks." The math head happily accepted the bag of snacks. Chenyu. Through the translucent plastic bags, Chenyu could tell that the bags held all kinds of snacks. There were sunflower seeds, dried fruits, potato chips, shrimp sticks, spicy bars. He even noticed a cup of instant noodles in each bag. Subsequently, the math teacher started staring at Chenyu. The math head also started staring intently at Chenyu. As for Chenyu himself, he stared at his desk. For a time, a strange silence filled the entire exam venue. Ring, ring, ring. The bell signaling the start of the test sounded. At the same time, all three people inside the classroom went into action. Chenyu earnestly answered his test papers while the two invigilators tore open their bags and started nibbling on sunflower seeds. Nibble, nibble, nibble. The sound of human teeth cracking open the shell of sunflower seeds spread across the air and entered Chenyu's ears. Nibble, nibble. The sound was both crisp and beautiful. This situation flabbergasted Chenyu. After pausing on his first question for a moment, he asked indifferently, "Isn't it a little unreasonable for the two of you to be doing this?" "What is it?" With a confused expression, the math teacher countered. "Student Chenyu, do you have a problem? Do you two think it's normal to nibble on sunflower seeds here?" "It's like this, Student Chenyu." Pausing momentarily to push up his glasses, the math head explained righteously, in order to prevent teachers from dozing off from boredom while invigilating an exam, the school permits teachers to eat some snacks during the exam. The teachers in the other exam venues are eating snacks as well. There are many students in the other exam venues. The invigilating teachers there are also seated far away from the students. You two, on the other hand, are eating right beside my ears. Oh. Nodding in realization, the math teacher extended his bag of sunflower seeds and asked, "So, do you want to eat as well?" "I'm not talking about this." Chenyu bellowed. "I'm saying that your eating here is affecting my test." "Student Chenyu, there is a problem with your words," said the math head, seated on Chenyu's left. In a logical manner, he continued, "How many decibels can we possibly generate from nibbling on sunflower seeds? I doubt it's anywhere as loud as you're shouting. How could we possibly affect you?" That's right, the math teacher, on Chenyu's right, said in agreement. "Only by keeping your heart calm can your surroundings become quiet." "Student Chenyu, your heart isn't calm at all." "How does this have anything to do with us?" "Left side. Is it because the test paper is too difficult? Is that why you're flaring up in anger all of a sudden?" "Right side. If you think you can't continue taking the test, the three of us can play Landlord 1 instead." "Left side. Good idea. Let's use sunflower seeds as betting chips. Right side, student Chen Yu, why are your veins popping up on your forehead? Do you have a headache? Left side, if you're not feeling well, you don't need to take the test. It's important to take care of your bow. Bang! Abruptly smashing his fists on his table, Chen Yu bellowed, stop being noisy. I'm taking an exam. Both the math teacher and math head were startled by Shi Feng's actions. After exchanging glances, they both resumed nibbling on sunflower seeds. Take the exam if you want. It's not like we're stopping you from taking it. That's right. Do you have to lose your temper? Nibble, nibble, nibble. Chen Yu. While surrounded by the noise of shattering sunflower hulls, Chen Yu arduously completed 10 questions. Meanwhile, the two invigilators had also nibbled through their entire stock of sunflower seeds. Upon seeing this, Chen Yu sighed in relief. The crease on his forehead also relaxed slightly. Immediately afterward, however, the people on his left and right each pulled out a bag of potato chips and opened it. They then proceeded to chew on potato chips fervently. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Chen Yu. 20 minutes later, the two invigilators finished grazing on their share of potato chips and shrimp sticks. They then switched to munching dried fruits. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Chen Yu. Half an hour later, the stock of dried fruits ran out, and the two invigilators actually proceeded to take out hot water to boil their instant noodles. Once the noodles were cooked, the two invigilators' lips started fervently slurping their noodles. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Wiping off some of the hot soup that splattered his face, Chen Yu bellowed angrily, bastards. Ring, 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 ring. Finally, the bell signaling the end of the math exam sounded. At this time, the two invigilators had also finished the last bit of their snacks. As for Chen Yu, he wore a dull look on his face as he gazed at the few challenging questions that he failed to solve. He had already done his best. However, the two mouths that had been creating noise non-stop made it truly difficult for him to concentrate. Oh, student Chen Yu, not bad, the math teacher commented as he picked up Chen Yu's test papers and gave them a quick look. Nodding, he continued, you got so many questions correct. It seems my bonus really is gone. Don't talk to me, Chen Yu said as he covered his ears. Any sound coming out of your mouths hurts. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the Chinese language test began. The test this time had even more invigilators than before, the total increasing to 3. Out of the 3 invigilators, one of them was Chen Yu's form teacher. Chen Yu, here are your test papers, the form teacher said as he approached Chen Yu and handed him his test papers. He then pulled out a wireless microphone from his coat. While receiving his test papers with a stupefied expression on his face, Chen Yu asked, Teacher, what are you doing? I'm not doing anything, the form teacher said as he tapped on the microphone. He then waved Chen Yu off and said, don't mind me, just focus on your test and give it your all. 5 minutes later, the bell rang and the test began. Before Chen Yu could even move his pen, however, a wave of roadkill singing came from beside him. My motherland and I cannot be separated for a moment. Wherever I go, I have a song for you. 2. Lying like a bough. Standing like a pine tree. Don't move, don't shake, sit like a bell. Walking like a gust of wind. 3. Flowers' hearts deeply hidden, I missed seeing it blossom. Your own heart skipped the seasons, you never let people know. 4. After rapidly singing all 3 songs, the form teacher stored the microphone back into his coat and smiled, saying, I wanted to give you some encouragement. Now that I'm done encouraging you, you must properly exhibit your potential. After a moment of silence, Chen Yu took in a deep breath as he suppressed the rage in his heart. However, when he tried answering his test questions, he found that the lyrics of the 3 poisonous melodies had hijacked his mind, and the songs were playing in an endless loop in his head. Slap. Giving his cheeks a powerful clap, Chen Yu desperately tried to focus his mind. First question. Which of the following doesn't have a typo? My motherland and I cannot be separated for a moment. Third question. Choose one of the best terms to fill in the blank. Lying like a bough. Standing like a pine tree. Fifth question. In Facing the Sea with Spring Blossoms, what did the author depict through the details of his writing? Flowers' hearts deeply hidden, I missed seeing it blossom. Ugh. Going crazy, Chen Yu shouted, "Stop looping in my mind." Chapter 42, Third Review Product, 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Creak. After opening the security door, Chen Yu dragged his exhausted body into his house. Upon entering, he noticed that both his parents were out, with only his 3 little sisters at home. "Brother, you're back. X3, MHM. Nodding, Chen Yu tossed his bag to a corner. He then turned to look at Chen Yike and asked, "You're back from your autumn trip, MHM?" Chen Yike nodded with a very excited expression. "Did you have fun?" "I did." "What about you, brother? Were you happy with your tests?" "Yes, I'm extremely happy." Saying so, Chen Yu slowly shuffled toward his room. "Carry on doing your own things and don't disturb me. I want to be alone." After returning to his room, Chen Yu locked the door and lay on his bed in a daze. Although he shut his eyes and tried to sleep, he could not do so, no matter what. The reason for this was the lyrics "My motherland and I cannot be separated for a moment. Wherever I go, I have a song for you," still playing ceaselessly in his head. Seeing as sleep had no plans of visiting him, Chen Yu decided to do something else to divert his attention. With this intent, he sat up in his bed and grabbed his laptop to check on his Bilibili account's latest statistics. The first review video on the nuclear energy laboratory had already exceeded 800,000 views. The donations, saves, and shares the video received were also extremely high. As for the second review video on the quantum reading glasses, with the promotion of Bilibili's editors and the support of his subscribers, the video had already garnered over 300,000 views. The number of private messages he received from subscribers had also skyrocketed, with the majority asking what kind of product he would be revealing on his third review. Interestingly enough, there was also a minority of messages asking whether he would like to review their products. In addition to these messages, he had also received 3 private messages of support and encouragement from Bilibili's representatives. At this point, Chen Yu could already be considered the most well-regarded up-and-coming uploader on Bilibili's website. After briefly browsing through the messages, he exited Bilibili's platform and opened his profile on the Transdimensional marketing terminal, his gaze hardening with resolve as he did so. This was the data he was most concerned about. Name, Chen Yu. Access Level 1, E, prohibited from worldwide live streaming. Subscribers, 18,664. Main target, complete at least 2 of 4 missions. Target achieved. 2 halves, additional target, complete at least 3 of 4 missions. 2/3. Mission 1, reach 472,793 500 viewers and 18,664 50 subscribers on the first advertisement. Mission complete. Mission 2, reach 472,793 5,000 viewers and 18,664 500 subscribers on the second advertisement. Mission complete. I already have over 400,000 subscribers on Bilibili, yet the Transdimensional marketing company only acknowledges about 18,000 of them. Chen Yu frowned when he saw the numbers in his profile. I have over 470,000 acknowledged viewers, yet less than 20,000 of them are acknowledged as true subscribers. Do my review videos lack something? Even after giving the matter some thought, Chen Yu failed to reach a conclusion on his own. He then pulled out his phone and sent a short message through WeChat. Chen Yu, you there? Transdimensional Marketing. Mr. Chen, if you have something to say, please just say it. No need to ask if I am here or not. Chen Yu, oh, I want to ask you something. My videos currently have over 470,000 acknowledged viewers, yet less than 20,000 of them are subscribers. Isn't this ratio a little low? It's much worse than the 10-to-1 ratio at the beginning. Is it because of my video's quality? Transdimensional Marketing, there is indeed a problem. Although your review videos are good, the products you are reviewing aren't actually considered advanced technology. It is very difficult for you to attract the viewers' hearts. Moreover, in my company's system, only those that are extremely fond of your videos are considered a subscriber, Mr. Chen. Chen Yu, in that case, I understand. The third product will be delivered at 9 tomorrow morning. right? Transdimensional marketing, correct. Please patiently await its arrival. Chen Yu, can you let me know what it is in advance? Transdimensional marketing, that is not allowed, Mr. Chen. Please patiently await its arrival. Chen Yu, alright, then. Hopefully, it's a better product this time. Transdimensional marketing. Exiting WeChat, Chen Yu set his phone aside and lay back on his bed for a nap. They're not going to loop in my brain again this time, right? As soon as Chen Yu thought so, the drug-like melodies started assaulting his mind once more, the lyrics of the songs flooding every neuron in his brain. My motherland and I cannot be separated for a moment. Lying like a bough, standing like a pine tree. Flowers' hearts deeply hidden, I missed seeing it blossom. Save me. At 8 in the morning, the next day, Chen Yu left his home with his bag and made his way to 6th High. He still had 2 more tests to take today, biology and chemistry. Once he finished these 2 papers, his monthly examination would officially be over. After arriving at the 4th floor exam venue that belonged solely to him, Chen Yu took his seat and waited for the biology test to start. Shortly after he sat down, the invigilating teachers arrived. Their number had also increased from 3 to 4. Of the 4 invigilators, 1 held a small gong, 1 held a bongo, 1 held an erhu, and the last held a suona too. Giving himself a facepalm, Chen Yu asked, "Are you guys here to invigilate or take part in an arts exam? Isn't our school holding an autumn sports festival soon? We'll be performing as one of the shows there. Since we have time now, we might as well use it to practice." Clapping his palms together, Chen Yu prayed, "Dear gods, can you not choose to practice in an exam venue? I still need to take a test. Have some humanity. We'll be quiet when playing. We'll make sure we won't disturb you." How quiet can those things in your hands possibly get? You guys better not go too far. At Chen Yu's words, the 4 invigilators turned to look at each other. They then simultaneously looked at Chen Yu and asked, "Can we negotiate?" "No, I want to take my test. Don't disturb me." "Damn these bunch of bastards." Then fine. Shrugging helplessly, Chen Yu's biology teacher said, "We won't practice." "Thank you." Chen Yu nearly genuflected when he heard the teacher's answer. "If we're not going to practice, why do we need so many people here?" One of the teachers wondered. He then suggested, "Should we play our jong? We'll still disturb student Chen Yu if we play our jong," Chen Yu's biology teacher said before exiting the classroom. He returned with a stereo shortly afterward and said, "Let's disco." Scram! Chen Yu bellowed. An hour and a half later, the biology examination came to an end. At 10 a.m. sharp, the chemistry examination began. The teacher invigilating Chen Yu's test this time was a bespectacled woman, the head of 6th High's chemistry department. When she entered the room, she held Chen Yu's test papers in one hand and a cloth bag in the other. "Hello, student. Here are your test papers," the chemistry teacher said. Suspiciously receiving the test papers, Chen Yu carefully evaluated the chemistry teacher before asking hesitantly, "You're alone?" "That's right." "How many people do you need to invigilate one examinee?" "You're not going to interrupt me? I don't have that much free time," the chemistry teacher said, clicking her tongue. Holding up her cloth bag, she continued, "I don't care about that little bonus. Just take your test properly. I can use this free time to do my own work." Upon hearing the chemistry teacher's words, Chen Yu nearly broke down in tears as he said, "Teacher, you truly are the savior of 6th High. Stop spouting nonsense and take your test." "No cheating." "I definitely won't," Chen Yu said as he patted his chest. "Teacher, you busy yourself with your own work while I focus on my test. I definitely won't let you worry." "Sure." The chemistry teacher smiled and nodded. Afterward, she opened up her cloth bag and started pulling out beakers, measuring bottles, droppers, nitric acid, alcohol, mercury, potassium nitrate, high concentration sulfuric acid, and various other chemicals and placed them on Chen Yu's table one after another. Chen Yu. By the time Chen Yu arrived back home, he had already thrown the matter of his test results to the back of his mind. He only felt fortunate to have returned alive today. "Once I'm rich, the first thing I'll do is flatten 6th High. Damn it." After tossing his bag aside and briefly greeting his 3 little sisters, Chen Yu returned to his own room and locked the door. When he saw the big, white box sitting in the middle of his room, he finally revealed his first smile of the day. His third review product had arrived. Chapter 43, Third Review Product, 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. With hurried steps, Chen Yu walked forward and sat down before the box. He then used his fingernail to slit the sealing tape and opened the box. After doing so, however, he noticed a smaller box nested inside. After taking the small box out, he cut through its sealing tape and opened it, only to discover an even smaller rectangular box inside. Chen Yu. Once he had extracted the latest box, he tore off the film wrapped around it before opening it. Fortunately, no more boxes greeted him. This time, located at the top of the box was something that looked like a finger cot. The finger cot was coated entirely in gold, and its build was exquisite. Holding it in his hand, Chen Yu found that the finger cot was quite heavy and solid. This little thing is the third review product. After toying with the finger cot for a while, Chen Yu grabbed the instruction manual inside the box and earnestly read through it. A minute later, he put down the instruction manual with a skeptical look on his face. What is this thing? According to the instruction manual, the product this time was called Golden Middle Finger. A product of the year 2035, it was commonly referred to as the Golden Finger. It was meant to be worn on a human's middle finger, and it allowed its user to exhibit a very strong effect. The original description went, greatly enhances the power of a flick. It has 3 power settings in all. First gear breaks wood, second gear breaks bricks, and third gear breaks steel. There are many ways to play with this golden middle finger to deepen the friendship between companions. Greatly enhances the vibrating speed of the middle finger. It similarly has 3 speed settings. First gear vibrates 10 times per second, second gear vibrates 100 times per second, and third gear vibrates 1000 times per second. There are even more ways to play with this function. This is also an essential tool for guitarists, pianists, guzzing musicians, video game enthusiasts, biology enthusiasts, and many other enthusiasts. Tossing the instruction manual on the ground, Chen Yu cursed. Why does something like this even exist? He pulled out his phone and dashed off a WeChat message to Transdimensional Marketing's staff. Chen Yu, you there? Transdimensional Marketing. Mr. Chen, please stop asking if I am present or not. I am always present. Chen Yu, the golden finger you sent me is the third review video's product. Transdimensional Marketing. That is correct, Mr. Chen. Are you satisfied with it? Chen Yu, let's set aside my satisfaction first. I want to know what exactly this thing is for. Transdimensional Marketing. Isn't it written on the instruction manual already? It's meant for friendly head flicking between friends. Chen Yu, are you sure it's meant for friends and not enemies? Transdimensional Marketing. It can also be used for self-protection. Chen Yu, are there no other functions? Transdimensional Marketing. You can also use it to play instruments. Chen Yu, anything else? Transdimensional Marketing. Mr. Chen, what are you trying to say? Chen Yu. Forget it. It's nothing. However, I asked you to get me something mainstream like a smartphone or computer, yet you send me this skullcracker. Does it look mainstream to you? Transdimensional Marketing. Mr. Chen, this golden finger is very mainstream. Both men and women, elderly and young, require it. In fact, it remains a very popular product even in the 24th century. Chen Yu, fine. I'll believe whatever you say. After exiting WeChat and setting aside his phone, Chen Yu started fiddling with the exquisite finger cot once more. Upon closer scrutiny, Chen Yu noticed 3 buttons on each side of the finger cot. The buttons on the left were labeled Power 1, Power 2, and Power 3. The buttons on the right were labeled Speed 1, Speed 2, and Speed 3. The functions of the buttons were exactly as their names implied, no additional thought required. It feels smooth to the touch. It's soft, yet hard at the same time. I wonder what material it is made of. After fiddling with the finger cot for a moment, Chen Yu carefully slid the golden middle finger onto his middle finger. He then pressed a power button on the finger cot's left side. BZZ. Along with the appearance of a small electric current, Chen Yu felt his entire middle finger go numb. Standing up, he took in his surroundings. Failing to find something he could conveniently use as a test subject, he took off his jeans and pulled out his old and tattered belt buckle. He then raised his middle finger and aimed it at the steel buckle of the belt before flicking it. Swoosh! A strong gust of wind immediately howled throughout the room. Following it, a golden streak of light smashed into the steel buckle. Ding! Following a loud metal ringing, a section of the steel buckle caved in. Holy! Tossing away his belt buckle, Chen Yu stared at the golden finger in a daze. Is this thing really meant for flicking heads? Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, knocking came from the door, and Chen Yu's voice came from beyond it. Brother, what happened? What was that sound just now? Snapping out of his daze, Chen Yu turned around and shouted, nothing happened. Ignore it. Brother, you can talk to me if you're stressed. Don't, scram. A moment later, the outside of Chen Yu's room became silent. Breathing out a sigh, Chen Yu resumed researching the golden finger. He had already experimented with the first playing method. The golden finger indeed provided extraordinary strength to its user. It was so effective that it could even be used to arm soldiers. Next up would be to experiment with the second playing method. Sitting on his bed, Chen Yu raised his middle finger and pressed the first right button. Speed 1. BZZ. The instant Chen Yu pressed the button, the golden finger quivered, its vibration speed accelerating as time passed. In no time at all, his middle finger was vibrating at a rate of 10 times per second. Brrrr. Moving his middle finger close to his face, Chen Yu could feel a light breeze blowing at him. His eyes glowing with excitement, he immediately pressed the speed 2 button. Brrrr. His finger started vibrating even faster. Its motions were so fast that it was leaving behind after images. Meanwhile, throughout this process, his finger surprisingly did not feel uncomfortable or tired. This was because the finger cut was the one rapidly vibrating. The finger inside it moved at a much slower rate. Amazing. Chen Yu was pleasantly surprised by this situation. Looking at the golden finger, he could faintly discern the true method of using it. Naturally, it was meant for competitive gaming. Who could possibly match the speed of his finger? Who could possibly beat him in terms of control? If combined with the quantum reading glasses, he could easily annihilate his opponents. Kekik. It turns out this thing is actually so amazing. After clicking the power button once more, Chen Yu removed the golden finger and returned it into the box. At this point, he had a vague plan for how to conduct the third episode's review. The program would definitely turn out well. The only problem was that the method he had in mind would cause quite a commotion. He definitely couldn't do the review at home. Maybe it's time to rent a house to use as a studio. Doing reviews at home is simply too inconvenient. But renting a house will cost a lot of money. I don't have enough cash on hand to support it for long. I should also consider earning some money. Having decided on what he needed to do, Chen Yu packed the golden finger, his laptop and camera, clothes, mask, and other work instruments into his bag. He then pushed open his room's door and walked out. Upon spotting Chen Yu about to leave the house, Chen Erk, who had been drawing in the living room, came running over and asked, "Brother, where are you going?" "I'm going out for a while. I'll be back at night." "Where are eldest and third eldest?" "Little sis ran out of milk, so big sis took her out to buy some." "Brother, where are you going?" "I want to go too." "I'm going to school." "You can't follow me." "Just be good and stay at home." After casually making up an excuse, Chen Yu left the house carrying his bag. Meanwhile, Chen Erk remained standing in a daze. Biting her index finger, she muttered to herself, "Should I go and tell Big Brother that he forgot to wear pants?" Chapter 44, Third Review Product 3. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After toiling for nearly 3 hours, Chen Yu finally rented a standalone warehouse far from the city center. The warehouse he rented used to serve as storage for fruits for a nearby market. However, after the city's urban renewal and the removal of open-air markets, the warehouse lost its business. Despite the owner lowering the rent time after time, interest in the warehouse remained non-existent. As a result, Chen Yu managed to rent the warehouse for 3 months with just 1,800 yuan. Finally, I can loosen my limbs. Ah, how wonderful. Standing inside the empty warehouse, Chen Yu gave his surroundings a brief look, then picked up the broom and mop he recently purchased and started cleaning. Truthfully, he had been too careless during the previous 2 product reviews. There were simply too many items inside his room that were unrelated to his review. From his wallpaper to his floorboard, all these things could betray his identity. Hence, he planned to set up a proper studio this time to ensure as little information about his identity leaked as possible. Roughly 20 minutes later, Chen Yu finished cleaning the warehouse. After shutting the warehouse door and locking it from the inside, he then started earnestly decorating his review studio. Firstly, he worked on covering up the dull grey walls. Secondly, he patched together a wooden table. Afterward, he was done. Clap, clap. Clapping the dust off his hands, Chen Yu revealed a smile as he said, "Everything's complete. I can finally start the review." After saying so, he dug through his backpack and pulled out his laptop, camera, pen, paper, mask, and the star of today's review, the golden finger. He set up his camera and spent 10 minutes writing up a script and memorizing it. He then placed the script beside the camera so he could peek at it, in case he forgot his lines. With 2 product reviews under his belt, he had already learned plenty of speech techniques. He definitely wouldn't allow the awkward speech from the last review to happen again. He would focus on introducing the product and avoid making unnecessary comments as much as possible. Not to mention, with the 5th product review, he would switch to live streaming his reviews. Running his mouth off would only put his identity at risk. Let's begin, then. Brrr. This warehouse is a little too cold. My feet are practically frozen already. After putting on the coat and mask he usually wore for his reviews, Chen Yu verified that he had all the tools he needed for this review before pressing his camera's capture button. He then sat before the wooden table he made. Greetings, fellow friends and viewers. Welcome to Transdimensional Review's 3rd episode. I am very grateful for all the support everyone has given me. The product I have brought to you all this time is ... The review lasted for an hour. After reciting his final line, Chen Yu stood up and turned off the camera. He then gave his body a stretch. Removing the golden finger, he gently caressed its smooth, golden surface before carefully placing it back in its box. For some reason, he had a feeling that he would have a use for this magical product one day. After transferring the data from his camera to his laptop, Chen Yu stored them both in his backpack. As there was no internet inside the warehouse, he planned to edit and upload the video once he got back home. Creak. Upon opening the warehouse door, Chen Yu noticed that the sky had started darkening already. He pulled out his phone and checked the time, then decided not to tarry any longer. After locking up the warehouse, he jogged to the main street and hailed a taxi. Jumping into the passenger seat, Chen Yu said, "Master, to Land District." "Got it." Nodding, the middle-aged taxi driver stepped on the accelerator. Leaning back in his seat and looking at the passing scenery through his window, Chen Yu grumbled, "Master, don't you think the weather is getting colder these days? It's just autumn, yet it's already so cold." "Oh." With a glance at the boxers Chen Yu was wearing, the taxi driver nodded and said, yes, the weather is getting colder." As soon as Chen Yu walked through the door, he smelled a savory scent of cooked meat. Making his way into the kitchen, he noticed that the dining table was actually filled with various fragrant dishes. "Why the feast? What's the occasion?" Without even glancing at Chen Yu, Mother Chen, who was busy stir-frying lean meat with leeks, replied, "Aren't you going to start training tomorrow?" "It's to provide you with nutrients." "Are you that certain I won't score within the top 25? If you manage to score even within the top 30, I'll eat this wok." "You said it." "I did." "Good. Just you wait." Chen Yu walked out of the kitchen and into the living room, sending his sisters a glance before continuing to his room. After locking the door, he took out his laptop and started editing his video. Several minutes later, his video was edited. After watching through it and finding no problems, he adjusted the video's audio frequency and uploaded it to Bilibili for publication at 9 AM tomorrow. The quality of the video this time was very high. Chen Yu could sense that he was one step closer to that romantic partner simulation robot. Now, With his mind filled with sweet thoughts about living with his robot partner, Chen Yu pulled out the golden finger and gently caressed it. Just renting a warehouse isn't enough. Once I have a girlfriend in the future, I need to have a place to stay as well. That will cost even more money. No matter how many plans his mind generated, all thoughts looped back to the problem of money. He was poor. His family was poor too. His future girlfriend would definitely be a poor bastard, as well. As a man, he needed to think of ways to earn money. Moreover, he needed to rake in large sums of money over a sustained period. Simply relying on his basketball shoes to beat the challenges of the various restaurants wasn't a long-term plan. Sooner or later, every restaurant in Jinzu district would blacklist him. Not to mention, such an action also lowered his self-esteem. Let's help other companies or independent media edit their videos. After pondering the matter for some time, Chen Yu concluded that this method was the most reliable. The Transdimensional marketing company's contract only stated that it was illegal for him to generate profits through the sale of review products but not utilizing review products to generate a profit. Not to mention, his laptop's auto-editing software wasn't categorized as a review product. Having decided this, Chen Yu pulled out his phone and started sending advertisements to several of Bilibili's content creator groups. First-class professional editor offering paid editing services. Subtitles and soundtracks included. Only editing review videos. No charge for unsatisfactory results. Send me a private message if you are interested. Less than 3 seconds after Chen Yu published his advertisement, he had already received feedback. You have been removed from the Transdimensional group. Beautiful. In response to his removal, Chen Yu immediately reported the group to Bilibili. Reason for reporting: the group is sharing perverted pictures every day. The group is simply filled with human depravity and distorted morals. If not now, when will you shut down such a broken group? Group number 826,992,388. Although his advertisements got him kicked out of a few groups, it didn't take long before he garnered interest from the content creator. After this interested party added Chen Yu as a friend, they immediately went straight into the topic. Blooming clouds, are you really a professional editor? What are your fees? Do you have any previously edited videos to share as samples? Chen Yu: I do. But you don't need to trouble yourself to watch them. Just send the materials to me. If you find my work unsatisfactory, I won't charge a cent. Blooming clouds, what big words. I like that. What are your fees, then? What is the benchmark? Chen Yu: 10 yuan per minute. Subtitles and soundtracks included. If you want to add special effects, it'll be 1000 yuan per minute at least. Blooming clouds, 10 yuan per minute. Subtitles included. Are you sure you're a professional editor? Chen Yu: if I don't meet the standards of a professional editor, I'll pay you instead. Blooming clouds, wow, how imposing. I like that. I'll send you the raw footage and finished product from last month's video. If your editing standards can match my finished product, I'll give you 20 per minute. The other party's words immediately inspired a thought in Chen Yu's mind. Chen Yu: going for quality, huh? If the quality of my edited videos surpasses yours, how about you give me 30 per minute? Blooming clouds, no problem. If you have that kind of standard, I'll stop all of my studio's edits and commission them to you. Chen Yu: okay, send it over. A few minutes later, Chen Yu received a download link for a file containing over a dozen gigabytes worth of raw footage, as well as a link for an edited video. However, he did not even give the edited video a glance. He immediately downloaded the raw footage. In the end, it took him well over 2 hours to download the raw footage. As for the editing process, it took him only 5 seconds to produce a fully edited 30-minute video. Snap. After uploading the video, Chen Yu joyfully snapped his fingers. 900 yuan, get. Now, if I can just increase my internet speed, I'm going to be rich. Chapter 45. Benefits of studying. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. By the time Chen Yu finished dinner and returned to his room, it was already 7 in the evening. Feeling that enough time had passed, he sent the download link for the edited video to the other party. Chen Yu: I'm done editing. Give it a look. Blooming clouds, that quick? Chen Yu: Why do I feel uncomfortable hearing those words? Blooming clouds, I'm just surprised. Did you properly edit it? Chen Yu, facts speak louder than words. Comment after you've watched it. Blooming clouds, alright, alright. I'll make sure to dispute every little detail. Chen Yu, sure. But what does dispute mean? Blooming clouds. Seeing that the other party wasn't answering him, Chen Yu clicked his tongue and copied the word. He then searched for it online and found the answer. So, that's what it means. Sighing, Chen Yu picked up the quantum reading glasses and a mathematics reference book and started studying. Studying and results were the foundation of every battle. If a straight-A student tried taking liberties with a woman, his actions would be called flirting. If a flunky did the same thing, his actions would be considered an indecent assault. The former would get to live a distinguished and elegant life, while the latter would get to squat in a jail cell. This world was unfair. Only by studying well would one's words have authority. Only by studying well would one be able to do whatever one wanted. Chen Yu did not seek to do whatever he wanted. He merely wished for his school and family to give up on having him do sports. Not to mention, as an academic flunky since childhood, he had also dreamed of entering a famous school. Now that he had the help of future technology, he naturally needed to grasp this opportunity. A little over half an hour later, Chen Yu's phone suddenly started vibrating. Hurriedly removing his glasses, Chen Yu picked up his phone and saw that Blooming Clouds had sent him a voice chat request. Money's here. Setting down his reference book, Chen Yu connected the call and put his phone to his ear. Hello, brother, will your future edits have such standards as well? The gentle and soothing voice of a woman came from his phone. You're a woman? That's right. I watched the entire video without fast-forwarding. Your editing standards are indeed excellent. If you can maintain such a standard, we can form a long-term partnership. That won't be a problem. If you're satisfied with the results, send me the 900 yuan first, Chen Yu said. At this moment, his entire head was filled with that 900 yuan. Alright, I'll send it to you once we're done chatting. Upon hearing the other party's words, Chen Yu promptly disconnected the call, then sent the other party a message. Chen Yu, we're done chatting. Give me the money. Blooming Clouds. Notification. Blooming Clouds has transferred 1000 yuan to you. After accepting the money, Chen Yu swiftly returned 100 yuan to the other party. Notification. You have transferred 100 yuan to Blooming Clouds. Chen Yu, I take only what I deserve. There was a chance of a long-term partnership with this woman, so Chen Yu felt that he needed to establish his image firmly with her. He definitely couldn't let her belittle him and treat him as someone who only had eyes for money. Blooming Clouds. Alright. You have principles, I'll give you that. Can we continue our conversation now? Chen Yu, anytime. Very quickly, Chen Yu's phone started vibrating once more. He then accepted the call and said, hello, brother, may I know your name? How should I refer to you in the future? I can see only your pen name on your QQ profile. Just call me Chen Yu. What about you, little missy? Judging by your voice, I should be older than you. Call me Big Sis Ying. Huh? What? No, nothing. Chen Yu's expression started turning strange after this situation. I've seen your edited video, and I feel that its quality is extremely high, so I wish to form a long-term partnership with you. May I know how many minutes you can edit per day on average? Just send me whatever you have, Chen Yu said generously. I'll take them all. Are you running an editing studio? You can think of it that way. In any case, no matter how many videos you send me, I can edit them all to the standard you saw just now. If that's the case, let's sign a contract. So long as you can edit a certain length of video every day, you're free to set the price. Chen Yu could not help but frown at these words and asked, are you trying to become my sugar mama? No need for contracts. Just pay me 30 yuan per minute. I'll edit however many videos you send me. Chen Yu did not wish to go through that much hassle at all. He was only trying to earn some quick cash to tide him over the short term. Hence, He aimed for small profits but a high turnover. Once he got his hands on more and more advanced technology, the money he earned now would be chump change. He had always thought of himself as a wise person that had abandoned the consciousness of a small farmer. He was going to attain great achievements and earn big money in the future. Once he was successful, why would he waste his precious time earning a trivial sum and even sign a contract for it? This notion was simply laughable. It was just like the 3 small gifts he was offered in exchange for returning the nuclear energy laboratory. How capricious would he be to choose the learning circlet? Wasn't it much better to choose the basketball shoes to earn a quick buck and let his family have a good meal? Once he settled his short-term emergencies, he could simply apply for a stronger learning tool. Finding his thoughts to be very reasonable, Chen Yu gave the other party no room for negotiations as he said firmly, 30 yuan per minute. Don't say useless things. Can you edit 100, or even 1,000, minutes? A skeptical voice came from the other end of the phone. Let's sign a contract and cooperate properly. The smaller your studio's workload, the greater your profit margin will be. Won't that be great? No. Shaking his head, Chen Yu said, I have no wish to earn that much money at all. 30 yuan per minute. Take it or leave it. I'm hanging up and resuming my advertisement if you don't give me an answer. Mr. Chen, I wish to ask you, are you certain that there are no problems with your thought process? Nothing's wrong. My logical thinking is quite strong. Just 30 yuan per minute. Alright. Okay, great. An anger-filled laugh came from the phone. Let's do as you say. I'll pay you 30 yuan for every minute of edited footage, but you must guarantee the quality. That won't be a problem. Turning to look at his laptop, Chen Yu said, the quality will be extremely stable. As stable as 1 + 1 = 2. Good. I have another question. If I have too much raw footage, it'll still take you a long time to download everything, even if you have high-speed internet, right? Can I mail you a hard drive? Sure, Chen Yu answered, nodding. You can even act as a middleman and pick up work from other independent media or companies and pass the work to me. I'll edit everything for you at a price of 30 yuan per minute. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, the other party was startled and asked, are you serious? Of course, I am very serious. I don't understand. Why are you doing this? For the horde. Huh? To save myself trouble. Do you have any other questions? No. Good. May we have a pleasant cooperation? Yes. May we have a pleasant cooperation? After disconnecting the call, Chen Yu was finally unable to suppress the excitement in his heart any longer as he jumped up in joy and did a fist pump. I won't get eliminated anymore this year. Chapter 46. Review begins. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After his excitement subsided, Chen Yu lay on his bed and took out his phone. He then visited Tmall's platform and went on a shopping frenzy. Now that he had money, he naturally had to spend it. This was one of the good qualities of the new generation's teenagers. They promoted consumption and raised the country's GDP. Depending on the scale, their actions could go from improving the quality of individual life to strengthening the country's soft power and promoting market prosperity. Although Chen Yu had yet to receive the big money he was going to be earning, with the support of Alipay, his urge to serve the country blazed high. Wow! Alipay raised the amount I can borrow? Wonderful! Not only did Mr. Marwan not extinguish Chen Yu's urge to serve, but he had even fanned it instead. While browsing through the random merchandise displayed in the application, Chen Yu momentarily fell into a daze, at a loss as to what to buy first. Well, let's buy a new laptop first. After giving the matter some thought, Chen Yu clicked to the electronics section and bought himself a new laptop. Half a month ago, he had spent his life savings to purchase the laptop he was currently using. Even so, the laptop's specifications were very poor. Altogether, the laptop cost him 2,800 yuan. It was only suited for office work and watching movies. While it could also run Adobe Premiere, it was limited to converting video formats and adjusting audio frequencies, incapable of making or rendering videos. Hence, in order to ensure he could rapidly import and export videos, Chen Yu decided to purchase a 9,720 yuan gaming laptop. The gaming laptop he bought had a 9th generation i7 CPU, an independent 1070 graphics card, a 2666 MHz DDR4 RAM, a 1TB SSD, and a display with the 144 Hz refresh rate. To reiterate, he was buying this laptop for work. He definitely wasn't buying it to play games on. He was a high school student that had just become motivated to improve himself. How could he possibly play computer games? He still had that much patience. Hence, he also purchased a PS4, an Xbox One X, and a Nintendo Switch. If he was going to play games, he should do so using specialized gaming units. Oh, I also need a big monitor. Following which, he bought a curved screen monitor that supported all 3 gaming units. With this, he had officially become the most disdained existence among gaming circles, a tyrant that dominated 3 domains. After purchasing his own things, Chen Yu did not forget to buy something for his family. For Father Chen Yu bought a 4,799 yuan Tissot watch. For Mother Chen, he bought an 8,800 yuan mink velvet coat. For Chen Sang, he bought a 639 yuan gold-plated feeding bottle. For Chen Erk, he bought a Sakura-Kupi pencil 60-piece set imported from Japan for 725 yuan. For Chen Yike, he bought 10 middle school mathematics exercise books, 10 middle school English exercise books, 10 middle school Chinese exercise books, and 10 middle school biology exercise books for a total of 78 yuan. A total of 40 exercise books. He was going to give Chen Yike more presents than the rest of the family combined would receive. He thoroughly expressed his love and good intentions for his first younger sister. After Chen Yu finished shopping, he turned off his phone and lay on his bed. All of a sudden, though, his body shuddered involuntarily, and his burning passion instantly cooled down. What have I just done? The next day, the Chen family crowded inside the kitchen and ate breakfast. Aside from Chen Sang, who was eating while dozing off, everyone else was relatively energetic. Chen Yu, will your school be announcing the test results today? Mother Chen asked as she looked at Chen Yu. No. Shaking his head and grabbing himself a piece of vegetable, Chen Yu said, it should be announced on Tuesday. Your principal gave me a call last night. What did he say? Chen Yu asked, frowning. He told me to persuade you to train properly. He says that the National Youth Sprinting Competition will be held soon. He's afraid you won't get a good result if you start training too late. I'm not going. I'll only be satisfied after I've seen the results. Although Chen Yu said so, he had zero intentions of fulfilling his side of the bargain. It didn't matter even if his test results failed to hit the mark. He had already thought of a backup plan in the event that he lost the bet. He would simply run without the microkinetic basketball shoes. If even after he had done that, 6th High still managed to turn a peasant like himself into a national athlete, then he would admit defeat. After chewing on his food for some time, Chen Yu felt that the timing now was just right. Setting down his chopsticks and clearing his throat, he said, everyone. However, despite Chen Yu's actions, Father Chen Yike, Chen Erk, and Chen Sang showed no response whatsoever. It was as if they did not hear him at all. Everyone. Chen Yu raised his voice and lightly tapped the table. Lifting his head, Father Chen asked while chewing, are you full? No. In a loud voice, Chen Yu proclaimed, I have something to announce. Nom. Chen Yike turned to look at Chen Yu. Nom. Chen Erk and Chen Sang also turned to look at him. Nom. Mother Chen and Father Chen also fixed their gazes on Chen Yu while chewing their food. Chen Yu. Looking at this scene, Chen Yu suddenly thought of a herd of alpacas eating grass. After sorting out the words in his mind, he said solemnly, I found a job. You found a job? Mother Chen repeated. Before Mother Chen could ask further, Father Chen frowned and interrupted her, asking, a job? Are you planning on dropping out? Of course not. This job can be done part-time. I can use it to earn some spending money. Bang, bang, bang. After stretching her throat to swallow her food, Mother Chen smacked the dining table and exclaimed, Are you itching for another beating? You're a student. A part-time job. Do you think the family is so broke that we need you to earn money for us? Stop worrying about unnecessary things and focus on learning sports from your school. I don't wish to work, either, Chenyu said, shrugging. However, this job pays quite a lot, so I wish to earn some money for my little sisters. Wow! After being momentarily stunned by Chenyu's words, Chen Yike decisively raised her thumb and said, "Big brother, good job." Chen Erk similarly raised her thumb and said, "Big brother, good job." Big brother, good, cough. Cough. Although Chen Sang tried mimicking her elder sisters, she choked on her food after speaking just 3 words. Good? What's so good about it? Mother Chen shouted at her 3 daughters in dissatisfaction. She then returned her gaze to Chenyu and said, "You definitely won't earn much from a part-time job. If you wish to work part-time, wait until you enter university. At that time, you can do whatever work you want. I won't even care who you work for or where you work. But this is a good opportunity to earn money." Earn money? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Chenyu's words, Mother Chen and Father Chen exchanged glances before simultaneously sneering. Mother Chen then asked, "Do you think it's so easy to earn money? If it's that easy, why wouldn't your father and I do so? I really can earn a lot." "How much can you earn?" "Then, I can earn several thousand yuan a day." "Just honestly go to school and stop thinking about those crooked ways." "What can you do with several thou?" Mother Chen's voice gradually faded as she spoke. She then looked at Chenyu with a stunned expression as she stuttered like a broken recorder, sa, 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 sa 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 sa. Chenyu sang along tentatively. Sa, 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 sa 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 sa. Dot. By the time Chenyu left the house, it was already 8:30 in the morning. He was late for school. However, in order to trick his parents flawlessly, he had no choice but to invest time and words into the endeavor. In the lie he constructed, he described himself as a prodigy in video editing. He said that he had accepted work from multiple entertainment studios, hence, so long as he worked hard and completed the assigned tasks, he would be able to earn a generous income. Since both his parents were ignorant about video editing and production, he didn't have to worry about them seeing through his lie. As for the reason why he had taken the initiative to mention this video editing gig to his family, it was to have a convenient explanation for the massive wealth he would gain in the future so that he could reasonably help out with his family's financial situation. After arriving at school, Chenyu hid in the forest by the school field as usual and waited for 9 a.m. He then visited Bilibili's platform and started searching for his review video under the technology section. 3 minutes later, he located the video titled Transdimensional Review, Golden Finger from the Future. Sure enough, as soon as he played the video, rows of bullet comments started speeding across the black screen. First, which one of my sons are you people? First, second, Chapter 47, Review ends. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. First, Viewer 23. Selling peanuts, sunflower seeds, and duhua in the front row. Grandpa. The app you're paying attention to has a new update, leaving my mark here before this video becomes popular. Like first, watch later. I'm eager to see what kind of insane product the app is going to reveal this time. After around a dozen comments flowed by, light appeared in the black screen, and Chenyu's masked face appeared on the screen. Greetings, fellow friends and viewers. In the video, Chenyu was holding a small, rectangular box. Waving at the camera, he continued, "Welcome to Transdimensional Review's 3rd episode. I am very grateful for all the support everyone has given me. The product I have brought to you all this time is the Golden Finger." Tapping his index finger on the box, Chenyu said, "This is a very special product with diverse functions. It is produced by the handicraft company in the year 2035. In other words, 15 years from now, everyone watching this video will have the fortune of purchasing this product within your lifetime. Alright, I'll dispense with the nonsense. Let's begin today's review. Good. If I fail to buy it 15 years later, I'll sue you for false advertising. The Golden Finger? Is it used inside toilets? Degrees. Unboxing. Unboxing complete. Proceed to the review introduction. First, let's start with the unboxing. Pulling off the box's lid, Chen Yu retrieved the golden finger cut inside the box and said, "Unboxing complete." Now, let's proceed to the next topic, review introduction. Holding the finger cut, Chen Yu did a 360-degree display of it to the camera. He then continued, "Everyone should be able to clearly see the external appearance of this product. I can only use one word to describe this thing: exquisite. It is truly exquisite. From the outside, you can't see any joints. It looks as if it is one organic whole. Moreover, it is also unknown as to what material this golden finger is made of. It is soft yet hard, hard yet elastic. It feels extremely good to the touch. WTF, what a terrible description. Just call a spade a spade. Regardless, this finger cut indeed looks very beautiful. So, just what is this golden finger used for?" After displaying the golden middle finger to the camera, Chen Yu wore it on his right middle finger. Adjusting his mask slightly, he said, "I believe everyone should have already noticed that each side of the finger cut has 3 buttons wrapped in special material. The buttons on the left represent power, while the right buttons represent speed. Each mode has 3 gears, the performance of the golden finger increasing with each subsequent gear. Next up, I will be reviewing the golden middle finger's first function, the flick of friendship." After saying so, Chen Yu bent down and retrieved a wooden block from beneath the table. He then waved the wooden block at the camera and said, "It is a normal interaction for close friends to flick each other in the forehead. Forehead flicking can increase the sense of closeness between friends, and it also helps alleviate the dullness of gatherings. Hence, the golden middle finger's first main function is to flick foreheads. 15 years in the future, this golden finger is an indispensable tool for card games, truth or dare, and many other activities." While speaking, Chen Yu pressed down on the first left button. After feeling a numbing sensation in his middle finger, he aimed at the wooden block and sent a powerful flick at it. Bang! Crack! The wooden block instantly fractured, and half of it flew out of camera range. Question mark? Question mark? Question mark? Good. Let's test the golden finger on this next. After tossing away the remaining half of the wooden block he held, Chen Yu took out a thick and sturdy fire brick from under the table. He then pressed the power 2 button and sent a flick at the brick. Boom! The golden finger moved at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. There was only a loud sound before the brick broke into 2. Question mark? Crap! Question mark? Lastly, let's try the finger on this. After tossing away the remaining half of the brick, Chen Yu reached under the table once more and grabbed a steel rod as thick as a child's wrist. He then pressed the power 3 button. BZZ. The instant Chen Yu pressed the button, the audible sound of electric current flowing came from the golden finger. Wow! I can feel my middle finger brimming with strength. As soon as Chen Yu said so, he flicked at the steel rod ruthlessly. Ding! The instant the loud metallic clang sounded, the massive force from the impact made Chen Yu lose his grip on the steel rod. The steel rod flew straight out of his hand and smashed into the review table, creating a deep scar. Hiss! Chen Yu hurriedly retracted his left hand in pain and relaxed only after seeing that his palm was fine. He then bent down to pick up the steel rod that had bounced off to the floor and showed the rod to the camera. Unlike before, the thick steel rod was now bent. As I had released my grip partway, the golden finger was not able to display its full strength. Otherwise, this steel rod would have snapped directly in half. Glang! Tossing away the steel rod, Chen Yu pointed the golden finger at the camera and asked, "Well, is everyone satisfied with the function of this product?" It is truly a godlike tool for head flicking. Godlike head flicking tool? No. Close friend exterminator? Yes. I'm shocked. Are these special effects? Godly head popper. Wonderful. I'm going to buy one and join the war. The finger part of an exoskeleton. Thanos takes off the Infinity Gauntlet in embarrassment. I just wish to know how the Up managed to get his hands on such a thing. Did he make it himself? Itachi, forgive me. Sasuke, this is the last time. I recommend using it to flick naughty children. After a wave of bullet comments passed by, Chen Yu's figure on the screen turned his body slightly and revealed the golden finger's right side to the camera. He then explained, flicking foreheads is only one of the golden finger's functions. It still has another function that is equally great, and that is its speed function. Like the power function, the speed function has 3 gears. In the first gear, the finger cut will vibrate 10 times per second. After Chen Yu pressed the first right button, the golden finger immediately started vibrating at an extremely high speed. Next up, the second gear, 100 vibrations per second. The instant Chen Yu pressed the second button, the golden finger accelerated, vibrating like a phantom. The sound of wind was clearly audible. With this function, whether you are playing instruments or participating in esports, you can achieve more with less. You can even use this function to turn the golden finger into a drill. Amazing. I am truly convinced only a true lunatic would create such an item. Wow. I seem to have discovered its true purpose. Why do I feel that things are developing in a wrong direction? Is my screen becoming yellow? 1. I get you. What an outstanding recommendation. You guys continue watching. I'm heading out for a bit. My dominant arm is feeling a little itchy. I finished. Lastly, the third gear, 1000 vibrations per second. A strong wind started roaring as soon as Chen Yu pressed the third button. Under the dynamic vision of humans, the rapidly vibrating golden finger actually transformed into a solid golden plate. Crap. Question mark. Will the up's middle finger get crippled? A dog is robbing your video. Up. Kill him now. This abomination is meant for gods. Quickly save this loon. Am I the only one that thinks that this thing can be used to tease cats? I suspect you're an old driver. After displaying the golden finger's speed function for a bit longer, Chen Yu powered it off and put it back into its box. Clasping his hands together, he then looked at the camera and said, "All right, the golden middle finger's review ends here. Thank you, Handicraft Company, for supplying this technological product to me. Of course, I would also like to thank you for the support you've shown me, fellow viewers. Also, forgive me for being presumptuous, but I hope everyone can share my videos and bring my videos to the attention of many others. This is very important to me. This concerns whether I can have more and better technological products to share with everyone. Next week, I will be reviewing my 4th product on this channel. This will also be the last product for my newcomer period. Let's meet again next Monday. Goodbye." After Chen Yu finished speaking, the screen darkened, and numerous bullet comments flew across it. The video was over. Chapter 48, Trouble is Here. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Seeing the video come to an end, Chen Yu breathed out a sigh of relief before exiting Bilibili's platform. The video was 15 minutes long. From its upload until now, the number of views it accumulated had already exceeded 20,000. Moreover, based on the audience's bullet comments, the quality of the review video this time seemed to be very high. How many more new subscribers he would gain from this video would now depend on how Bilibili advertised his video for him. Raising his head, Chen Yu checked the empty schoolyard before him. After pondering for some time, he entered WeChat and sent a message to Transdimensional Marketing's female staff. "Chen Yu, you there? Transdimensional Marketing. I beg of you, Mr. Chen, please stop asking whether I'm here or not." Chen Yu, "Sure. I want to ask you something." Transdimensional Marketing, "Please ask away, Mr. Chen." Chen Yu, "Next week's episode is going to be the last. Will my subscriber count break the 50,000 threshold?" Transdimensional Marketing, "It's possible. The chances are very high." Chen Yu, "Can you give me a more precise answer? How high is the percentage?" Transdimensional Marketing, "The market is not mathematics. It is very difficult for me to give you a precise percentage. I can only say that your chances are very high." Chen Yu, "All right, then. For next week's review, try to get me something spectacular that will cause a sensation on Bilibili." Transdimensional Marketing, "Please rest assured, Mr. Chen. Our goals are aligned. Our team will strive hard to apply for a good product for you. However, as you are still in your probation period, we can apply for only small and ordinary products." "Oh, right, there's still one small problem. I'll use this opportunity to tell you, Mr. Chen." Chen Yu, "A small problem? What is it?" Transdimensional Marketing, "At 10:37 p.m. last night, Bilibili's platform attempted to block your account and remove your videos." "Block?" Startled by this situation, Chen Yu hurriedly asked a question. Chen Yu, They blocked me. Why? Transdimensional marketing. We don't know the exact reason, but through our team's analysis, it is very likely that Bilibili received orders from a higher regulatory authority to remove your videos and block your account. Higher regulatory authority. Chen Yu frowned at these words. Very quickly, he realized something. Chen Yu, is it because of the first episode's nuclear energy laboratory? That thing contained illegal materials. Did they decide to block my account because they couldn't locate my person for now? Transdimensional marketing. We are not sure. But isn't it very normal for children to construct toy nuclear bombs at home as a puzzle game? Chen Yu no longer had the energy to retort to those words. Chen Yu, you're talking about making a nuclear bomb at home. How is that normal? Transdimensional marketing. Wouldn't everything have been fine if you had just publicized your identity back then? You wouldn't have these problems now if you had done so. Chen Yu, big sis, are we on the same page? Can you align your thoughts with mine? If I had publicized my identity back then, I might have already been dissected by now. Okay. Transdimensional marketing. It's not certain that you'd meet such a tragic end. At most, you'd be imprisoned and closely observed. Chen Yu, stop saying unnecessary things. How did my account recover after that? Transdimensional marketing. Bilibili failed to block your account. Chen Yu, transdimensional marketing. Mr. Chen, your review videos represent the benefits of Transdimensional Marketing Company and the various products respective companies. We definitely will not tolerate your account getting blocked. Any acts that serve to harm our legal benefits will not be allowed to succeed. Hence, whether it is on Bilibili's platform or other media platforms, none have the authority to prohibit you from publishing your review articles, updates, videos, and live streams. Chen Yu. Tyrannical. Transdimensional marketing. Hence, I said this was only a small problem. You do not need to worry about this, Mr. Chen. You can just proceed with your work as usual. The Transdimensional Marketing Company will deal with any external forces that try to interfere with your work. Chen Yu. Mighty. Transdimensional marketing. Moreover, due to Bilibili's platform violating the Earth Alliance's unfair competition law, as compensation to our company, we now have the authority to utilize a portion of Bilibili's resources to promote your videos manually without notice. Your third review video has now been pushed to Bilibili's front page. Chen Yu. Amazing. Transdimensional marketing. Mr. Chen, do you still have any questions? Chen Yu, none. Let's chat some other time. Transdimensional marketing. Very well, Mr. Chen. Goodbye. After exiting WeChat, Chen Yu opened Bilibili's app on his phone, and sure enough, he saw his video on the app's front page. Nice. This assist is truly beautiful. With this, it seems my odds of reaching 50,000 subscribers are truly great. At the same time, Sichuan City, Beijing Technology Park, Bilibili's headquarters, 7th floor Technology Department. Direct to you, Transdimensional Reviews video has been recommended to the front page. Reported a programmer with dark circles under his eyes as he approached direct to you. Who pushed it there? Didn't the operation side get the notice? Direct to you shouted angrily upon hearing the programmer's words. Operations said that we were the ones that did it. Bullshit. But the operations department guarantees that they weren't the ones that pinned it to the front page. The programmer suggested hesitantly, maybe that Transdimensional Review is the one that pinned it there. Director Yu fell silent upon hearing his subordinate's conjecture, feeling stifled by some unknown dread. He wasn't afraid that he would be fired for failing to ban Transdimensional Review's account. Rather, he was afraid of Transdimensional Review's programming skills. Transdimensional Review's videos were stored on their servers. Transdimensional Review's account held only common user rights. Nevertheless, they actually couldn't block this account and delete its videos. They had tried deleting the relevant resource files numerous times. They had even restarted their servers. However, no matter what they did, they failed to delete any content relating to Transdimensional Review's account. In fact, they couldn't even delete the comments left by viewers on Transdimensional Review's videos. This was no longer something that could be explained with skills. Everything they had witnessed thoroughly shattered their views as programmers. Currently, The shock Director Yu felt in this situation was no different from what an ordinary person might feel if one were to go into outer space only to find out that Earth was being carried on an elephant's back. When he thought back to the content of Transdimensional Review's past 2 episodes and the technology department's analysis reports on those videos, he could not help a sense of insecurity and fear. Dear Director, what should we do now? Send someone to report the latest progress to President Zhang. We'll continue deleting. We've tried deleting the account and videos several hundred times already. It's useless. Then, prevent all user accounts from searching for Transdimensional Review's account. We tried that before, it's no use. What else can we do, then? Tell me. Director Yu bellowed in rage, shuddering slightly. The programmer lowered his head before turning around and leaving. Breathing out a deep sigh, Director Yu shut his eyes and covered his face with both his hands. Maybe all of this is real. Meanwhile, over at Jinzhou City's train station, a row of 5 people alighted from a high-speed train and made their way to a hidden office via the train station's internal staffer passage. The leader of the 5 was a middle-aged man. After he finished watching Transdimensional Review's 3rd episode on his phone, he breathed out a heavy sigh. By analyzing the natural light source in the previous videos, as well as the Ups accent, we have narrowed his location to Jinzhou. Does anyone have anything to add for the following search operation? The middle-aged man asked. In response, the sole female on the team flipped open the documents in her hands and said, I'm sure everyone has seen the psychological profile already, so I won't repeat it. Based on current information, we have determined that the target is no more than 20 years of age. The studio's background, his attire, as well as his posture and actions, all indicate that his family conditions are average. During the second video, the books used were old and of low standards. This also goes to prove that the target's educational standard isn't excellent. Going by these points, we should start our search from Jinzhou City's several third-rate high schools. Chapter 49, 6th High's Most Outstanding Student. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The monthly tests results are out. I will now announce the class ranking. On Tuesday, at 9:30 a.m., Class 2-2's form teacher stood on the lectern with a sullen look on his face. Patting the name list in his hand, he said, disappointing. You all have truly disappointed me. You all are the worst students I have taught. You have shamed your families. Seated in a corner of the classroom, Chen Yu could not help getting elated at this situation. Judging by his form teacher's indignant expression, Chen Yu could easily tell that the results of his monthly test this time put him within the top 25 of the class. Otherwise, his form teacher would be as happy as a lark after receiving the bonus pay from his failure. I already told you the topics that would be tested before the monthly examination, yet you still failed to answer the questions. Were all of you reincarnated from huskies? Chen Yu shook his head as he listened to his form teacher's curses, feeling that his form teacher's words were excessive for a high school teacher. While huskies indeed possessed low intelligence, they were at least handsome, good-for-nothings. The form teacher cursed one last time before shutting his eyes and taking a deep breath. After calming himself, he raised the name list and gnashed his teeth as he said, First place, Zhen Kengming 1, 334 marks. Damn it. As soon as the form teacher spoke, a boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who was seated at the frontmost row of the class, regretfully hammered his table. I didn't get a perfect score again. Sending a sidelong glance at the bespectacled boy, the form teacher said, a perfect score is 650. That's right. What a shame, the student named Zhen Kengming said. Pushing up his spectacles in an arrogant and frustrated manner, he asked, Teacher, what's my ranking in the whole school? 77. That's fine, then. I entered the top 100. At least I brought honor to the class. Why, thank you, on behalf of the whole class. That's not necessary. I'm only doing what I should do as a member of the study committee. Rolling his eyes at Zhen Kengming's words, the form teacher proceeded to the second entry on the name list. Upon seeing this name, however, he immediately felt as if he had just swallowed a fly. Say second place, Chen Yu, 333 marks. The instant he called this name, the entire class fell silent. As for Chen Yu, he pointed at himself in a daze and asked, Me? You? Giving his own face a powerful rub, the form teacher said, "Second place." Chen Yu. The form teacher, "We have underestimated your learning ability." Chen Yu. "No, I overestimated their learning ability. This class is truly terrible. I can totally empathize with you now, truly. Ring, ring, ring. 2 seconds after the bell signifying the end of class rang, a group of students had Chen Yu's seat surrounded. Chen Yu. Amazing. Crap. Number 2 in class. How did you do it? You actually overtook our class's study goddess. You got into the school's top 100. Treat us to some spicy bars. At the shock and excitement on his classmates' faces, Chen Yu started having the misconception that he was indeed amazing. So from now on, I'm a top student too? Brother Chen. Li Liang, who sat in front of Chen Yu, grabbed Chen Yu's shoulders and shook him excitedly, asking, "How did you do it? You actually got second place in the entire class. Did you cheat?" "No," Chen Yu said, spreading his hands. "I now know that it is actually so easy to reach the 300 mark threshold." Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, Li Liang and the other students gazed at him with contempt. "Brother Chen, you just became a top student, yet you're already bragging like one." Chen Yu. Fellow student Chen Yu. At this time, a clear voice came from outside the circle of students around Chen Yu's table. The owner of the voice being Zhen Kengming. Walking up to Chen Yu and pushing his glasses slightly, Zhen Kengming said, "I never thought that in just one short month, you'd already catch up to my pace." Chen Yu. There are no shortcuts in learning. I presume you worked hard, with me as your goal, right? You must have suffered a lot. Chen Yu. Diligence can make up for your shortcomings. Your achievement and effort have earned my respect. You have also earned the respect of Class 2's elite study group. Fellow student Chen Yu, I now officially invite you to join Class 2's study group. From now on, we will have another fighting force to help us within 6th High's top 100 rankings. After saying so, Zhen Kengming pulled out his phone and opened up his WeChat's QR code, then said, "Scan me. I'll add you to the group." Chen Yu felt goosebumps rising all over his body at Zhen Kengming's awkward speech. However, he still politely pulled out his phone and added the other party's WeChat. "I'm very honored. I didn't give you this honor. You earned it yourself." Yes, yes, yes. Although you have achieved good results, you mustn't be arrogant. You have to continue working hard and climb to greater heights. Yes, yes, yes. As an outstanding member of the study committee, I feel that I am very successful in being a role model to have inspired your fighting spirit. Yes, yes, yes. Now that you have become a good student, stop mingling with those bad classmates. It'll damage your reputation. Right, right, right. However, I won't go easy on next month's test, Zhen Kengming said as he gave his bangs a self-assured flick. Hopefully, there will come a day when you can defeat me. I will be waiting for you at the peak of Mount Shan. Just wait for me in the mortuary. While inwardly slandering the other party, Chen Yu said in good faith, "Sure, sure, sure." Just as Chen Yu was about to breathe out a sigh of relief after Zhen Kengming left, he noticed that the students surrounding him were all looking at him as if he was an enemy. Shuddering, Chen Yu hurriedly picked up his bag and left the classroom. He then dashed to the principal's office on the top floor. "Principal, my results are out. Time to make good on your bet." As soon as he pushed open the wooden doors to the principal's office, Chen Yu started shouting proudly. However, halfway through his words, he noticed that aside from Principal Pang, there were 5 other adults inside the office. Stunned, he quickly bowed and apologized. "Sorry for the interruption. I didn't know you were having a meeting. I'll leave now." "Excuse me, Chen Yu." "Don't go." When Principal Pang saw that the rude intruder was Chen Yu, his eyes glowed immediately. He stepped forward hurriedly to hold Chen Yu back, then said enthusiastically to his 5 guests, "This student here is 6th High's most outstanding student. Specializing in sports, he has hopes of becoming our country's new track and field champion. Chen Yu, quickly give your greetings." These 5 here are administrators from Beijing. Hello, administrators. Chen Yu bowed anxiously to the group of 4 men and 1 woman. His gut told him that something was amiss with this group of 5. They were too tempered. They were calm, steady, and confident. "Principal, If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave first. I won't interrupt you if you're busy. I'm not busy. Why have you come looking for me? My results are out, so I came to have you on our bet, Chen Yu said, shrugging in delight. Second place in class, and 78th in the entire school. That's far better than scoring within the top 25 of my class, right? Principal Pang, a bet's a bet. At Chen Yu's mention of this matter, Principal Pang's expression instantly turned gloomy. Although he had thought that Chen Yu might score well in the test this time, he had never imagined that the boy would actually get second place in his class. Just what were the students of class 2 doing? Second place in class. Chen Yu's words piqued the interest of the middle-aged man standing at the head of the group of guests. Closely observing Chen Yu, the middle-aged man said, "Fellow student, not only do you specialize in sports, but your cultural achievements are excellent as well. That's not an easy feat to accomplish. Second place in class and 78th place in the entire school. How many marks did you score? 333, Chen Yu answered. Oh, that's amazing. What is the full score? 650. Everyone. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man awkwardly scratched his head and said, "You ranked 78 in the whole school by scoring 333 out of 650. Are the tests difficult?" Not at all. The tests this time are much simpler compared to ordinary high school tests. Previously, you could get within the top 50 if you scored over 300 marks. His lips twitching slightly, the middle-aged man asked, "So, your school teaches you how to operate excavators?" At these words, Principal Pang covered his face in shame. Chapter 50, Daily Life. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Creak. After opening the security door and entering his house, Chen Yu noticed his mother cooking in the kitchen. Smirking, he walked up to her while carrying his school bag and said, "Mom, you're cooking?" "Yes, I'm cooking." "How many pans do we have at home?" Chen Yu asked. Turning to Chen Yu skeptically, Mother Chen countered. "What are you trying to do?" "I'm just curious, that's all." "Aside from this wok I'm using, we have a saucepan and a steamer." "What are you trying to do?" "Aside from those, do we have any spare pans?" "Number." "Just what are you trying to say?" "Oh, nothing." Whistling, Chen Yu pulled his bag's zipper and fished out his 5 monthly test papers. He then gleefully waved them before Mother Chen and said, "Your son's results are out." "Oh, what place did you get?" "Starting from the back," Mother Chen asked as she resumed stir-frying vegetables. "Second place in class." "Starting from the front," Chen Yu said as he extended 2 fingers. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, Mother Chen froze. She then turned around and asked skeptically, "Starting from the front?" "Second place in class?" "That's right." Giving his bangs a swipe, Chen Yu said, "My lord mother, it's time to keep your promise. Eat this wok." "Did you copy your class's number 1? "What copy?" "I took the exam alone. I relied entirely on my own abilities," Chen Yu said. Pulling out his phone, he continued, "If you don't believe me, call my form teacher and principal and ask them." At these words, Mother Chen still asked skeptically, "Really? You really got second place in class? You're looking down on your son too much." Putting on an arrogant face, Chen Yu pointed at the steel wok Mother Chen was holding and said, "Mom, eat up. Just a bite is fine. You must honor your bets." In response, Mother Chen picked up the rolling pin lying on the kitchen counter. 3 minutes later, Chen Yu trudged into the living room while holding his swollen ear, his gait making it seem as if he had just disowned all his relatives. However, despite having received a beating, he was very happy. Taking a seat on the sofa, Chen Yu said pompously, "Eldest, pour me some water." In response, Chen Yike sent Chen Yu a glance, clicked her tongue, and resumed memorizing the words in her English textbook. "Second eldest, go pour it for me." However, Chen Erk did not react even the slightest bit to Chen Yu's words, fully focused on her drawing board. "Third eldest, can you pour a glass of water for me? I dote on you the most." "Okay." Nodding her head, Chen Sang grabbed the empty cup on the tea table and toddled away. Kekik. A wide smile on his face, Chen Yu took out his 5 test papers and slapped them on the tea table, saying, "Oh, my results are out. Chen Yike was still memorizing words. Chen Erk was still drawing. My results are very good, Chen Yu said, raising his voice. Chen Yike changed her reading position. Chen Erk was still drawing. I got second place in my entire class. Aren't I amazing? Chen Yike subconsciously picked her feet and sniffed her finger before she continued memorizing words. Chen Erk was still drawing. After a moment of silence, Chen Yu bellowed, "Can't you guys pay attention to me for a moment?" Chen Yike was still memorizing words. Chen Erk was still drawing. Chen Yu, big brother, water. At this time, Chen Sank returned with a glass full of water and handed it over to Chen Yu. Grabbing the glass with his left hand, Chen Yu picked up one of his test papers and showed it to Chen Sank, saying, "Third eldest, look at big brother's marks. Isn't it awesome?" Widening her eyes in surprise, Chen Sank said, "Wow, awesome, amazing, right? Wow, amazing, ha ha ha." Satisfaction filled Chen Yu immediately upon hearing his little sister's praise. He then took a big gulp of water while patting Chen Sank's head and said, "Third eldest is the best, MHM." Chen Sank nodded her head heavily in response to Chen Yu's words. She then asked, "But what are marks?" Cough, 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 cough. Chen Yu choked on water and started coughing in agony. Cough, cough. Doesn't your kindergarten have marks? Nope. How are you ranked in your tests? We see how many red flowers we have. Earnestly evaluating Chen Yu's test paper, Chen Sank scratched her head and asked, "Are marks red flowers?" Forget it. Go do your own thing. I don't wish to speak to you anymore. Sighing, Chen Yu gulped down the water and placed the glass back on the tea table. Shaking away the water that stained his palm, he frowned and asked, "Third eldest, how did you pour the water? The outside of the glass is drenched." "I got it from the toilet bowl." "Chen Yu?" Chen Yike abruptly lifted her head. Chen Erk abruptly lifted her head. "I got my hands wet too," Chen Sank said while raising her wet little hands. After a moment of silence, Chen Yu abruptly got up from his seat and dashed to the toilet before heaving violently. Blurg, blurg, cough, cough, blurg. Putting down her English textbook, Chen Yike looked at Chen Sank with a stunned expression on her face as she asked, "You, why did you get water from the toilet bowl?" "I can't reach the tap," Chen Sank said as she proudly puffed up her chest and pinched her waist. Then, when you get water for yourself, do you get it from the toilet bowl too? Nonsense. Pouting, Chen Sank said, "No matter how thirsty I am, I won't get water from that place. It's too dirty." Chen Yike, Chen Erk, blurg. The heaving sounds coming from the toilet intensified at Chen Sank's words. Blurg. An hour later, dinner in the Chen family was served. After pushing open the door to Chen Yu's room, Chen Sank looked at his lifeless body and shouted, "Big brother, time to eat." Go away. Pointing his index finger at Chen Sank, Chen Yu said, "I don't want to see you. But it's time to eat." "I'm not eating." "Go away." "I'm sorry. It was my mistake. There won't be a next time." "You think there will be a next time?" Abruptly sitting up in his bed, Chen Yu shouted, "Get out." "I'm not eating." I didn't do it on purpose," Chen Sank said as she lowered her head and played with her fingers in an aggrieved manner. "Not on purpose. You said yourself that the toilet bowl's water is, blurg, dirty, blurg. That's why I don't drink it, blurg. Go away. Time to eat. Big brother." Since her words weren't working, Chen Sank walked forward and grabbed Chen Yu's ankle with both hands. She then pulled with all her strength. "No, don't touch him." Thump. Before Chen Yu could finish speaking, he suddenly got dragged to the floor. "Chen Yu, time to eat. Big brother, let go of me." "I'm not eating." Afraid that he would injure Chen Sank if he kicked his legs, Chen Yu had no choice but to grab his bed and try to pull himself up. However, before he could climb back onto his bed, Chen Sank yanked his ankle once more and dragged him a meter away. "Crap. Let go of me." "Time to eat." "Stop pulling. Did your DNA get mutated?" "Why are you so strong?" "Mummy told me to call you to eat." "You can't not eat." "Let go." "I said, let go." 2 minutes later, Chen Yu found himself seated at the dining table in disheveled clothes, a new bowl and a pair of disposable chopsticks placed before him. Why did you give me disposable chopsticks? Sending Chen a glance, Mother Chen answered, we don't have enough chopsticks. Raising her hand, Chen said, that's not it. Mom said you're too dirty. Pointing her chopsticks at Chen Mother Chen said, stop running your mouth. Bang. I'm not eating. Chen stood up furiously from his seat. Sit down and eat properly. Mother Chen said as she glared at Chen. Didn't you just drink some water from that place? It's not like it's dirt. PFFT, ha ha ha. Finally, Mother Chen could no longer hold back her laughter. Chen yike, ha 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 ha. Chen ha ha. Father Chen, he. Chen sank, ha.